"Master, stop touching me." A stunning woman in sheer silk knelt before me, washing my hair. Beside her, a younger disciple's face was flushed red like ripe fruit as she pouted. "Senior sister, you splashed water on my stockings." I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids, but my hands weren't behaving. "If they're wet, I'll buy you new ones." "Little vixen, you've served me for 100 years and you still can't take a little teasing." The disciple burst into helpless giggles, unable to speak. "I'm Chen Fan, the most brilliant and dazzling sect master the Joyous Union sect has seen in 3,000 years. 800 years of cultivation, and I've already reached the peak of the Mahayana stage." And yet, there wasn't an ounce of joy in my heart, because my time was almost up, and I had zero confidence I could survive the coming tribulation. Forget it. Better to go out in a blaze of glory than sit here, waiting to die. Even if I die, I'll make this world remember my name. I stood up, spirit spring water exploding in 1,000 droplets around me. Ignoring my two disciples' panicked cries, I took a single step, and was already 100 miles away, standing on the tribulation platform. I threw my head back and roared at the sky, actively triggering the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for so long. "Come on." Boom. The first bolt of divine lightning crashed down like a collapsing sky pillar. My protective true essence shattered on the spot. Second bolt. Third bolt. By the 80th, my immortal body was cracking apart inch by inch, my primordial spirit dimming. Ha ha ha. I laughed bitterly, staring up at the final and most terrifying bolt, the world-ending purple lightning. In the end, I was still one step short. Crack. Purple light devoured everything. My consciousness sank into darkness through excruciating pain. "Chen Fan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The sound of clanking chains dragged me back to reality. I opened my eyes. Blinding sunlight stabbed my pupils. Once they adjusted, I saw a rusted iron door in front of me. Outside it stood a girl in a pleated skirt, her face streaked with tears, hands trembling as she wound a heavy chain around the door handle. I clutched my throbbing head as a flood of chaotic memories forced themselves in. The body's original owner was also named Chen Fan, an ordinary college junior. 2 weeks ago, the apocalypse hit out of nowhere. Zombies overran everything, and society collapsed. The girl crying outside was Su Qingqing, the original's childhood sweetheart. "Chen Fan, you've been bitten. Brother Zhao said within 24 hours you'll definitely turn into one of those things." She peered at me through the gap in the grating, her eyes swollen and red. "I can't die yet. I have a score to settle. I have no choice but to lock you in here. Save this ration bar for later. In my next life, I'll make it up to you." A small compressed biscuit wrapped in plastic slid through the crack and landed at my feet. Su Qingqing covered her mouth, turned, and ran down the stairs. Her footsteps faded quickly. I patted my still pounding head. A sharp pain shot through my left arm. The flesh there was mangled and bloody, and an icy death aura was steadily draining the vitality from this body. Bitten by a zombie? Guaranteed death? What the hell is this? Wasn't I in the middle of my tribulation? I looked at the wound on my left arm, then down at myself. Torn t-shirt, pale skin, a frail and honestly kind of scrawny mortal body. Two streams of memory collided and fused wildly in my head. On one side, 800 years of blood and carnage, a supreme demonic sovereign who'd ascended to the Mahayana stage. On the other, 20 years of rule following mediocrity, a spineless college kid whose only redeeming quality was a handsome face. Body snatching? No. The physical body already died, but the primordial spirit endured. This is a cross-dimensional soul transfer. I closed my eyes and drew a deep breath, carefully feeling out the mortal emotions lingering in this body. Fear, despair, resentment, and that pathetic acquiescence towards Su Qingqing. A moment later, I opened my eyes. All confusion was gone, replaced by a streak of wild, wicked malice. TSK. This mortal body is pathetically weak, bones like jelly, muscles like tofu. Weaker than even a mortal world martial artist. I clenched my fists. Instead of feeling discouraged, I let out a low chuckle. But, haraha, you old bastard heaven. The 9-9 tribulation couldn't scatter my soul, and now you've handed me a brand new vessel. Chen Fan, huh? Since I'm using your body, all your resentment, I'll wash clean. All your grudges, I'll pay them back tenfold. In that moment, the demonic sovereign's remnant soul and this mortal body finally fused into one. I lowered my head and looked again at the wound on my left arm, still oozing black vapor. The 1,000-year-old corpses of the corpse ghoul sect used to kneel and call me daddy. And this pathetic mortal realm corpse poison thinks it can take my life? The moment I cultivated my first wisp of spiritual energy, I could force the poison out. But when I sat cross-legged and tried to draw energy into my body, my expression darkened immediately. The spiritual energy in this world was as thin as water from a dried-up well. 24 hours? Hell, Give me 24 years, and I still wouldn't reach the threshold of the chi refining stage. Looks like I'll have to fall back on my sect's signature technique. I licked my lips. The Joyous Union Sutra. As long as it was a living woman, no matter how poor her aptitude, with my methods I could forcibly extract that first wisp of primordial spiritual energy. I stood up and scanned my surroundings. The sun beat down mercilessly. Aside from abandoned AC units and pipes, there wasn't even a female mosquito up here. Where the hell was I supposed to find a woman? Was I really going to stoop to what those desperate rogue cultivators back home did? Settle for a drainage ditch? Rare arc. Suddenly, from behind the massive cooling tower in the corner of the rooftop, a low, suppressed growl rumbled out. My eyes narrowed. I softened my footsteps and moved toward it. When I saw what was there, even I, a worldly, seen-it-all sect master of the Joyous Union sect, paused mid-breath. A woman was pinned between two thick steel pipes. Judging by her outfit, before the apocalypse, she must have been a knockout of an OL, tall, cool, and elegant. But now, she'd already turned. Her milky gray eyes bulged as she clawed frantically in my direction. But my gaze traveled down along her split white blouse. That barely contained fullness quivered in a way that stopped the heart as she thrashed. Her pencil skirt just barely covered her thighs, and her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, kicked wildly where they were pinned. The elastic bands cut into the plush softness of her thighs. The contrast was jaw-dropping. A body like this would rank as top-tier cauldron material even back at the Joyous Union sect. Shame it was a dead thing. Wait a minute. I stared at the thick, ashen-gray death aura swirling around her. A demonic cultivator lives by no taboos. This corpse energy was remarkably pure. Not primordial spiritual energy, no, but if I reverse-channeled it through the Joyous Union Sutra, fighting poison with poison. Boom. As if confirming my hunch, the Joyous Union Sutra roared to life on its own in my mind, surging with a fierce, ravenous craving. It'll work. Not only could I purge the poison, I could ride this death aura straight through the bottle neck. Cultivating immortality is already defying the heavens. What's a little cross-species dual cultivation? I've betted zombies and fox spirits alike. You think you're any different? Staying alive and getting stronger, that's the only law that matters. I reached back and tore loose a few scraps of old cable from the ground. The female zombie, sensing a living person drawing near, howled even more wildly and lunged with her jaws wide open. Smack! I sidestepped and slapped her hard across that cold, striking face, leaving her dazed. Using the momentum of her fall, I clamped a hand around the back of her neck, yanked her out from between the steel pipes, and pinned her against the scorching concrete. Ryup. Her blouse tore in the struggle, her black stockings scraping into more holes against the ground, exposing patch after patch of pale flesh. My movements were smooth as flowing water. I bound her hands behind her back with the cable, then tore off a scrap of cloth and roughly stuffed it into that lipstick-smeared mouth of hers. The once vicious zombie was now trussed up in a humiliating pose, able only to let out muffled MMPH sounds. Looking down at this drop-dead gorgeous zombie, with her stunning curves, writhing but unable to resist, I pulled off my belt with one hand. Be a good girl and serve as my cauldron. Let me show you what true ecstasy really is. The blazing sun baked the concrete rooftop, heat waves distorting the air. No tenderness needed. No foreplay. The demonic cultivation arts were all about plunder and domination. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. This body's still way too weak. The heat roared, but it couldn't drown out the whimpering in her throat. Her gray-white eyes glared at me sideways, brimming with bloodthirsty instinct. That cloth-stuffed mouth worked frantically, as if to ask, "That's it?" So damn noisy. I let out a cold snort, drove my elbow into her spine, and pinned her completely. Anyone else facing this monster reeking of death wouldn't have a single amorous thought. They'd be too scared to stand. But who am I? I can sell shampoo to a bunch of old nuns. You think I can't handle you? As for what kind of shampoo I sold, well, that's a top secret of the cultivation world. Not for outsiders to know. The joyful union art, activate. In an instant, my breathing grew impossibly long and steady. As my chest rose and fell, a faint, almost imperceptible suction erupted from within me, resonating with the primal essence I was channeling. The female zombie suddenly stiffened. The murky corpse chi sustaining her every movement came surging wildly into my body through the point of contact. HSSSS. I frowned, my face going pale. But I didn't stop. I forced my spirit to hold, working with the joyful union art to let this power scour through my meridians. It was like a blade carving through them, like a hand squeezing me and forcing me to keep fighting. For an old demon who'd lived 800 years, I knew this nasty little quirk of the joyful union art all too well. Gradually, the gaping wound on my left arm began dripping foul black blood, and a sickly flush crept over my pale face. I gulped down the pitifully thin spiritual energy in the air, compressing and merging it with the plundered corpse chi in my dantian. Faster, tighter, more violently. 10 minutes, half an hour. Slowly, I steadied. The female zombie, who'd been thrashing so violently, now lay limp on the ground, the gray-white in her eyes largely faded. Most of her source corpse chi had been drained dry. She didn't even have the strength to struggle anymore. Hum. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded from within me, as if some shackle had been blasted apart. I let out a low shout, and all the dust on the ground swept away. Chi refinement. First layer, breakthrough. I opened my eyes, a glint of sharp light in them. I glanced down at my left arm. The wound once threaded with black veins was now bleeding a fresh, bright red. You thieving heavens, trying to cut off my path to the Tao? You're not worthy. I stood up and rolled my neck. In the cultivation world, first layer chi refinement was an ant among ants. But in an apocalypse with no spiritual energy, this bit of cultivation was more than enough to push me beyond the limits of any ordinary human. Just as I was about to grab some clothes to cover myself, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in my head. Detected. Host has completed first substantive cultivation harvest. Trigger conditions met. Apocalypse Goddess System binding successful. The hand fastening my belt froze. A system? Wasn't this the kind of thing that only existed in those novels in the original body's memories? A demon lord from the cultivation world. Do I even qualify for a golden finger cheat? A semi-transparent blue panel popped up before my eyes. Name, Lin Manwei zombified. Age, 30. Occupation, Sales Director, Asia-Pacific region. Looks, 92. Figure, 92. Charisma, 85. Purity, 99. Overall score, 92. I stared at the panel, my lips twitching a couple of times. Lin Manwei. I shot a glance at the female zombie on the ground, trussed up like a dumpling with her clothes in disarray. An executive with only 85 charisma. Must be the zombification dragging it down. But is this system busted or what? A zombie counts as a goddess. The mechanical voice continued its announcement. Return rule activated. When the host gives any item of value to his own woman with a score above 90, a return is triggered. Current return multiplier equals number bound. 1 dot. My eyes narrowed. The sect master of the Joyful Union sect had a quick mind. In the span of a single breath, I'd seen straight through the core logic of this system. Interesting. Let me give it a try. I turned my head, my gaze landing on the compressed ration bar wrapped in plastic by the iron door. The last meal, the original body's childhood sweetheart, Su Qingqing, had left for him. I walked over and picked it up. It was only half a palm in size, hard as a rock. I returned to Lin Manwei's side. She was writhing on the ground like a fish out of water, and even now she instinctively opened her mouth to bite as I approached. I crouched down, gripped her chin to force her mouth open, pulled out the cloth, tore off the plastic wrap, and shoved that dry, hard bar straight in. A little reward for you. The bar lodged in her throat. She didn't know how to chew at all, and could only herk, and dry heave. Item gifted, compressed ration bar X1 dot. 1x return triggered. Received, compressed ration bar X1. Stored in system space. Extract. At a thought, an identical compressed ration bar appeared in my hand. I tore open the wrapper. It was full-sized and hefty, and I could even catch the faint mingled scent of minced meat and vitamins. Free stuff? A fervent light blazed in my eyes. Now that's what I call a woman. A 1x return. So if I bound 10 women, 100 women, hand out 1 bar, and get 100 back. In this apocalypse of extreme scarcity and shattered order, this was an endless supply of resources. In that instant, the ambition of the Joyful Union sect master was fully ignited. Damn, cultivation is all about 4 things: wealth, companions, techniques, and territory. And now, as long as I've got women, I can have all 4. If I'd had this kind of setup in my last life, I would have torn a hole straight through the heavens. Looks like this world's way more fun than the cultivation realm. Old heavens, you son of a bitch, just you wait. I glanced down at Lin Manwei, still squirming on the ground. She was my very first extraction machine. No way I was leaving her up here on the rooftop. I pulled out my pocket knife, cut off a length of cable, tied one end around her bound wrists, and wrapped the other around my left arm. One hard yank, and she skidded half a meter across the concrete. Come on, Manwei. Let's go see the outside world. My tone was lazy, like I was walking an insanely expensive pedigree dog. Meanwhile, downstairs, another search team was entering this supply-packed mall. The guy leading them had a bandana wrapped around his head and a mask over his face, and more importantly, a jet-black pistol in his hand. At the rooftop's iron door, the wind blew through and the broken lock clinked softly. A few footprints were still visible outside. I gave them a glance. Betrayal? I'd seen more than my share in my last life. In the cultivation world, The guy kneeling at your feet yesterday could be at your throat today. Childhood sweetheart, sweet or not. When it comes down to life and death, can you outrun someone who wants you dead? HRRGH. Lin Manway lifted her head, her cloudy gray eyes rolling as a low growl escaped her throat. Her business suit was completely wrecked, white blouse crumpled into a mess, black pencil skirt flipped up over her hips. A former sales director, now being dragged along by a cable. Absolutely pitiful. And yet that face of hers still held every bit of the icy beauty she'd had in life. Quit whining. I crouched down and pressed a fingertip to the space between her brows, letting a thin thread of spiritual energy seep in. Mind-calming technique. A low-level trick. Back in the cultivation world, we used it to lull spirit beasts to sleep. Lin Manway's struggling died down. She tilted her head, looking dazed, and went silent. Only then did I stand back up and raise my right hand. I drew the knife and channeled that tiny bit of spiritual energy I'd just gathered into the blade, slicing at the rusted chain. Snap! Half the iron lock hit the stairwell floor, the sound rattling down the concrete steps. I looked at the blade, then took stock of my nearly empty dantian, and my face soured. In my last life, one wave of my hand could cut off rivers and split mountains. Now cutting through a damn lock cleaned me out. The spiritual energy in this world was pathetically thin, and it recovered even slower. From here on out, I'd have to budget every single drop. The second I pushed the iron door open, a low growl came from down the stairs. A zombie in a security guard uniform came crawling up, neck twisted at an angle, half its face chewed off, movement stiff. I narrowed my eyes. In my memory, when Su Ching and the others came up, there'd been no such thing. Sure enough, I spotted a fist-sized little speaker in the corner of the stairwell, lights still blinking, playing a looped stretch of static. Brother Zhao. I smirked. Worried I didn't turn and escaped, huh? The security guard zombie lunged, jaws snapping toward my shoulder. I didn't waste spiritual energy, just sidestepped and swung the knife handle back around. Crack! Its head snapped back. I stomped down on its knee, bones shattering, and it crumpled onto the steps, still clawing wildly. Two more roars echoed up from below. Two zombies, drawn by the noise, packed into the narrow stairwell, one in front and one behind. The stench of rot thickened instantly. Lin Manway heard her own kind, and her body tensed. Sprawled on the ground, she let out a low hiss down the stairs. The two zombies froze. Just for a split second, but I caught it. I raised an eyebrow at her. Look at you, little thing, scaring your own kind. She didn't answer, just stared at the two zombies, and I swore I saw a flicker of murky light in those gray eyes. Was it because I'd already siphoned some corpse energy out of her? Or was she just special to begin with? No time to think about it. The zombies were already charging. I stepped down, grabbed the collar of the one on the right, and slammed it against the handrail. The iron bar caught its neck, and I twisted my wrist. Crack. Neck snapped clean. The other one lunged from the side. My instinct was to dodge, but the cable to Lin Manway jerked my arm back. Its claws raked across my forearm, tearing open a bloody gash. Chi refining stage 1 might be weak, but at least I was immune to corpse toxin now. I grabbed the back of its head and slammed it into the edge of the step. Once, twice. On the third hit, I yanked out the knife and drove it in through the temple. The tip pierced deep into the skull, and I froze. A familiar pulse of energy came radiating out from inside its brain. I split open the rotted skull and used the knife tip to pry out a small, cloudy, translucent crystal, no bigger than a fingernail, a dim glow flickering at its core. The moment my fingertip brushed it, my dantian pulled at it like a starving mouth. I gripped it and activated my cultivation technique. The energy inside was drawn out fast. Not much, but pure. It restored a small chunk of what I'd burned cutting that lock. I stared at the crystal crumbling to powder in my palm and let out a low laugh. My host body's memories filled in the blank. This stuff was called a crystal core, and it was hard currency in the safe zones now. Isn't this just spirit stone scraps? Scraps or not? Usable. I quickly cracked open the other two heads too. Lin Manway caught the scent of the crystal cores and reacted immediately, head snapping up, eyes locked on my hand, urgent noises rasping from her throat. HRRGH, HRRGH. I walked over and deliberately dangled a core in front of her. Want a bite? Her eyes tracked the crystal as she clumsily shuffled up against my leg, forehead pressed to my pant leg. The corner of my mouth twitched. 3,000 cauldrons in my last life, and this is the first time a zombie's ever tried to sweet-talk me. Grossed out or not, I still hauled her up one-handed and tucked her under my arm. Her body was ice-cold, hands still tied behind her back, but she'd stopped struggling. I pinched a crystal core between my fingers and brought it to her lips. Here, your reward. She opened her mouth and bit down. Crunch. A wisp of pale gray essence slipped down her throat, and she shivered lightly. Her stiff skin gained a faint touch of elasticity, and a few of the black corpse veins on her neck faded slightly. 1x return triggered. Obtained. E-rank crystal core X1. Stored in system inventory. Extract now. My eyes lit up. Just as I thought. I fed her a second one. Obtained. E-rank crystal core X1. I stared at her mouth, the kind of grin only an old devil could pull off, spreading across my face, and reached out to dig the still uncrushed core right back out. Warning. Host detected attempting to reclaim gifted item. This return has been cancelled. Corresponding. Supplies erased. The smile on my face froze. TCH, pretty thorough. I stuffed the crystal core back into her mouth. She held it there, staring at me blankly. I patted her head. If I can't exploit the loophole, then I'll just find more women who fit the criteria. The stairs from the rooftop led down to the 4th floor of the mall. After the blackout, it was pitch black. Beyond the glass railing was an empty atrium. Escalators frozen mid-flight, shattered display windows scattered across the floor, restaurant signs hanging crooked in the food court. I gripped the cable and led her into the shadows. Now that I'd hit the first stage of chi refining, my senses were sharper. Down in the ground floor atrium, someone was talking. The voice carried in the open space, bouncing off the walls, drifting up in fragments. You sure she can open it? A woman's voice, hushed. She's the APAC sales director. Her fingerprints registered on the lock. That place is a city-approved emergency supply hub. They unloaded dozens of truckloads of dry goods and dehydrated vegetables right before the power went out. A brief silence. Then someone chuckled. If we can't find Lin Manway, we're eating your legs when we get back. The woman spat. I'm her assistant. I watched her get scratched and run up to the roof with my own eyes. You think I'd lie to you? I peered down through the railing. 5 people were standing in front of the directory sign on the ground floor. The one leading them was a man with a knife scar across his face, holding a gun. The others carried steel pipes and shovels, backpacks bulging. They weren't exactly keeping their voices down. If someone really was hiding upstairs, they'd hear every word. I smiled. The bait stank a mile away. Half a month into the apocalypse, and any regular survivor would go weak in the knees at the sight of a gun. I looked down at Lin Manway in my arms. So you're actually worth something. She looked up. Cry stall. I looked down at her. Quiet. My fingers tightened just enough to cut the low growl in her throat short. This woman was useful right now. I'd lived for 800 years. I didn't have time for sentimental hang-ups. I pushed her down face first and pinned her with my weight so she couldn't thrash around and give us away. Down on the ground floor, Scarface kicked over a trash can. Empty cans and broken glass clattered across the tile. He cursed. The gun barrel dipped, but his finger stayed on the trigger. His eyes swept the clothing stores on the 2nd floor, then the food court on the 3rd. The 2 guys with steel pipes were spread wide, one blocking the escalator, the other posted near the emergency exit. They had every route down locked off. Scarface raised his voice deliberately. Friends upstairs, come on down, let's talk. We're all survivors here. No need to hide. The female assistant chimed right in. Yeah, Scar's a reasonable guy. If you're on the same page as us, we could work together. Big plans. Her voice wavered on big plans, and her eyes kept flicking upward. Scarface jerked his chin. The man crouched behind the directory tightened his grip on the pipe, controlling his breathing. They were waiting. The second someone showed their face up top, that gun was coming up. I almost laughed out loud. Same page? Working together? It was disturbingly close to the empty promises I used to sell in my past life. Lin Manway made another small sound in her throat. I patted her head. Stay quiet. My left hand slipped into my pocket. There was a fist-sized Bluetooth speaker in there, Zhao's old thing. I'd grabbed it after shutting him down. Turns out even trash has a price tag. Thanks, Zhao. I flipped the switch. ZZ, piercing static ripped out. I cranked the volume to max. Scarface had barely started lifting his gun to find the source when I flicked my wrist and launched the speaker over the railing. Down in the ground floor play area, there was one of those bouncy castles that had already deflated, a sad pile of vinyl. Thump. The speaker bounced once and rolled into a pit of plastic balls. ZZZT. ZZZZT. The empty mall amplified the noise, bouncing it off glass and tile and escalator rails, layer after layer. Scarface's expression darkened. Who's there? The gun came up, but he had no target. The assistant flinched back a step. From a Korean barbecue joint off to the side came the sound of tables and chairs crashing. A zombie in a chef's uniform came shuffling out, dragging one foot. Then a second. Then a third. Under the half-lowered rolling shutter of a boba shop, a rotting face pushed through. Drawn by the noise, they lurched straight for the side of Scar's crew, the ones closest to the speaker. Scar, the guy with the shovel yelled. Scarface lowered the gun, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Hold your fire. Check if Lin Manway's in there. No one could guarantee she wasn't among the zombies pouring out. If they blew her head off, no one would be able to ID her, and that warehouse would become meat behind glass, visible, but out of reach. The assistant panicked. Ms. Lin's too proud for this. Even if she was going to turn, she'd have locked herself away. She'd never end up as one of those flesh-eating things. Scarface hesitated for maybe half a breath, but by then 2 zombies had already lunged at Pipe Guy. He didn't have time to check. Survival came first. He swung. The pipe connected with the zombie's shoulder, but the thing didn't feel pain. It went straight for his face with its teeth. Another guy came in from behind with a shovel and knocked it down. The formation broke. I watched from above. Hidden pretty deep, huh? A figure burst out of the coffee shop. A guy with a cleaver who'd been posted behind the door, now forced to break cover to save his crew. Another man crawled out from under the service desk, holding a homemade crossbow loaded with a sharpened rebar bolt. 5 in the open, 2 in the shadows. Scarface glanced up at the upper floors again. This time, no smile. Part of him was glad he'd been careful. Someone really was up there. Part of him was pissed that this someone wouldn't play ball. Through a gap in the railing, I got a clear look at the assistant. Oval face, on the short side, not bad looking at all. Name, Su Qian. Age, 26. Occupation, assistant. Face, 88. Body, 84. Presence, 72. Purity, 23. Overall, 66.75. I nearly laughed. I leaned down to Lin Manwei's ear. Back when you were hiring assistants, were you recruiting out of a brothel? The moment she heard the word assistant, her whole body went rigid. She thrashed under me, a low growl forcing its way out of her throat. I frowned. The calming spell was still active. At my current cultivation level, even a weak spell shouldn't wear off this fast. Her reaction to the word assistant, that wasn't normal. What? Got a grudge? My breath brushed the back of her neck, where a few faint corpse veins still lingered. As the warm air passed over her skin, her stiff shoulders slowly went slack. The frenzy drained from her eyes, leaving only that blank fog. Oh, sensitive, aren't you? My mouth kept running, but I filed it away in the back of my mind. Whatever happened to Lin Manwei, this woman was almost certainly tangled up in it. Easy now. Enemies are enemies, but let them thin the herd for me first. Down on the first floor, Cleaver Guy buried his blade in a zombie's neck. Before he could pull it free, another one lunged from the side, claws ripping open his arm. The crossbowman by the service desk dropped one, then took 3 bloody gashes across his back from a chef zombie. They'd been on the outer edge of the formation, nothing behind them to fall back on. Scar, I didn't get bit. Cleaver Guy's voice cracked. The crossbowman was panicking too, backing away. Help me. Scar, help me. Scarface glanced at them. Just a flick of the eyes. Then he raised his gun. Bang. Cleaver Guy's forehead burst open. He toppled backward into the coffee shop. Bang. The crossbowman had just opened his mouth when half his face got blown off. He crashed into a promo sign. Blood sprayed across the white tile. The blood scent hit, and every zombie in range piled onto the corpses. Just like that, the pressure on Scar's side eased up. The rest of them froze solid. Su Qian clapped a hand over her mouth, didn't dare make a sound. The gunshots were louder than the speakers. From deep inside a few distant storefronts, more pounding on doors echoed out. Scar cursed. Move. Pipe Guy pointed at the 2 backpacks on the floor. Their stuff. Leave it. Scar swung the muzzle around. Say one more word, and you can stay behind with them. Nobody spoke after that. They tightened up their formation, hammering down any zombie that got close as they retreated toward the mall's main entrance. Scar shot one more glance up at the second floor, the kind of look that said, "You don't get off easy either." He raised his gun and fired twice at the upstairs glass railing. Bang! Bang! The glass shattered. Out on the street, zombies caught the sound and started drifting toward the entrance. Only then did Scar lead his crew out the side door. Their footsteps faded away. The first floor was left with nothing but speaker static, low zombie growls, and 2 headless corpses. I counted 10 breaths, made sure the gunshots were well gone, then stepped out of the shadows. I hauled Lin Manwei up with me. She was eerily quiet. Just complaining this place was too dark to clean out, I said, eyeing the zombie Scar had dropped on the first floor. I smirked. Turns out old Scar finally did something useful. This sovereign was running low on spiritual energy anyway. Beyond the shattered glass doors, the zombies on the street were being pulled in one by the smell of blood. I took Lin Manwei by the hand and moved down along the edge of the escalator. She stayed low, guttural snarls squeezing out of her throat. She'd caught the scent of fresh meat. I stopped at the entrance of a sportswear store on the second floor and yanked her into the shadows. No rush to head down. The first floor looked chaotic, but the chaos had a pattern. The little speaker had drawn one batch. The 2 corpses were tying up another. Scar leaving had pulled a third away. In the middle of the atrium, gaps were actually opening up. Lin Manwei tried to crawl forward again. I gave the cable a tug. Her body jerked to a stop, limbs going rigid, fingernails scraping across the tile, like a teddy on a leash straining to bolt. No help for it. I burned another sliver of my already scarce spiritual energy and hit her with a calming spell. The growl in her throat got choked back down. Clatter. The glass door out front rattled again. 3 zombies squeezed in through the broken opening. They didn't make for the speaker. Instead, they stopped at the base of the escalator, nostrils twitching, heads slowly turning up toward the second floor. I glanced down at the blood on my left arm. Living human scent. First stage of chi refinement. Still nothing but mortal flesh and bone. TCH. I raised my left hand, brought 2 fingers together, and tapped my chest. Aura concealing technique. A thin layer of spiritual energy settled over my skin, muffling my breath and scent to the bare minimum. My mood soured further. The 3 crystal cores I'd just absorbed, gone, just like that. I looked at the metal trash can along the walkway and gave it a kick. It flew off half a meter, rolled onto the escalator, banging against the railing and tiles the whole way down. Clang, clang. The sound ricocheted around the mall and ended with the can rolling to a stop by the jewelry store on the opposite side of the first floor. All 3 zombies at the base of the escalator turned their heads at once. 2 of them peeled off after the sound, staggering toward the jewelry store. Only one was left, head tilted, still climbing toward the second floor. I narrowed my eyes. Zombies came in hungry and hard of hearing flavors too. See that? I patted Lin Monway's cheek. Use your head. No reaction. She was just staring at my fingertips. I laughed. Never mind. You use your face. I grabbed the opening and hauled her out of the shadows. The zombie at the top of the escalator spotted a living person and lunged instantly. I didn't waste any spiritual energy, just grabbed a display rack off the floor and jammed it sideways under its neck. It surged forward. I let go, and its own momentum sent it face-planting onto the ground. I planted my knee on the zombie's back and drove my knife hard through its temple. Squelch. Rotten blood sprayed out. A flick of my wrist, and I dug a cloudy crystal core out from deep in the skull. Lin Monway's eyes locked on. She stared at the core, broken sounds forcing their way up her throat. Cry. Cry. I paused. That wasn't just growling anymore. Ugly as it sounded, those were actual words. Begging for treats now. I dangled the core in front of her. Her head followed it. I popped the core into her mouth and wiped a bit of drool off her lip. Good girl. 1x return triggered. Obtained. E-rank crystal core X1. Stored in system inventory. Extract now. I mentally confirmed extract, and an identical crystal core appeared in my palm. I circulated my energy, and a cool current flowed into my dantian, restoring a bit of the spiritual power I'd spent on the aura concealing technique. The next half hour, the mall's first floor became my personal hunting ground. I kicked trash cans to lure 2 away, snapped off broken display signs, and chucked them into the kids' play area. When the noise wasn't enough, I straight up shoved a mannequin off the women's clothing store balcony. Plastic head hit the tile and rolled a good 30 feet. No brute forcing. No showing off. If I could get a zombie to run itself into a wall, I wasn't going to waste an extra kick on it. My job was digging out crystal cores. Lin Monway's job was eating them for the return. By the 9th core, I held it between my fingers, didn't feed it to her right away. She was kneeling on the floor, neck craned forward, lips slightly parted. Wait. She didn't move, just her eyes tracking the core. Open. She stiffened for a second, then slowly opened wide. I tossed it in. Don't chew. And she actually held it there, obedient, until I said she could, then bit down with a crunch. I watched her for a moment. The black corpse veins on her neck had faded another shade. Half a command's enough. That'll do. I looked over toward the pile of bodies. Scar's crew had left 2 backpacks behind, one pinned under a promo board, the other rolled behind the service desk. I rubbed my stomach. Yeah, I was hungry. Cultive. Even immortals gotta eat, especially me, stuck at the first stage of chi refining. Problem was, a dozen plus zombies were swarming over there. All the earlier commotion hadn't drawn them off, which meant these ones were seasoned feeders. If I just walked over, chi concealment art or not, they wouldn't pass up fresh meat they could actually see. I looked down at Lin Manway. She looked up at me. I smiled. Manway, this lord's giving you a promotion. I untied the cable around her wrists. The second she was free, her first instinct wasn't to run, it was to scoot closer to my feet. I grabbed her head and turned her face toward the backpack. Go. I pointed at the hiking pack. Get the bag. Then pointed at my feet. Come back. She tilted her head, like she half got it and half didn't. I glanced at the golf balls on the shelf and lowered my voice. You run, and this lord's shoving one of these up you. She couldn't understand the words, but she understood the tone of a command. Slowly, she started crawling toward the edge of the horde. The zombies picked up the scent of one of their own and quickly went back to tearing into their meal. Lin Manway crawled up to the billboard, reached out and grabbed, and came back with half a torn sleeve. My eye twitched. The bag. I pointed at the hiking pack. Not a rag. She looked at the sleeve, then at the backpack. A few breaths later, she dropped the rag, stiffly turned around, and dragged the strap. The pack scraped across the floor with a soft, rasping sound. A zombie nearby got curious and reached for her hair. Lin Manwei whipped around. HHKK. That growl came out lower and heavier than a normal zombie's. The other one froze for a beat. Good enough. She dragged the pack back to me and shoved it at my feet. My eyes lit up. It wasn't my imagination. The corpse chi inside her, the chi I'd been harvesting, was starting to mutate. Not bad. The second bag was behind the service counter. This time she didn't grab the wrong thing. I laughed out loud. Good. Guess I didn't screw you for nothing. Between the 2 packs, 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 4 bottles of water, 1 box of meds, 2 lighters, 1 flashlight, and 5 E-grade crystal cores. Whatever she could eat, I'd let her eat first, convert it to cultivation, and take it back. Useful stuff went into my system space. The rest got trashed. Add in what I'd harvested nearby, and I was sitting on 23 E-grade cores total. The absorption rate on these low-tier scraps was garbage. To push into the second stage of chi refining, I still needed at least 200 more. Broke, I muttered. The sun was setting, and the mall was losing its light. Once visibility dropped, the zombies would get a lot more dangerous. I picked up the packs and took her into a sportswear store on the second floor. Half the racks were toppled, clothes scattered everywhere. I grabbed a loose black jacket and a pair of yoga pants. Her OL outfit was trashed beyond saving. Blood, dirt, and tears all blended together, and it was starting to bug me. I stripped the rags off her and swapped them out. She just stood there through the whole thing, not fighting, completely obedient, occasionally glancing down as my hands pinched here and squeezed there. Once she was dressed, the mess was mostly covered up. The loose jacket softened her originally sharp, icy silhouette and hid the faded corpse veins running down her neck. If you ignored those cloudy gray eyes, she almost passed for a very sick woman. I rubbed my chin and looked her over. That'll do for now. Time for some dual cultivation. The noise down in the atrium was getting louder. I glanced down at the curves the yoga pants were now showing off and clicked my tongue. Too drafty in here. Can't even get down to business in peace. I grabbed the packs and took her wrist. She was catching on to short commands now. No need for the leash anymore. We headed up to the roof. I picked up half a broken padlock, used 2 thick cables to wrap the rusted door handle, then kicked over an old AC unit to jam against the door. The groans from downstairs cut off. The sun had just dropped, but the concrete was still radiating heat. Lin Manwei crouched at my feet, those cloudy gray eyes locked onto my fingertips, the spot where crystal cores could materialize at any second. I patted her cheek. Don't get greedy. This lord's got real work to do tonight. I pulled out a windbreaker and spread it on the ground. Lie down. She clumsily crawled over and lay flat on her back. The Joyous Union art didn't need any of that flowery nonsense. Right as I was about to sound the horn, HHKK, a snarl tore out of her throat. Her limp hands shot up and her nails dug into my arm. Something flickered in those cloudy gray eyes. Actual resistance. And her body started thrashing, trying to throw me off. My eyes narrowed. Earlier today, she'd been dead still under me. Now, after 9 crystal cores, the corpse chi in her body was churning, stirring up a faint subconscious pushback. Classic atavistic reaction from a newly awakening intelligence. She'd been a director at a multinational firm, used to giving orders. Even as a zombie, the first thing her reviving mind did was refuse to be controlled. Her body was ice cold, radiating chill. But my Joyous Union art was already spinning, and that hot-cold entanglement only made the technique cycle faster. Arrow already on the string. I forced her clawing hands down above her head and stared down at that cold, striking face. Ate this lord's crystal cores, and now you want to flip on me? Forgetting who owns you already. Demonic cultivators don't coddle their cauldrons. Her resistance kept building. Fed by the cores, she was starting to outmuscle my first stage chi refining strength. I didn't waste what little spiritual energy I had trying to force it. I remembered how she'd reacted earlier, leaned down, and pressed my mouth to her neck, right over those faded corpse veins. Her thrashing body locked up. All that violence disintegrated the instant I claimed that critical spot. Her elbows dropped, and she went completely limp on the windbreaker. Worked. But this woman was very unstable right now. I fished a crystal core out of my system space. Hold it in your mouth. Don't bite down. The second I heard a crunch, I'd know she'd lost control again. Perfect early warning system. Gave me time to pull out. Pulling out on my own terms was very different from being forced out. Forced out meant getting sealed with a long cooldown. Don't believe me? Try it. She held the core in her mouth, whimpering softly, but she didn't bite. The Joyous Union art roared into motion. This time, the conversion rate from corpse chi to spiritual energy was a full double what it had been earlier. Spiritual energy and corpse chi cycled in a closed loop between our bodies. The veins on her neck faded under the current, and her skin picked up a hint of living elasticity. I pulled the last thread of spiritual energy back into my dantian and looked down. Her eyes were still cloudy gray, but a single tear had welled up at the corner. I paused for a breath. I'd seen plenty of life and death, but a zombie shedding a tear was a first. Not a pain response, a lingering soul reaction. No way to tell if that lady director's soul was still trapped somewhere in this body. This was getting more interesting by the minute. With Boo. Designated target. Deep dual cultivation complete. Cultivation refund triggered. Current refund multiplier, 1. Host obtained. This session's dual cultivation gains X1. My movement stalled. The spiritual energy vortex in my dantian, which had just settled, suddenly surged. A stream of extremely pure spiritual energy, requiring zero refinement, materialized out of thin air, exactly matching what I'd just squeezed out of her. Doubled. I couldn't keep the grin off my face and let out a laugh. So it's not just gifts that get refunded, cultivation counts too. This system was practically custom-built for the Joy Union Sutra. Dual cultivation was already about giving and then plundering. Once the plundering was done, the system just copied another set. Sweet. I'd run the numbers before. Getting from Chi Refinement Layer 1 to Layer 2 took 200 crystal cores, and hunting alone was way too slow. But now, converting through dual cultivation and doubling the system's refund. Rough math said 100 cores would push me through to Layer 2. My eyes narrowed. If I could find a second woman who met the criteria, finding her would bump the multiplier to 2. One session of dual cultivation, double the return. Lousy had it right. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets everything. Once this snowball got rolling, returning to the Mahayana stage and rebuilding my physical body wouldn't be a pipe dream. Dual cultivation done, I rolled up and started buttoning my shirt. Lin Manwei knelt quietly, slowly lifting her head to close her lips around the crystal core in her mouth. The murky bloodlust in her gray-white eyes had dulled a shade. She shuffled over on her own and pressed her cold forehead into my palm, mumbling, "Cry, cry." There was clear attachment in her tone, like she was confirming my scent. I raised an eyebrow. During the day she'd been nothing but a lunging corpse, but now she knew how to nuzzle up on her own, trading affection for the right to eat the crystal core. I stroked her cold hair. "All right, swallow it." Watching the joy in those gray-white eyes, I fell into thought. Wonder if there's a chance you'll get your intelligence back someday. Should have picked up a few more tricks from those freaks over at the Corpse Ghoul sect back in the day. Name, Lin Manwei, zombified. Age, 30. Occupation, Asia Pacific Sales Director. Looks 92, body 92, charisma 8586, purity 99, overall 93.25. Charisma went up by 1. Numbers don't lie. She really was evolving. I closed the panel, got up, and double-checked the door lock. All good. Then I went back to my tactical jacket and sat down cross-legged. Night wind swept across the rooftop, carrying a chill. The commotion from the zombie horde downstairs was fading. Lin Manwei didn't wander. She sat right up against my leg, her cold body temperature perfectly offsetting the residual heat from my back-to-back breakthroughs. The claw marks on my left arm had already scabbed over. I opened my eyes and looked down over the city, sunk in darkness. 100 crystal cores. Chi Refinement Layer 2. Time to put Finding Goddess number 2 on the schedule. I had a dream. In it, I was at the spiritual spring of the Joy Union sect. White mist crept up the jade steps, the smell of powder and rouge mingling with spirit wine. A group of thin-veiled female disciples knelt around the jade couch, one massaging my shoulders, one pressing my waist, another draped across my lap, laughing softer than spring water. I lounged back, lazy, not even bothering to lift my eyelids. Switch sides. Next second, a zombie's roar came from downstairs. The dream shattered. I opened my eyes. Dawn had just broken, cold light spilling across the concrete. Somehow I'd gone from cross-legged to sprawled out like a starfish, my tactical jacket wrinkled beneath me. My temple twitched. This sovereign hasn't slept that hard in centuries. I didn't rush to get up. First, I scanned the metal door. AC unit still braced against it, cable still wrapped around the handle. No signs of forced entry. Then I looked beside me. Lin Manwei was curled up by my leg, both hands resting on my pant cuff, gray-white eyes half-lidded, like a beast guarding its feeding bowl. I pressed a hand against her head. Not bad. Didn't try to take a bite while this sovereign was out. My touch woke her. She stiffened for a second, then slowly lifted her head and nuzzled her forehead into my palm. Cry. Her voice was hoarse, but the word was clearer than last night. I raised an eyebrow. Fast learner. I pulled out a crystal core and held it between my fingers. Her eyes locked onto it immediately. I brought it to her lips. Hold it. No biting. She parted her lips and took it in, throat bobbing a few times as she forced down her instinct, eyes fixed on me, waiting for the command. I stood up, feeling refreshed. Last night, to keep her from hurting anyone in her sleep, I'd only pulled her yoga pants up to her knees, perfectly restricting her movement. Direct link, activate Joy Union Sutra. 15 minutes later, I finished. Noticeably stronger than yesterday. Cultivation refund triggered. Current refund multiplier 1. Host obtained. This session's dual cultivation gains x1. The vortex in my dantian condensed by a fraction. Not much, but solid. I flicked her chin. Go ahead, swallow. After she swallowed the crystal core, she actually reached up to brush the stray hair off her face. Clumsy, but it was the first time I'd seen her do it. I laughed. Growing a brain now, are we? She tilted her head. Cry. Get moving. Work first. We went back into the mall. During the day, Vientiane City was noticeably quieter. In the ground floor atrium, the two corpses from last night were reduced to skeletons, the blood licked black. The little speaker in the pile of plastic balls had run out of battery and lay there in silence. Sunlight streamed down through the shattered glass ceiling. I kicked out a broken piece of signage. It clanged across the floor and rolled into the back kitchen of a restaurant. Scraping sounds immediately started up inside, but no zombies came out. Lin Manwei lowered herself, growling a warning from her throat. I stopped in my tracks. Hiding in the shadows during the day, running wild at night. You zombies work the night shift, huh? Charging into dark zones right now was low reward, high risk, not worth it for a few crystal cores. I stuck to the atrium and escalator landings where the sun could reach. I slit my palm and smeared blood on her clothes, then cast a breath-concealing art on myself. She followed orders, dragging bodies, making noise, occasionally growling, while I handled the ambushes. One human, one zombie, working smoother by the minute. When the seventh zombie went down, a small shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness of a children's clothing store, a child zombie, noticeably faster than the regular ones. It leaped onto Lin Manwei's back from the side, fingernails tearing through her hoodie and leaving 3 black-red gashes. She growled and spun, half a beat too slow. I grabbed the back of its neck and slammed it face first into a broken mirror. Crash, shards drove into its eye sockets, and my arm got sliced up in the process too. It was still kicking, so I jammed my knife into its eye socket, gave it a twist, and it finally went still. How are you this careless? I glanced at the gashes on her back. Now I have to find you new clothes. At the word clothes, she turned and ducked into the children's store. A moment later, she came back holding a few kids' hoodies. I looked at the pink teddy bear one in. The image of that plump figure she'd been clutching so lovingly yesterday flashed through my mind again. I fell silent for 2 breaths. Do you have some kind of misconception about your own cup size? I rubbed my temple and casually cast a low-tier healing spell. Faint spiritual energy settled onto the wound on her hand, and the 3 gashes slowly began to close. I didn't think much of it. But if any of the old powerhouses from my previous life's corpse ghoul sect had been there, they probably would have cried out in shock. Since when did healing spells work on zombies? Lin Manwei lowered her head and glanced at my own hand, wrapped in that hasty bandage. This man had just been going on about conserving spiritual energy. As a zombie, she didn't really get it. She just knew that right now, forget the crystal cores, she'd rather lick the wound on his hand. We slaughtered our way through till noon. In the system's storage space, last night's haul plus this morning's take added up to 27 E-rank crystal cores. Only a few packs of compression biscuits left. As a sect master who'd feasted on the finest delicacies, I shoved the biscuits into my mouth with a look of pure disgust. Ever since I got transmigrated here, this crap was all I'd been eating. Unable to fast on spiritual energy, I'd been squatting on a waterless toilet just 10 minutes ago, face red from straining, cursing this spiritually barren shithole of a world 1,000 times over. I twisted open the last half bottle of water. There was cloudy sediment around the rim. One sip and I spat it out, frowning. Then I looked over at Lin Manwei, still savoring the aftertaste of that crystal core, and my blood pressure spiked. Must be nice. Don't have to drink, don't have to take a shit. The B1 level of the mall had a supermarket, but there was no sunlight underground. The corridors were narrow, and God knows what could be hiding down there. Way too many unknowns. As for sending Lin Manwei down alone to scavenge, I stood at the ground floor entrance and looked at the claw marks across her back. Broke as I may be, this master hasn't sunk so low as to send his cauldron off to die for him. I swapped her into an oversized hoodie, swiped a pair of sunglasses from a clothing store to cover those grayish-white eyes, and stuck a backpack on her. The disguise wasn't perfect, but in the apocalypse, who didn't have a few weird quirks? She still walked with a slant, toes occasionally scraping the ground. I grabbed the hood on her back and pulled her close. Once we're outside, don't go making noise. If you scare off any crystal cores, we're screwed. Lin Manwei cries. Yeah, crystal cores. I stepped out of Vientiane City Mall. Blinding summer sunlight hit me. Next to the mall was an old, run-down residential complex. According to the original body's memories, the odds of finding clean water there were pretty decent. Paint was peeling off the exterior walls. Stiff, dried-out clothes hung from clotheslines. A few abandoned e-bikes lay tipped over by the curb. Dried blood streaked the pavement, and a severed hand jutted up out of the shrubbery, blackened from the sun. I hadn't walked more than a few steps along the perimeter wall when I heard voices. "Captain Yi, quit holding out." A man's voice, laced with amusement. "You die here, and that little sister of yours back in the safe zone's gonna be all alone." I looked up and saw, in a second-floor window of the senior activity center across the way, a woman with a drawn bow squaring off against a group down below. I'd been about to take a detour. The next moment, a status panel popped up in front of me. Name, Yi Qingshu. Age, 24. Occupation, archery athlete. Face, 85. Body, 89. Aura, 84. Purity, 100 overall, 90.25. My steps halted. The lazy look in my eyes lit up. Finally, a decent cauldron drops for this master. I stood behind the half-open security door on the third floor, watching the senior activity center across the way through a dust-caked window. Behind the second-floor window, Yi Qingshu was half kneeling on the floor. A sleeveless black t-shirt clung to her body. An archer's guard was strapped to her left forearm, bowstring drawn taut, arrow tip aimed steady at the open ground below. Sweat rolled down her temple and dripped onto the wooden floor. 3 arrows left in her quiver. Beside her, a freckled girl sat propped against the wall, hands pressed to her stomach, face terrifyingly pale, but she bit down and didn't make a sound. At the stairwell landing, a male teammate gripped a baseball bat, tapping its head against the floor tiles again and again. Not on alert, his legs were just shaking. Down on the open ground, 8 men were hunkered behind flower beds, abandoned e-bikes, and dumpsters. Some had steel pipes, some cleavers, some brandished table legs pried off furniture. Their mouths ran vicious, but their feet were suspiciously steady. Nobody wanted to be the first one to catch that arrow. I pressed down on Lin Manwei's hood and chuckled softly. 3 arrows, 8 dogs. Lin Manwei tugged her hood brim lower, squeezing out a small sound from her throat. HNN. I slapped the back of her head. "What, you jealous?" She tilted her head. Cries. "All you ever think about is eating." Down below, the burly ringleader finally lost his patience. Thick-necked, iron bar in hand, he tipped his head back and shouted, "Captain Yi, give it up. Someone in the safe zone's paying top dollar for you, dead or alive. Your paralyzed little sister's still in the safe zone, right? You die here, how the hell's she gonna survive?" No response from the window. The big guy smirked and raised his voice. "Put the bow down, show the brothers a good time, and we'll take you back alive. Play stupid, and your corpse'll do just fine." The other men joined in, jeering. The taunts got filthier by the second. Yi Qingshu finally spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the laughter below. "The zombie blood on these arrowheads hasn't dried yet." She knocked a black bloodied arrow. "Even a scratch will infect you." A few faces below went pale. The ones who'd been creeping forward immediately took half a step back. I studied their formation, and my smile deepened. A ragtag bunch of small-timers. No discipline, no guts, just greed. In my last life, I could have wiped out a whole nest of scum like this with a flick of my wrist. A grizzled, stubble-faced older guy got shoved by his buddies. "Old Lou, weren't you the one saying she's got legs for days? You're so tough, you go." "Yeah, and you get first dibs after." Old Lou's face flushed red. He cursed, "Fine, I'll go, you spineless bastards," picked up a dumpster lid as a shield, and hunched over as he charged toward the entrance. "Nasty bitch, you shoot me and I'll." Before he could finish, the bowstring sang. Yi Qingshu had waited until he got close enough. She released. The arrow skimmed the edge of the metal lid and buried itself in his eye socket. Thunk. Old Lou pitched forward, the arrow shaft still quivering. Half a gurgle escaped his throat, and then he stopped moving. Dead silence below. The guys who'd been egging him on turned whiter than the peeling wall paint. I raised an eyebrow. Decent aim. On the second floor, Yi Qingshu's breathing had gotten heavier. 2 arrows left in the quiver. She didn't look at the body. Her eyes stayed on the ground below. "Zhao Kai, go get the arrow back." At the stairwell, the guy at the door flinched. "Me? I'm going down there. They're not gonna rush now. Move." Zhao Kai's lips trembled, his baseball bat nearly slipping from his grip. "No way. I'll die if I go down there." The freckled girl braced herself against the wall, trying to stand. The moment her wound shifted, she sucked in a sharp breath. "Zhao Kai, are you even a man?" Zhao Kai said nothing, but his foot slid back half a step. Down below, the big guy finally caught on. "Chill out. She's only got 2 arrows left." He pointed to either side. "You two, circle around to the side doors. One bow can cover the front, not the flanks." The 2 of them swallowed hard, but they moved. The rest fanned back out. Watching these 7 operate, my expression only grew flatter. A pack of amateurs. I grabbed Lin Manwei by the back of the collar and dragged her into the entryway of the apartment building. The stairwell was dark, cluttered with old shoe cabinets and busted cardboard boxes. Not many zombies in this complex. Not because there weren't any, but because most of the doors were still shut. Zombies can't turn knobs, and they sure don't knock. Those guys outside had kept their voices low, and Yi Qingxue had stayed quiet too, so not much had been drawn out. I pointed toward the back of the stairwell. Roar. Don't wander off. Lin Manwei looked at me. Crystal. I pulled an E-rank crystal core from my system inventory. Chew it. Don't bother holding it in your mouth this time. She opened her mouth and crunched down. Crack. 1x return triggered. Acquired. E-rank crystal core X1. The next second, a low growl rolled up from her throat. Not shrill. Deep. Heavy, like it was being pressed out from the guts of the building, ricocheting up the stairs and off the walls floor by floor. The zombies trapped behind those apartment doors heard it. They started slamming. In an instant, boom, boom, boom echoed everywhere. Out in the lot, all 7 heads snapped around. The 2 guys who'd started circling to the side doors froze. One of them, cleaver raised, croaked out, "Something's in there." The big guy snapped. "What the hell are you scared of?" "A few zombies." But even he took half a step back. I slipped out through the other side of the entryway. The landscaping strip had gone wild in the past 2 weeks, weeds up to my knees, dried black blood crusted between them. The guy covering the side door had just settled into position, craning his neck toward the building, short knife in hand, all his attention locked on that growl. I came up behind him, left hand over his mouth, right hand driving the small blade in under his ribs. A twist. His whole body went rigid. His legs kicked twice. Then nothing. I dragged him behind the wall. Didn't burn any spiritual energy, got a budget. Grabbed the short knife off his belt on the way, then fished half a pack of compressed rations out of his pocket. Broke bastard. I kicked the body into the shadows. The other guy covering the side door heard something and turned. Changzi. No answer. He took a couple steps forward and spotted the smear of blood dragged across the ground. Where the hell is Changzi? His voice cracked wide open. Everyone in the lot spun around. I stepped out from behind the wall, just halfway. Blood on my hand, blood on the knife. I didn't move closer, just leaned against the wall. Easy. Quit yelling. He's already in line for his next life. The big guy raised his iron pipe. Who the hell are you? I lifted a hand and pointed at the building. My people are clearing it out. Casual tone. Just came to see what you folks were up to. Right on cue, Lin Manwei let out another low growl from inside. Closer this time. The 6 of them exchanged looks. A couple started edging backward. Boss, this doesn't feel right. This guy's not alone. Clearing it out? They've got a whole team. The big guy's face twitched. He wasn't ready to let it go. Yi Qingxue was right upstairs. The bounty was right there. He gritted his teeth. Friend, she's wanted by the prince himself. You really want to cross the prince? I ignored him and looked up at the 2nd floor window. Sweetheart, you afraid of crossing some prince? Yi Qingxue's eyes flickered. She didn't ask, didn't hesitate. 2nd arrow knocked, bow drawn, loosed. WHSSH. The arrow shot from the window with barely a whistle of wind. The next instant, the black blood arrow skimmed past the big guy's flank and buried itself in the concrete beside an abandoned scooter. Thunk. The shaft quivered, the black blood on the tip trembling, that iron reek spreading through the air. The lot went dead silent for half a heartbeat. The big guy glanced down at the arrow by his foot, then patted his own side. Not hit. He froze, then broke into a grin. She missed. He raised his voice, pumping it up. She's only got 1 arrow left. Don't let this punk psych you out. The other 6 snapped out of it. That nerve I'd stomped down with one line started creeping back up. One tightened his grip on a steel pipe. Another stared at the knife in my hand. Another kept glancing at the blood trail dragged into the shadows by the side door. I leaned against the wall and glanced at the arrow. Nice aim. I smiled a little. Shame you flinched. Behind the 2nd floor window, Yi Qingxue's chest was heaving. She didn't answer. Her left shoulder was shaking. That last shot, she'd been aiming for the big guy's throat. But right before she released, out of the corner of her eye she'd seen the freckled girl sway. In that split second, her wrist drifted. Down below, the big guy seized the moment and slammed his iron pipe down on the flower bed. Crack. Bricks exploded outward. Everybody on him. Whoever grabs her first. I'm handing you 5 crystal cores when we get back. 5 crystal cores. In the end times, that was enough to make ordinary people bet their lives. But nobody moved, because the pounding inside the building had suddenly gotten thicker. Boom, 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 boom. From the 1st floor to the 5th, all bleeding together, like the whole building had come alive. I slowly straightened off the wall, the short knife in my right hand still dripping. I didn't charge, just took a single step forward. 1 step. All 6 of them stepped back at once. Then I tossed Changzi's knife on the ground in front of them. He got any family? Which one of you wants to break the news? The guy holding the table legs stared at the blood on my sleeve. His throat worked. Psycho. He muttered, and turned to run. The big guy startled. Get back here. The guy didn't even look back. Once one runs, the rest lose their nerve. They'd had the balls to corner Yi Qingxue because they could see her, count her arrows, 3 total, dodge them, or shove a teammate in front. But me? Different story. Unknown number of people at my back, Changzi dead without a sound. And here I was strolling out like nothing happened. The big guy's face twisted with fury. He swung his pipe at the runner. But when he turned, the steel pipe guy nearest to him had already backed off 3 meters, not even sparing him a glance. Eyes locked on my knife as he kept retreating. At the second-floor window, Yi Qingxuan knocked her last arrow. She looked down at the group of men who'd been spewing filth just seconds ago started to break, their eyes changing. Not with gratitude, with shock. That guy had barely flashed a blade, and 6 of them fell apart on their own. The big one kept his eyes locked on me. You cost His Highness his business today. When this gets back to him, I started walking toward him with the knife, taking my time. When it gets back to him, I laughed. You've got to still have a head on your shoulders before you can talk about later. His back went rigid. He'd just spotted the figure stepping out of the doorway behind me. Hooded, wearing sunglasses, moving stiffly. And that corpse-like snarl from before? That's where it had come from. His teammate. Sweat popped out on the big guy's forehead. He flung the iron pipe aside and bolted. You just wait. I stopped where I was. Wait for what? Hey, at least finish your sentence before you run. He only ran faster. The lot finally went quiet. All that was left was old Lu, dead from Yi Qingxua's arrow, the streak of blood by the side gate, and the arrow still stuck in the dirt. Wind swept through the complex, and the old clothes on a laundry line swayed a little. Second floor of the community center, the freckled girl braced herself against the wall and pushed herself up. Qingxua. Yi Qingxua didn't answer. She lowered her bow, turned, and steadied her. At the stairwell, Zhao Kai stood there gripping his baseball bat, his face bone-white. He'd heard the big guy loud and clear. His Highness had called for them by name, dead or alive. He glanced at Yi Qingxua, then at the wounded girl. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say a word. Bat in hand, he backed quietly toward the rear door. Soft steps at first, then quick, and then he vanished around the far side of the stairs. The freckled girl heard him go. Her eyes went red for a moment. Yi Qingxua heard it too. She didn't say anything either, just kept supporting the girl, taking the stairs one at a time. I waited at the edge of the lot, in no hurry. Lin Manwei drifted up beside me, hood pulled low, the tip of her nose twitching faintly, like she was catching the smell of blood. I reached over and pressed a hand to her head. Down, girl. That stuff will give you the runs. A single syllable pushed its way out of her throat. Cries. It's almost lunchtime. Eat too many spirit stones, and you won't have room for the real meal. A moment later, Yi Qingxua came out of the community center with the freckled girl leaning on her. Only now did I get a clear look. The girl was wearing denim shorts, both knees scraped raw. Yi Qingxua swept the area with her eyes first, making sure there was no ambush waiting, then turned to me. About what just happened, thanks. Her voice was steady, but her hand never left the knife at her hip. I let my eyes flick over the freckled girl. Name, Zhou Xiaoyu age, 22 occupation, nursing intern face, 76 body, 71 presence, 68 purity, 96 overall, 78.65. I closed the panel right away. Not worth the numbers, not even worth the second look. My gaze went back to Yi Qingxua. I ignored the way she was still on guard. When did the safe zone go back to the feudal age? I said, looking off in the direction the men had run. Now we've got His Highness running around. Yi Qingxua paused. He's not actually royalty. She helped Zhou Xiaoyu sit on the edge of a flower planter and pulled a bandage from her pack, wrapping her wound. His last name's Wang. Somebody in the zone started calling him that as a joke, and it stuck. I snorted. Guy's named Wang, so he calls himself a king. The apocalypse really is letting every stray dog play emperor. Yi Qingxua didn't touch that one. She looked up at me. What does your crew need? Food, water, meds, crystal cores, anything I can spare, it's yours. She meant it. It was her way of settling the debt and feeling me out at the same time. I gave her a little smile and pointed at my chest. It's just me. Her brow furrowed. She glanced at the apartment building, still thudding with the sound of something slamming against a door, then fixed her eyes on the hooded woman next to me. Just him? The sunglasses hid Lin Manwei's eyes. The hood covered half her face. She stood quietly beside me like some kind of invalid. The longer Yi Qingxua looked, the more wrong it felt. This woman didn't have any of the loose, easy energy of a living person. Zhou Xiaoyu shrank back a step. I patted Lin Manwei's shoulder. Don't worry. My girl here's a mute. Lin Manwei tilted her head. Cries. My face darkened. You are really not helping. Yi Qingxua didn't crack a smile. She stepped in front of Zhou Xiaoyu. What is it you actually want? This time I didn't beat around the bush. I want you to be my woman. The air froze. Her knife came out of its sheath, and her answer came without a flicker of hesitation. In your dreams. I wasn't surprised. I drawled. Don't say no so fast. That paralyzed little sister of yours. I can fix her. Zhou Xiaoyu was slumped against the planter, hand pressed to her stomach, blood seeping between her fingers. Qingxue, don't listen to him. I bent down and patted Lin Manwei's hood. When I lie about things worth lying about. I flicked another glance at Yi Qingxue. You're broke enough right now that all you've got left is a bow. Her expression went cold. The hand holding the knife trembled once, thumb rubbing at the callus her bowstring had worn into her knuckle. And what exactly makes you think you can fix her? I didn't answer, because the pounding inside the apartment building started up again. One thud. Two. Heavy, muffled. The flies in the hedge suddenly all took off at once. Under her hood, Lin Manwei's nose twitched. Her body tensed and a low growl scraped out of her throat. I laid a hand on the back of her head, and the lazy look drained out of my eyes. Something's coming. I'd barely finished speaking when the hedge exploded outward and a gray blur came skimming along the ground. Human-shaped, all four limbs intact, but moving a solid notch faster than a regular zombie. Yi Qingxue reacted in a heartbeat. Her last arrow was already loosed. Thwip. It punched into the thing's shoulder. Its body jerked sideways, but its feet didn't stop. It was like sticking an arrow into a rotten log. Her face changed. D-class. The thing whipped its head around and lunged straight at Zhou Xiaoyu. The blood had pulled it in. I stepped in on their flank, hooked the iron pipe off the ground with my toe, and swung it up into its face. It ducked, and its claws slashed for my throat on the follow-through. I twisted, shoved backhanded, and redirected its momentum straight into a busted-up electric scooter beside us. Crash. The scooter went over, and the alarm started wailing, woo-wah-wah. Yi Qingxue used the opening to sprint for Old Lu's body and yank the arrow out. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed off the planter and stretched for the arrow stuck by the wall. Her wound tore open again. Blood dripped onto the concrete. Tap. The D-class snapped its head toward the sound. It forgot about me and went straight for Zhou Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Yi Qingxue's voice cracked. Xiaoyu had barely turned around when the thing plowed into her, sending her flying into the side of the planter. Lin Manwei shot forward. Behind the sunglasses, her pale gray eyes flashed once. She slammed into the zombie from the side, hands clamping onto its shoulders, a low snarl rolling out of her throat. The two of them hit the ground they tumbled. She bit at the other's throat, but the D rank was stronger. A backhand claw ripped open her shoulder. Black-red gashes split apart, her jacket torn wide open. My face darkened. You dare lay a hand on what's mine? Yi Qingxue's drawing hand froze on the bowstring. That woman's movements weren't remotely human. What kind of person bites a zombie? But Zhou Xiaoyu was still down, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. No time to think. She drew, aimed, and didn't dare release. Two bodies tangled together. No telling which one the arrow would hit first. I lifted my dagger and sliced a long gash across Old Lu's corpse. Rip. Another cut, crossing the first into an X, then I stomped down. Blood sprayed outward. The D-rank instantly abandoned Lin Manwei and lunged at me. I flicked Old Lu's body up with my toe, sending it crashing in front of the thing. Instinct kicked in. It lowered its head to tear at the corpse. Its momentum stalled. Yi Qingxue's breath caught. She saw it now. I was running this fight. Using corpses, using the smell of blood to lead the monster around by the nose. Not brute force. I'd factored the entire clearing into my hand. She caught the opening and loosed. The arrow buried itself in the back of the zombie's neck. Roar. Its head snapped up. My rhythm shattered. TCH. I looked over at her. Who asked you to add a scene? The zombie flung the corpse aside and charged her. She dropped the bow, snatched up a steel pipe, and swung sideways into its right knee. Crack. The knee buckled. It stumbled for half a beat. Then its claw came sweeping across. She dodged the throat. Her arm didn't. A red gash opened up. Zhou Xiaoyu struggled to push herself up to help, made it halfway, and collapsed back down. I closed the distance in a blur, grabbed Yi Qingxue by the back of her collar, and yanked her out of range. A ranged fighter charging into melee. You must be really scared of living too long. She gritted her teeth. Didn't argue. The D-rank's right knee was compromised. Its movements hitched half a beat. That was the moment I'd been waiting for. My right hand drew the small blade, and I poured what was left of my spiritual power into the edge. The steel glowed cold. Lin Manwei pounced from behind, pinning both its arms. The wounds across her shoulders and back tore open wider. She didn't let go. I moved in close. The blade punched up through its lower jaw, no forcing it, just guiding it up along the seams of the skull, angling toward the back of the eye socket. It thrashed wildly, slammed Lin Manwei into the ground, but she only clamped down harder. Hold it, I growled. Cry stall. She forced out, the word broken. A twist of my wrist, squelch. The blade's tip ground into the crystal core. It jerked a few times, then dropped. The clearing went quiet except for ragged breathing. I pulled the knife free. Not a scratch on me, just a little dust. Lin Manwei crawled to my feet, her shoulder a shredded mess, but she didn't seem to feel it. Just looked up, eyes fixed on my hand. I split the skull open and fished out a crystal core the size of my thumb. Its luster far cleaner than any earrings. Almost has a whiff of low-grade spirit stone about it. Zhou Xiaoyu coughed up blood. Yi Qingxue snapped out of it and rushed to her side. Xiaoyu. Around the claw wound on Zhou Xiaoyu's side, a black line was crawling out, burrowing into the skin, tracking up along the veins. Yi Qingxue pressed down on the wound, her hands starting to shake. Bandages tore open, a pill bottle rolled to her feet. Don't sleep, you hear me? Don't you sleep. Zhou Xiaoyu grabbed her hand, lips moving, bloody foam bubbling out. Qingxuejia thank. She didn't finish. Her eyes slid shut. Yi Qingxue's own arm was starting to darken. She glanced down, that scratch. The black line was already snaking up beneath her skin. Zhou Xiaoyu's hand slowly slipped down. Yi Qingxue held the body, her back curving down inch by inch. The woman who'd drawn a bow on 8 men not an hour ago, her shoulders were shaking now. She looked up at me. Her eyes were hollow. Kill me. Her voice was raw. And, I'm sorry. Your woman got hurt trying to save us. Her eyes flicked to the gashes on Lin Manwei's shoulder. Her voice broke for a second. I know this is out of nowhere, but I've got nothing left. Please, go to the safe zone. Take care of my little sister. Bring my body with you. You can collect the bounty from the prince. I didn't accept the dying wish. I reached over and pulled the sunglasses off Lin Manwei. Ashen gray eyes stared out. The black-red claw marks across her shoulder and back. That stiffness that no living body should have. Yi Qingxue's pupils shrank. She sat frozen, still holding Zhou Xiaoyu. I slid the sunglasses back onto Lin Manwei's face and crouched down in front of Yi Qingxue. Get a good look. I pointed at her. She's a zombie too. Yi Qingxue's lips moved. No sound came out. I tapped the black line on her arm. So don't be in such a hurry with the last words. Calm and even. I can save her. I can save you. The despair in her eyes cracked, and something absurd flickered through. I watched her. So, this time, willing to be my woman. Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Manwei, standing right there beside me, head lowered like an obedient puppet. A zombie, taking orders from a man. Her mind was frying. Zhou Xiaoyu was still in her arms. She clenched her jaw and wiped the blood off her face. Let me bury her first. I glanced over. Make it quick. When she wakes up, she won't remember she had a sister. Her shoulders twitched. She didn't turn around. I could only pick up my knife and follow. Even a cooked duck can fly away. I wasn't about to let a 90-point cauldron slip. Old demons like me don't gamble on human hearts. There was a flower bed behind the community center. The soil was baked into hard clumps. The steel pipe barely chipped out a few crumbs when she dug in. Yi Qingxue dug one-handed, the black line on her other arm crawling steadily up her veins. Every few strokes her fingers spasmed. She gritted her teeth and refused to stop. I watched for a moment. Clicked my tongue. At this pace, by the time the hole's ready, you'll be joining her in it. I kicked over a loose slab of concrete, brought the iron rod down a few times, and knocked out a pit. She didn't thank me. She laid Zhou Xiaoyu inside, crouched down, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sleep, Xiaoyu. No more starving beside me. There aren't any zombies in heaven. She reached out to close Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes. Her fingertips had barely touched the lid when the hand shot up and clamped around her wrist. Grhh. A low growl rolled up from the throat. Yi Qingxue went rigid. The face that had called her Qingxuejia a minute ago was now snarling up at her. She reached for her dagger. Her arm wouldn't lift. I leaned down. Thunk. The small blade drove clean into the center of Zhou Xiaoyu's forehead. The twitching stopped. Yi Qingxue jerked her head up. I straightened the knife handle and patted it. Don't glare. Stick it in the forehead. Call it a headstone. Her chest heaved. Her lips moved. No curses came out. Because I'd done the right thing. She pushed the dirt back into the pit with her own hands. Mud caked the backs of her hands, blood, mixed in with the ash. As the little mound of dirt piled up, she kept her back ramrod straight, but the black lines were already creeping toward her shoulder. Her breathing turned ragged, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. I folded my arms and tilted my chin up. 2 options. 1, you die right here, and I'll put 1 through your forehead too, matching set with her. 2, you become my woman, and I'll suck the poison out for you. She looked up. What exactly do you mean by woman? I smiled. Take it literally. Her expression shifted. She understood, and because she understood, her throat seemed to close up. She wanted to live. She didn't want to end up like Zhou Xiaoyu. Her little sister was still waiting for her. She clenched her fists. I've never done this before. A pause, her voice dropping lower. I'm not going to be good at it. I raised an eyebrow, letting my gaze drift from her face down to her chest, then leisurely back up. All those years of archery, and you never landed a boyfriend? What? Did you flatten your pecs? Turn all the fat into muscle? A hint of color finally crept into her face. She threw an arm across her chest. Shut up. My grin turned insufferable. Doesn't add up. Back in the day, I had an elf cauldron who did archery too. Girl was a full E. She stared at me. That icy dread from a moment ago had been ripped wide open by that smart-ass remark. She was still alive. She could still feel pain, anger, humiliation. She closed her eyes. An image flashed through her mind. Her little sister huddled in a corner of the safe zone, skinny legs draped in an old blanket, half a piece of sakama clutched in her hand. When she opened her eyes again, she pressed her lips together and lowered her arm. I agree. Her voice was quiet but steady. But get this straight. I'm not doing it for you. I couldn't have cared less. Doesn't matter who it's for. Once you're my cauldron, your life belongs to me. Lin Manwei seemed to catch on to those words, belongs to me, and pressed a step closer to my side. A low warning growl rumbled in her throat. Her pale gray eyes locked on Yi Qingxue. I patted her head. Don't get territorial. She's your sister from now on. The moment my hand settled on Yi Qingxue's warm shoulder, I frowned and sniffed the air. Faint, distant moans were already drifting our way, drawn by the smell of blood. Getting busy right here in the eye of the storm, fresh off a bloodbath, clearly wasn't smart. We're moving. I scooped her up, limp and reeling from the poison, and made a quick exit with Lin Manwei in tow. We found a high-rise apartment in the next building over and headed up to the third floor through a dim stairwell. Around one corner, a security door hung wide open. Inside, the place was trashed, a few unworn shoes scattered across the floor. The tenants had bolted the moment the world ended. I stepped in, kicked the door shut behind me, dragged the old shoe cabinet over to jam it, then dumped Yi Qingxue onto the dust-covered couch. This'll do. You stand guard at the door. When we're done, the Deer Ant Crystal Core is yours. Lin Manwei obediently stationed herself at the entryway. The room fell quiet. I lifted my hand and locked it around her wrist. The clammy chill of the corpse poison seeped through her skin. Inside me, the joyful union art started running on its own, like a shark that had caught the scent of blood. Yi Qingxue's whole body went rigid. I have to say, a flat-chested woman in a sleeveless top has a charm all its own. I leaned down and kissed her. Her body was stiff as a board, dirt still smudged on her hands as she gripped the edge of the couch, her fingers trembling. Jaw clenched, breathing all over the place. But when another howl echoed from outside, she knew. Drag this out any longer, and she'd end up like them. I lost track of how much time passed. SSS. I pulled back, sucking in a breath. Yi Qingxue's face was flushed crimson. She scooted back, pressing her spine against the armrest. How could you? How could you put your tongue? Her hands twisted in the hem of her shirt, her eyes darting frantically. I wiped the corner of my mouth with a fingertip. A streak of bright red came away on my nail, circulating the chi and blood. Perfectly normal. What? Are you part dog? She bit her lip. I'm sorry. It's my first time. I didn't know it would. She dropped her head, voice barely above a whisper. And you just suddenly. Is it bad? There's blood. You tell me if it's bad. I shot her a sidelong glance, deliberately putting on a pained expression. What? Then what do we do? I have anti-inflammatories in my bag. She fumbled for her backpack. I clamped a hand over hers, leaned in close, and delivered my nonsense with a completely straight face. There's an old folk remedy back home. Saliva stops bleeding almost instantly. Saliva? The backpack nearly slipped out of her hands. Those cool, aloof almond eyes went wide. She glanced at the blood at the corner of my mouth. After a long inner battle, she drew a deep breath, like she was making some grave life or death decision. She slid across the couch cushion until she was right in front of me, hands folded primly on her knees. Bashful and hesitant, she tilted her slender neck up, lips slightly parted, her breath soft and fragrant. I'm not very good at this. If I hurt you, tell me. I froze on the spot. Watching those red lips slowly closing in, 1,000 thoughts crashed through my head, all boiling down to one. Isn't that supposed to be my line? The spiritual energy of the joyful union art flowed across our lips, prying loose the icy grip of the corpse poison bit by bit. Grapes may be small, but they're still fruit. 45 minutes later, dark, foul-smelling blood dripped from the wound on Yi Qingxue's arm. Plop. Her whole body had gone limp, and I had to hold her up with one hand. The system panel popped open. Yi Qingxue, 24, Archer. Face 85, Body 89, Aura 8485, Purity 1099. Overall, 90.25. I looked at the overall score, and a grin tugged at my lips. Total hadn't dropped. She'd even gained a point in Aura, just as I suspected. Some women, once you get past that green, untouched layer, take on a beauty that's hard to put into words. The next instant, the system detonated in my head. Deep dual cultivation with bound target completed. Cultivation return triggered. Current multiplier, 2. Cultivation gained this session, x2. Boom. The spiritual vortex in my dantian surged. The black lines on Yi Qingshue's arm vanished, and the edges of the wound flushed pink again. She braced her hands on the floor and pushed herself upright. Her face was still tinged with a residual flush, but her eyes were fixed on her own arm. She raised her hand, made a fist, opened it, and clenched again. That bone-deep cold, the kind that seemed to drill outward from the marrow, was gone. She looked up at me. You really can cure corpse poison. I straightened my collar, tone lazy. When this seat says I can cure it, I can cure it. She didn't argue. She just verified it herself. Then does my sister's leg need this kind of embarrassing stuff too? The second the question left her mouth, she froze up. The room went quiet for a beat. I was still straightening my collar and nearly choked on my own breath. I reached out and flicked her forehead. Your sister's got a bad leg. She didn't get bitten by a zombie. Don't go thinking this seed is just like an LSP. She covered her forehead, ears burning so red they looked like they might bleed. Looking at the shameless confidence on my face, she remembered what had just happened. You're not? You believe that yourself? She tried to stand up, but the moment she put weight on her legs, her body went limp and she nearly collapsed back onto the couch. I reached out and grabbed her, pushing her back down. Sit. Don't kill yourself. She bit her lip without arguing. As she lowered her head, her peripheral vision caught the dried blood on her pant legs, Zhou Xiaoyu's blood. Her fingertips curled up, then quickly relaxed. She didn't want to dwell on it. By the door, Lin Manwei stood with her hood pulled low, sunglasses hiding her eyes. A strip of fabric had been torn from her shoulder, revealing black-red claw marks that hadn't yet closed. She looked like a statue guarding the entrance. Silent. But Yi Qingxue remembered, this woman had been ashen gray under those sunglasses just moments ago. Her hand drifted toward the dagger at her waist, then slowly relaxed. The corpse poison had barely receded. Her arm was still weak. If it came to a real fight, she was no match for this zombie. Should I heal her again? Without even looking, I reached up and patted Lin Manwei's head. Don't scare her. A single word rolled up from Lin Manwei's throat. Cry stall. The corner of my mouth twitched. Can you learn any new words besides that one? She tilted her head and kept staring at my fingers. Watching this scene, a chill ran down Yi Qingshue's back. But that feeling of coming back to life when the corpse poison receded, that was carved into her bones now. She braced against the couch and stood up to check the apartment. Whoever lived here had left in a hurry. The kitchen cabinets hung half open. A rice bag had split and was crawling with bugs. The sink was bone dry, and a few empty cans sat by the gas stove. She crouched down and dug through the lower cabinet, pulling out 4 bottles of water. Dust coated the bottles, but the seals were intact. My eyes lit up. Give them here. She didn't hand them all over. She split them into 3 portions, 1 bottle for me, 1 by her side, and half a bottle in front of Lin Manwei. Lin Manwei didn't even look at the water. Just my hands. I snorted. She doesn't drink water. Only eats spirit crystal cores. Yi Qingshue's hand froze on the bottle cap. Crystal cores are only useful to awakened. Regular people can't absorb them, and I've never heard of a zombie eating one either. I looked at her. Awakened? She nodded. A small number of people in the safe zones have awakened powers. Physical, speed, elemental, all kinds. We call them sirs. Crystal cores help them recover stamina and boost their abilities. I narrowed my eyes. No wonder crystal cores worked as currency. Spiritual energy had run dry in this world, but it had grown its own cultivation system. I bit into a compressed biscuit. Hard, dry, choking. My face went dark instantly. I survived my tribulation without dying. I'm gonna get killed by this godforsaken biscuit. Yi Qingxue didn't ask about the strange things coming out of my mouth. She was a smart girl. She rummaged through her bag, pulled out a few vitamins, then set a few small objects on the table calmly. There's barely any fresh produce in the apocalypse. Too much compressed food, and you get backed up. I looked at the glycerin suppositories. My eyelid twitched. The image of me squatting on the toilet this morning suddenly flashed through my mind. I sneered. This venerable one is the sect master of the Joy Union sect. I don't need mortal folk remedies. She glanced at my expression, left the items on the table, and didn't take them back. I picked up the water and took a big gulp. A demon lord can talk tough. His intestines can't. I took out that D-rank crystal core, thumb-sized, with a wisp of white light glowing inside. Much easier on the eyes than the E-rank ones. Lin Manwei caught the scent of the crystal core and slowly inched closer. Cries. I held the core between my fingers and waved it in front of her. You took a claw for me today. Consider this a bonus. Yi Qingshue's face changed. A D-rank crystal core is worth a lot. In the safe zone, it could trade for 10 crates of bottled water, or a whole box of painkillers. I didn't look up. Medicine and water run out. An obedient Tool Cauldron always delivers. She didn't understand Tool Cauldron, but she understood my attitude. I don't shortchange my own people, even if that own people is a zombie. I brought the crystal core to Lin Manwei's mouth. She opened up and bit down. Crack. The core shattered. Her body went rigid. The black-red gashes on her shoulders started to knit closed, and several corpse veins slid down her neck. A low growl scraped out of her throat, somewhere between pain and pleasure. Gifted resource. D-Rank Crystal Core X1. 2. X return triggered. Received D-Rank Crystal Core X2. Stored in system inventory. My eyes brightened. I pulled out the second one, ready to keep feeding her. But Lin Manwei shrank back half a step. Her mouth opened and closed, and for the first time, clear refusal appeared in those ashen eyes. I frowned. You fool, she growled low, pressing her hands against the floor, refusing to come any closer to the core. I studied her for a few breaths. Got it. The system could duplicate resources, but the bound target wasn't a bottomless pit. Her body, in its current state, couldn't handle a second D-rank core. Infinite feeding to farm resources? The system wasn't that stupid. TCH. I took out one of the returned cores, turned, and held it out to Yi Qingxue. Take it. She didn't reach for it. I'm not an awakened. I can't use it. When we get back to the safe zone, you can trade it for something. I shoved it directly into her hand. I said take it, so take it. The core landed in her palm. The system chimed again. Gifted resource. D-Rank Crystal Core X1. 2. X return triggered. Received D-Rank Crystal Core X2. The corner of my mouth had just started to lift. Yi Qingxue frowned and placed the core back in my palm. I owe you my life. I won't waste something like this. The next instant. Detected. Gifted item actively returned. Return transaction invalid. Corresponding returned resources have been erased. The smile froze on my face. The 2 D-Rank crystal cores that had just appeared in my system inventory, gone. Just like that. The room went silent. Yi Qingxue's fingers paused. Did I do something wrong? I stared at the crystal core in my palm. After a moment, I laughed. Softly. But she heard it, and her back went tense. So that's how it works. I crushed the crystal core in my palm. The fragments scattered between my fingers. The Joy Union art activated. A cool current of spiritual energy slipped into my meridians, flowing down to my dantian and merging with the swirling vortex there. 1 D-rank was worth roughly 10 E-ranks. My eyes darkened. I'd figured out the rules of the return system now. As long as the other party genuinely accepted, I'd get double. But the moment it got refused, it was void. The cultivation path was still open. No rush. Night pressed down. Scratching sounds came from the stairwell outside. Lin Manwei lifted her head, her throat working. I kicked the shoe cabinet another half-foot toward the door. Nobody's going out tonight. I looked at Yi Qingxue. You take the couch. She gripped her dagger. What about you? I hauled Lin Man, grabbed Wei's collar from behind, and headed toward the inner room. Cultivating. Yi Qingxue's ears burned. Cultivating? With a zombie? She opened her mouth, then swallowed the words back down. The door didn't shut all the way. From inside came the rustle of fabric, along with Lin Manwei's voice, kept low. She sat on the couch, gripping her water bottle, her face getting hotter by the second. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. But she'd seen with her own eyes how Lin Manwei's wounds had sealed shut, and she'd felt the corpse poison being drawn out of her own body. With him, it's the embarrassing stuff that actually saves lives. That's what really kills me. Inside the room, Lin Manwei had her back to me, the corpse energy nourished by the D-rank crystal core churning through her body. Her gray-white eyes were a shade clearer than they'd been earlier. I held her head steady. Hold still. The joyful union formula started running, pulling the corpse energy in, weaving the spiritual power into a ring. The vortex in my dantian began expanding. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Deep dual cultivation complete. Rebound triggered. Multiplier X2. Cultivation gained this session X2. Boom. A second spiritual vortex took shape. The door panel gave a soft shudder, and dust drifted down from the edge of the lampshade. Out on the couch, Yi Qingxue's head snapped up. She didn't understand cultivation, but she could feel the air in the room settle for a moment, like something had just woken up. Early the next morning, I pushed open the door and stepped out. My movements were still lazy, but that hollow, floaty feeling was gone. The old wound on my left arm was down to a thin scab. Lin Manwei followed behind me. The gash on her shoulder had scabbed over, and her hood had slipped halfway down. She glanced up at Yi Qingxue, and there was a faint trace of something human in those gray-white eyes now. Just a hint. I sat back down at the table and looked over the bottled water, the compressed biscuits, and a few tubes of glycerin suppositories I refused to admit had been useful. I let out a cold snort. Yi Qingxue looked up. Where are we headed today? I glanced out the window. Going to check out the safe zone. She was sitting on the edge of the couch, still clutching that water bottle. Hadn't slept a wink. The corpse poison had just cleared her system, and her body was seriously running on empty. But when she heard me say safe zone, her eyes rimmed red, and the bottle creaked faintly in her grip. She thought I was going to rescue her sister first. I shot her a look and scoffed. Look at the state of you. You'd face plant in a ditch halfway there. She pressed her lips together and didn't say a word. Lin Manwei crouched by the door, could ask you, gray-white eyes locked on my fingers. Cries. Zip it. Breakfast isn't even served yet. I raised my hand and pressed a finger to the center of Yi Qingshue's forehead. Qi refining stage 2 spiritual power drilled into her sea of consciousness. Clear mind formula, nothing fancy, but rock solid. Her scattered breathing slowly evened out, and the exhaustion in her eyes was forcibly swept aside. When she opened them, it was like she'd been rinsed down with cold water. I pulled my hand back. You're awake, sure, but your body's still in the red. I gave her a quick once-over, one corner of my mouth curling. If you want to bounce back fast, dual cultivation's the best way. Her ears went red, and her voice dropped. Yesterday I can't handle it. She paused. Let's talk about it once we get to the safe zone. I laughed and jeered. No stamina at all. I got up and started packing. 4.5 bottles of water, a few packs of compressed biscuits, a dagger, a short blade, her bow and arrows, and a few of those suppositories I'd go to my grave denying were useful. Yi Qingshuo slung the bow across her back, her voice a little steadier now. The outer safe zone has 4 gates, east, south, west, north, each one built into a converted big-box shopping center. Every gate's manned by a D-rank Tier 3 Esper. The east gate's closest to us, but it closes at 5 p.m., so if we want in, we need to pick up the pace. I stuffed the last pack of biscuits into the bag. The apocalypse just hit, and this bureaucratic crap has already grown roots. I fitted Lin Manwei's sunglasses on her and patted her cheek. Walk quiet. Don't let anyone take one look and figure out this master's brought a zombie baby along. She tilted her head. Cries. Your whole character's boiled down to one syllable now, huh? The 3 of us left the complex and headed down the main road. The street was clogged with abandoned cars sideways across the lanes. In some of the gaps between them, half-rotted arms still stretched out, grabbing at nothing. Yi Qingshuo knew the area better. She said this was her 3rd time leading a team outside. She just hadn't expected to be the only one coming back this time. The sun was brutal. Both of us were drenched in sweat, and 2 bottles from the pack were already empty. My sweat had a weird tang to it, clearly the impurities in my body being flushed out. If Lin Manwei sweated at all, that water wouldn't have made it to the safe zone. The 3 of us stopped to rest in the shade under an awning. Yi Qingshue's eyes locked onto a pharmacy across the street. Half the glass door was shattered, but the shelves still had bandages, iodine, a few boxes of fever meds. Thinking of her little sister, the thigh that kept getting rubbed raw by the wheelchair, her eyes lit up. There's still medicine inside. You don't see all those scattered footprints by the door? Those could be zombies. She ignored me and strode straight across. I shook my head and motioned for Lin Manwei to follow. They say big-chested girls are airheads. This one's pecs aren't even doing their job. A low growl came from the back of the pharmacy. A zombie stumbled out from behind a shelf. Outside, 2 more had been drawn over by the footsteps, gnawing near an abandoned car. Yi Qingshuo turned and gave me a cold humph. The message was clear. Told you so? I kicked over a shared bike parked on the curb. The wheels spun free, the bell rattled off key, and the metal frame clanged against the pavement. The 2 zombies outside swung their heads toward the noise and shuffled off after it. Lin Manwei lowered her throat. HHHK. The zombie inside the pharmacy froze mid-step. Yi Qingshuo seized the opening and loosed an arrow. Thwip. The head buried itself in the zombie's eye socket. It dropped. She rapped on the doorframe, confirmed nothing else was inside, then went in for the meds. I didn't bother with the 2 zombies still chewing on the bike outside, and gestured for Lin Manwei to hustle in with me. Yi Qingshuo was just reaching for the bandages when she spotted fresh footprints under the shelf. She started to open her mouth to warn me. A man burst out from behind the counter, a razor blade slashing at her shoulder. Normally her reflexes would have had her out of the way, but last night's fight had wrecked her. Her core turned a beat too slow. The blade opened her shoulder up, blood beading through her sleeve. 2 more men popped up from behind the counter. One had scissors, the other a wrench. Hand over the bag. Don't make us kill you. Lin Manwei moved first. She rammed the guy with the blade off his feet, a low growl grinding out of her throat, and sank her teeth into his wrist. The man screamed. Zombie. This chick's a zombie. The smile dropped off my face. I channeled Qi refining stage 2 spiritual power into my blade and slipped past the shelves. The tip drove in behind the first man's ear at an angle. Pull the blade. Turn. The second one had just gotten his wrench up when a chill hit his throat, and he crumpled to his knees. The third guy was backing away, begging. Bro. Misunderstanding. The meds are all yours. But his other hand was already reaching behind his waist. The dagger flew out and pinned itself into his face. The man toppled backward onto the checkout counter, twitched twice, a can of pepper spray still tucked at his waist. Yi Qingshuo stood frozen, bow drawn. It was her first time watching me. A chi refining stage 2 cultivator, cut loose head on. Fast. So fast that even begging for mercy would have been pointless. I rifled through the 3 men's bags. Half a pack of crackers, 2 bottles of water. Broke-ass losers. I cursed under my breath, then turned and pressed my hand to her shoulder. A healing spell came down, and the edges of her wound stopped bleeding. With the 2x return, life didn't have to be a beggar's cultivation journey. Yi Qingxue looked at me. I shot her a glance. Don't look at this lord with those eyes. You belong to me. Use your head next time. She sucked in a breath, ready to snap back that she wasn't some thing. Then realized something was off, and finally just let out a snort through her nose. She went to check the shelves and found most of them were just empty packaging. A roll of bandages was stained with some kind of black blood. She set it back down, wiped her hand on her pants, glanced at me, and said nothing. The 3 of us kept moving. Passing a clothing store, I yanked a gray sun jacket off a rack and tossed it to her. She blinked. I'm hot. I tipped my chin at her. Your clothes are soaked through, and your shoulders bare. Who's that for? You're this lord's woman. If you're going to show skin, it'll only be for me. Her ears went a little red, but she didn't argue. She quietly pulled it on. By evening, we reached the outskirts of the safe zone's east gate. In the distance, a massive commercial complex sat blocking the intersection, its exterior walled off with scrapped cars, sheet metal, and shipping containers. Yi Qingxue stepped up to negotiate. A gap opened in the iron gate. The guard looked her over, then glanced at me and Lin Manwei. Come back in the morning. She frowned. My sister's inside. She needs care. The guard eyed the big packs slung over our backs and narrowed the gap. I don't care if your mother's in there. Slam. The gate shut. I looked up at those rigged-up barricades and let out a cold laugh. These people really thought they were something. If I were still my past life self, one flick of a finger and this whole safe zone would be dust. But right now, better to grow first. How many of those self-important prodigies in the cultivation world got themselves killed for showing off too early? Back in the day, the 9 underworld sect's holy son was born with a supreme demon bone. 100 years of secluded cultivation, and he'd inherit the whole doctrine. But no, he loved the spotlight, got lured into a trap, and his demon bone was carved out of him alive and turned into someone's magic tool. Every big shot who made it to the late stages was, without exception, a king of laying low. Me right now? Chi refining stage 2. Heh, better play regular guy for a while. We holed up at an abandoned hotel outside the east gate. The lobby was torn apart, every drawer at the front desk yanked open. We picked a room that was still relatively clean, went in, and locked the door tight. I checked the windows, the bathroom, the closet. Yi Qingxue poked under the bed with her longbow. Lin Manwei crouched by the door on watch. I'd barely caught my breath when my heightened senses picked up voices at the end of the hallway. Cost me 3 crystal cores for this intel. 2 women, 1 pretty boy, 3 big packs, guaranteed payoff. I opened my eyes. The lock clicked open without a sound. A hand slipped through the gap. Thwip. Yi Qingxue's arrow drove clean through the wrist, pinning the entire hand to the doorframe. The scream hadn't even finished when Lin Manwei was already lunging out. I moved through the dark to close on the second guy, elbow to the throat, blade into the skull. The third was just reaching for a gun when I caught his wrist. His eyes went wide with terror. What kind of speed is this? Is he an esper? Sir, we just came to say hello, no bad intentions. I didn't bother with the small talk. The blade came down. Say hello? This lord accepts. In your next life. The hallway went quiet. I dug through their bags. 3 bottles of water, 2 packs of crackers, 7 grade E crystal cores, 1 handgun, 3 rounds. Qingxue, know how to shoot a pistol? Tonight you're sharing a bed with me. Relax, I won't do anything. I'll teach you. Morning. Light knifed in through the tear in the half-shredded curtain. I sat on the edge of the bed, buttoning my collar, the spiritual energy vortex in my dantian slowly rotating. Yi Qingxue sat at the bedside straightening her jacket. Her complexion looked healthier than last night, though her ears still hadn't lost their pink. Guess dual cultivation really does restore energy. The man wasn't lying. You can't fight inside the safe zone, she said quietly. The enforcement patrols are heavy, and there are espers inside. I pulled the handgun out from under the pillow and tossed it into her lap. Keep it safe. Gift given. Handgun. 2x return triggered. Acquired. Handgun X2, stored in system space. I stood up and stretched. This lord has always been a peaceable, law-abiding gentleman. The corner of her eye twitched, but she tucked the gun away. Her look plainly said, before you say that, maybe wipe last night's blood off first. It'd be more convincing. By the door, Lin Manwei crouched on the floor with a grade E crystal core in her mouth, sunglasses hiding her ash-gray eyes, hood pulled low. I ran through the gear. Water, compressed rations, medicine, crystal cores. Steadily broke. Fill me in on your sister. Yi Qingxue slung her quiver over her shoulder. My sister's paraplegic. She lives in the shanty town north of here, about 20 minutes on foot from the east gate. She can't move around much, so before I go out scavenging, I leave her with Auntie Lynn next door. Pretty. Her fingers tightened. She said pointedly, Auntie Lynn is over 50. I gave her a look. This lord was asking about the patient. Pretty patients put me in a better mood to treat. She gritted her teeth and turned to open the door. Let's go. The bodies outside were already gone. To prevent zombie transformation, I'd put an extra blade through each of their eye sockets. Only drag marks of blood were left on the floor now. Yi Qingxue narrowed her eyes. So the rumors about people eating human flesh in the apocalypse weren't just rumors. A line had already formed outside the east gate. Several sun-dried zombies hung along the wall to scare people and to lay down the rules. The same guard who turned us away yesterday was still stationed by the iron gate. Yi Qingxue stepped up to register, but he pulled the gate open on his own. Get in. Her steps hitched. No registration? The guard's eyelid twitched. Busy day? Move it. His eyes swept over me, lingered on Yi Qingxue, then flicked to Lin Manwei with her sunglasses and lowered head. Yi Qingxue lowered her voice. Something's wrong. Normally they check IDs and ask where you're from. I smiled and stepped inside. As I passed him, I caught the smell of cheap cigarettes, the same one on those thugs from last night. I stopped abruptly, leaned in close, and said in a voice, quietly, those fat sheep last night, they weren't wild game, were they? His Adam's apple bobbed. His hand drifted to the baton at his waist while his eyes raked over Yi Qingxue's hips and legs. He lowered his voice. Once you're inside, don't wander. A few women go missing at night. Nobody's gonna investigate. I patted his shoulder, tapping it lightly with my fingertip. Half his body went numb instantly. He wanted to curse me out, but his tongue felt frozen solid. I turned and walked off, waving over my shoulder. Relax. We won't cause trouble. Spirit tracking. For 1 week. The moment this gatekeeper comes near me, I'll know. Yi Qingxue caught up in quick strides, a chill settling in her eyes. Is he connected to those men from last night? It's the apocalypse. A little side hustle is understandable. The safe zone was packed. Both sides of the street were lined with makeshift stalls thrown together from junked cars, planks, and sheet metal. A case of compressed biscuits, 2 pounds, was priced at 1 E-grade crystal core. A crate of 12 water bottles, also 1 core. Anti-inflammatories and painkillers were sold by the pill. Some people were dumping out their rings, necklaces, phones, everything. Only to hear, crystal cores only. A man knelt in front of a medicine stall, banging his forehead against the ground until it split open. Please, I'm begging you. My daughter's burning up, 104 degrees. The vendor pulled the bottle back and kicked him in the shoulder. Wanna die? Do it somewhere else. You're blocking business. I stared at the price boards. The apocalypse was only 2 weeks old. Where did these rules come from? There was nothing in the original host's memories about this. Then again, before he died, he'd been on his very first mission. If someone hadn't begged him for help, he'd have been a shut-in his whole life. Yi Qingxue lifted her gaze toward the center of the safe zone. A 50-story commercial tower stood there, much of its glass facade shattered. And yet, in this cannibalistic wasteland of a world, there were window washers rappelling down its side, repairing the exterior. Rumor has it, the day the apocalypse hit, a fairy descended. My steps stalled. A fairy. People say they saw her standing on the rooftop, cutting a zombie's head off with a flying sword. Others swear she waved her hand, and the iron gates slammed shut on their own, locking dozens of zombies outside. She paused. Some even say the zombie ranking system. She's the one who said it. I looked up at that tower. A flying sword? Telekinesis? Soul discernment? So this world had cultivators like me? If so, she'd need at least Foundation Establishment realm to fly a sword and kill from a distance. At my current stage, second layer of chi refining, a head-on fight would be certain death. Neither of us spoke for the rest of the way. My mind kept turning it over, until we passed a villa district. The host's memories yanked hard at my feet. On a distant hillside stood a 2-story Gothic house, dead ivy crawling up its ashen walls. That was the estate the host's old man had left behind. Its new owner went by a different name now, Luingru. I dug through the memories, and a mocking smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. The host's deadbeat father had been a notorious mob boss in the city. Riding on that reputation, the host himself was no saint either, harassing women, flipping over street vendors' stalls, that kind of thing. A punk like him, when he had his eye on a girl, the most predictable move was to just force himself on her. But the host never got the chance. His old man dropped dead unexpectedly. Enemies swarmed in, and his so-called buddies scattered faster than birds. That the host survived it all was thanks to the city's law enforcement. During those days when even stray dogs barked at him, Luingru showed up carrying warm chicken soup. One line, Chin Fan, you still have me, and that idiot fell apart on the spot. But 800 years of experience in the cultivation world had taught me this. 9 times out of 10, when someone throws themselves into your arms, it's not love. It's a cost-benefit analysis dressed up as affection. And sure enough, not long after, Luing-Ru was packing her bags with red-rimmed eyes, saying her mother had broken her leg and she had to move back to take care of her. The host, heartbroken, insisted on bringing her mother into the villa. A few days later, her freeloading brother moved in too, under the banner of helping sis look after mom. Then the neighbors started talking. Luing-Ru sat in the living room all day dabbing at her tears, saying she needed to leave, but her feet never actually moved. In the end, her scheming mother took the host's hand and sighed. Little fan, a girl's reputation is everything. Living together like this, how's Ru supposed to hold her head up later? Why don't you rent a place for now? Move back in after you two are married. That fool of a host actually went and checked into a hotel, eyes red the whole way. And the best part, after the apocalypse hit and the food in the villa ran out, Luing-Ru cried and begged the host to go out and scavenge, promising she'd give herself to him as long as he kept her alive. Which was exactly how he ended up chained to that rooftop by Su Qingqing. This playbook? Back at Joyous Union sect, even the lowest-ranking servants would have called it stale. What's wrong? Yi Qingxue asked, seeing me stop. Nothing. I pulled my eyes away. I made a promise to someone. There's an outstanding debt to collect. It's not urgent, though. Let's go see your sister first. The longer a debt sits, the more interest it accrues. Lead the way. She followed my gaze briefly, but didn't press. Slinging her bow over her shoulder, she headed toward the shantytown on the north side. The deeper we went, the narrower the road became. The stalls shifted from iron frames to tattered cloth tents. Wind lifted the plastic sheeting, exposing the blankets underneath. Muddy water leaked through the seams of the shacks, mixed with herb dregs and the stench of sweat. A few kids crouched against a wall, eyeing the pack on my back. Lin Manwei walked quietly at my side, hood pulled up, sunglasses on. As we passed a puddle, she paused half a step and forced a single syllable out of her throat. Cry. I reached up and smacked her on the head. Don't embarrass this lord. She tilted her head, her eyes completely hidden behind the shades. Yi Qingxue stopped in front of a small shack cobbled together from sheet metal and an old wooden door. The gaps in the door were stuffed with old newspaper. The window was covered with cardboard, leaving only a thin slit for airflow. The moment her hand touched the door, the sound of a wheelchair rolling across the floor came from inside. Creak. The door opened from within. A girl in bear-print pajamas sat in the wheelchair, pale face, red-rimmed eyes, a thin blanket over her lap. She looked up, froze for a second, and the next moment threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Qingxue's waist. The blanket slid to the floor. Sis, I thought you died out there. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened. Her hand came to rest on the girl's back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Aunt Lin said the Wang family put a bounty on you. I already made up my mind. If you came back as a zombie and tried to bite me, I wouldn't run. Yi Qingxue's throat worked. Shut up. I won't. The girl lifted her face, tears clinging to her lashes. You always say you'll be back soon. And every time, it takes you longer. I stood in the doorway. A status panel popped up. Name, Yi Wanqing. Age, 20. Occupation, Dan. Dancer, face, 91. Body, 86. Aura, 72. Purity, 100. Overall, 87.25. The two sisters were cut from the same cloth, both flat as washboards. But their legs weren't bad. Yi Qingxue's were athletic and full. Yi Wanqing's were paler and straighter. Solid raw material. The problem was the aura score. A dance student stuck in a wheelchair, dragged all the way down to 72. If those legs could stand again, breaking 90 wouldn't be out of reach. A jewel gathering dust. Once Yi Wanqing had cried herself out, she picked up the blanket, lifted her head, and locked eyes on me and Lin Manwei. Sis, who are they? Yi Qingxue was about to speak, but I drawled first. Your sister's man. The room went quiet. Yi Qingxue's ears flushed red. Chen Fan. Yi Wanqing blinked, tears still wet on her lashes, mouth running faster than her brain. Sis, you went out and sold yourself? Stayed out all night. Were you making babies too? Yi Qingxue's face stiffened. Get that trash out of your head. He saved me. Oh. Yi Wanqing looked me up and down, muttering under her breath. Well, not a bad deal. He's pretty hot. I laughed out loud. That mouth's got more of a future than your sister's. Lin Manwei shifted half a step closer to me, a low growl rolling from her throat. Mine. Yi Wanqing shrank back. And who's she? I pressed a hand down on Lin Manwei's hood. House pet. Doesn't do well with strangers. Lin Manwei. Cries. My face darkened. One more sound, and there's no dinner. Yi Qingxue shut the door and slid the bolt. Seeing her sister let it drop, Yi Wanqing didn't push further. The room was cramped. 2 small beds, a folding table, 2 spoonfuls of rice in a ceramic bowl in the corner, half a bottle of water on the table, a few painkillers. Yi Qingxue pulled out 2 compressed ration bars and handed them over. These past 2 days I was gone. The Wangs didn't come hassle you, did they? Yi Wanqing shook her head as she ate, looking like an adorable little groundhog. I didn't feel like sitting through their small talk, so I cut straight to it. How did the leg get hurt? Turns out, on day 1 of the apocalypse, the immortals descended, cleared out the safe zone, laid down the rules, and put the Wang family in charge of an enforcement squad. Wang Zhe, the family's precious young master, had been trashed long before the world ended. The moment the safe zone stabilized, he got drunk and cornered Yi Wanqing on North Street. A drunk hollowed out by booze and women was no match for a dance student. She kicked him square in the family jewels. Wang Zhe didn't die, but they popped. His bodyguard then kicked her in the lower back, and she went down and couldn't get up. Even the Wang family couldn't get away with murder in broad daylight, not with the rules in place, and not without owing the crowd an explanation. So the bodyguard ended up strung up on the shipping container wall at the north gate. Yi Wanqing dropped her head, fingers clenching the blanket. That memory had been sitting on her chest like a slab of stone. That devil's whisper still echoed in her ear. You're just a dancer. Sooner or later you'll be selling it anyway. Give it up right now, and the Wangs will set you up for life. After hearing them out, my eyes settled on Yi Wanqing. So the demon core cracked. Yi Qingxue shot me a glare. I crouched in front of Yi Wanqing, flipped the blanket aside, and laid my palm on her leg. She flinched like she'd been scalded, bristling instantly, her hands clamping down on my arm. What are you doing? Examining you. Examining me by groping my thigh. And reaching there, I looked up at her. Don't be squeamish about a doctor. To me, you're no different from a zombie. She pressed her lips together, unable to pry my hand off, and turned to look at her sister. Yi Qingxue gave a small nod. I pushed my spiritual energy into her leg, probing bone, tendon, meridian, blood flow. Second stage qi refining energy was fine and thin, like a single thread threading its way through her meridians. Her breathing went ragged. She stared at my hand, her face slowly turning red, biting down on her lower lip. Don't, that's not my leg anymore. I frowned and ignored her. Tendons had atrophied, but the injury was only about 2 weeks old. Nothing was fully sealed off yet. At second stage qi refining, I could fix this. It would just take enough crystal cores, plus massage, plus spiritual energy to nurture the tissue back. I pulled my hand back and stood. Yi Qingxue asked immediately, well, it's treatable. The moment those words landed, everything she'd been holding in cracked open. Zhou Xiaoyu's death, the exhaustion of clawing back from the corpse poison, her hatred for the Wangs. All of it came flooding out. She threw her arms around me, shoulders shaking silently. Yi Wanqing froze. You can really fix it? I gave her a flat, disdainful look. This master has no interest in lying to some little girl. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before she finally squeezed out. Then, thanks, brother-in-law. Yi Qingxue's face went red all over again. Wanqing. I grinned. Girls got style? But I'll need some supplies to help things along. Yi Qingxue sniffled and pulled herself together fast. Tell me what you need. I'll find a way. Something suddenly pricked at my senses. I walked to the corner, lifted the flap of cardboard covering the window, and looked out into the alley. No need. Someone's about to deliver. Yi Wanqing, sitting in her wheelchair, really looked at me for the first time. She'd probably decided this guy had a mouth that begged to be smacked and didn't act like a good person, either. But the second I stepped up to the door, the wind outside seemed to hold its breath. Thud. Something hit the door. Not the soft tap of a neighbor. Knuckles pressing into wood, each strike heavier than the last. Thud. Thud. A voice spoke from the other side, polite. Miss Yi, his lordship requests your presence at the Wang residence. Yi Wanqing's expression changed. The man smiled through the door. Auntie Lin from next door has already gone ahead. Best not keep an elderly lady waiting too long. That knock landed on every nerve in the room. Yi Qingxue immediately reached for her bow case. Yi Wanqing paled a shade, but her tongue didn't soften. Knock, knock, knock. What's the rush? You calling in a funeral? I didn't move. First I glanced at Lin Manwei. Hood pulled low, sunglasses covering half her face. Hearing the commotion outside, a low growl rolled from her throat. I reached up and pressed her hood down. Eat. Don't move. I pulled a crystal core from the system inventory and pressed it to her lips. She stared at the door like the person on the other side was pissing her off, then lowered her head and crunched it apart. Double return triggered. Obtained. D-rank crystal core X2. Only then did I turn and walk to the door, without any rush to open it. The man outside knocked again. Miss Yi, don't keep his lordship waiting. It'll be hard for me to explain if I go back empty-handed. Yi Qingxue's fingers tightened. What did you do to Annie Lin? Don't get the wrong idea. The Wang family just invited her over for tea. Yi Wanqing rolled her eyes. Tea? More like forced down your throat. Whoever was outside didn't dare respond. I reached over and cracked the door open. The guy was just about to speak when I planted my foot square in his chest. Bam! He flew backward, slammed into the wall, and sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth. But he didn't curse, didn't yell. He just looked up, saw me, and immediately plastered a smile on his face, hands raised in surrender. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I looked down at him. Misunderstanding? You grab people, put out a bounty, even haul off the neighbors, and you call that a misunderstanding? Sweat beaded on his forehead. The Lord says we can talk this out. Yi Qingxue stepped forward, fire simmering in her eyes. Bring Auntie Lin back first. She hasn't been mistreated, I swear. The Wang family's treating her real well. I sized him up. Interesting. This guy clearly wasn't here to start trouble. Talk. Make it good, and we'll come to your dinner. Terrified of failing his errand, he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Turns out Zhao Kai, the teammate who ditched Yi Qingxue and run, got a guilty conscience after making it back to the safe zone. Scared the Wangs would take it out on him too, he gritted his teeth and reported the bounty straight to Central Tower. The fairy was furious, chewed out the Wang family for infighting during the apocalypse, and warned them that if they couldn't clean this up, leadership of the enforcement squad was going to someone else. And that's a fat prize plenty of people were eyeing. The Wangs only got the seat in the first place because they were a local name with numbers behind them. He wiped his forehead. The Lord just wants to clear the air. Yi Qingshue's grip on her bow faltered. She hadn't expected Zhao Kai, of all people, to actually do something decent. I didn't say much. I scooped Lin Manwei up and tightened her hood for her. She let out a displeased little growl. Crystal. Easy. I patted her head, pressed a crystal core into her palm, and leaned close to her ear. Eat it when you're hungry. Once you're done, I'll be back. Stay in this room. Don't go anywhere. Then I pushed Yi Wanqing's wheelchair out the door. She tilted her head back to look at me. Brother-in-law, I'm coming too. If you don't come, how's the Wang family going to know what they owe? Yi Qingxue frowned. Her legs. That's exactly why, I said flatly. Otherwise they'll think a couple of sorries will smooth it over. Yi Wanqing blinked, then suddenly looked up and grinned at me. Now that I like to hear. Yi Qingxue didn't say anything else. She just slung her bow over her shoulder and followed. The guy led us toward the center of the safe zone, wearing a nervous smile the whole way. Along the road, Yi Wanqing whispered to her sister. What's between that pretty lady and brother-in-law? They look pretty close. I cut in. Grown-up business. Kids stay out of it. She puffed up instantly, chest thrown out. I'm 20. I glanced down. From my angle, the neckline of her little bear pajamas gaped wide open, and the pink lining underneath was very much on display. When I didn't say anything for a while, she followed my gaze, flushed with irritation, and yanked her buttons closed. My sisters aren't any bigger. Yi Qingxue turned bright red and rapped her over the head with the bow. I rubbed my nose. This seat commands 3,000 cauldrons of cultivation partners. Since when did I develop a taste for baby fruit? Though, in fairness, I'd misjudged before. Wanqing at least qualifies as a cherry. Along the way, plenty of heads poked out from the shantytown shacks. Isn't that Yi Qingxue? Didn't the Wangs say she broke the rules and had to be arrested? That guy up front, that's the Wang family's steward, right? How come he's being so polite? Is that her sister in the wheelchair? The murmuring was quiet, but it kept trickling into our ears. Outside the Wang family villa, the two black-vested guards at the gate saw our escort and immediately pulled the doors open. The Wangs weren't putting on airs today, at least not on the surface. The moment Yi Qingxue stepped inside, she looked to the side parlor. Auntie Lin was sitting in a chair with a cup of hot water and half a bowl of porridge in front of her, clothes still neat, face a little pale, but unharmed. Auntie Lin sprang up the second she saw her. Qingxue. Auntie Lin. Yi Qingxue's eyes went red at the rims. Thank God you're okay. After the apocalypse hit, and they'd holed up in the shantytown, aside from the perverts eyeing them and the neighbors who just watched from the sidelines, Auntie Lin was the only one who'd ever lent them a hand. Auntie Lin waved her off quickly. I'm fine. They just asked a few questions. Once she confirmed Auntie Lin really was okay, Yi Qingxue's shoulders finally relaxed. Watching from the side, I figured the Wang family had at least enough sense to lead with the right posture. Then footsteps came from the direction of the banquet hall. A middle-aged man stepped out first, with Wang Zhe trailing behind him. Wang Zhe walked slowly, knees pressed tight together, his face cycling through green and white. The middle-aged man stopped in front of the table and gave Yi Qingxue a nod first. Miss Yi, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. My son doesn't know any better. I'm Wang Yi. I hope you can forgive the trouble he caused. Wang Zhe stood off to the side, lips pressed into a thin line. Wang Yi lifted his chin. Well, apologize. Wang Zhe's face twitched a couple of times, but he lowered his head. What happened before, that was my fault. Yi Wanqing stared at him for a beat, then broke into a smile. Couldn't quite hear that. Wang Zhe's eye snapped up. She kept going. Leaking down below. Now your throat's leaking too. The banquet hall went dead silent. A few servants ducked their heads. Wang Zhe's face burned red, and the corner of Wang Ye's eye twitched, but he swallowed it. He knew today wasn't the day to settle scores. By that point, I'd already sat down. I picked up the chopsticks, grabbed a bite of greens, chewed twice, and nodded. A little tough. Wang Yi sat down, expression grim. And what should I call you? These days, a hot meal's not to be sniffed at. That's your opinion, I said, swallowing. I've had tenderer. Yi Qingxue glanced at me, but said nothing. She knew I was deliberately grinding it into the Wangs' faces, and the Wangs had to just take it. They couldn't afford to flip the table right now. I set the chopsticks down and looked at the two of them. What are you standing around for? Come eat. As if I were the host of this dinner. We can discuss compensation while we eat. Wang Yi frowned. What compensation? Wang Zhe already apologized. I tapped the table. We're all adults here. Apologies don't mean squat. Let's talk something real. While I spoke, I scooped a potato into my bowl. Simple ingredients, sure, but a hell of a lot better than compressed rations. 20D grade crystal cores, painkillers, bandages. I paused. And a fresh batch of vegetables. Wang Yi took a deep breath and slowly leaned back in his chair. Quite the appetite for a young man. Aren't you afraid you'll choke? He'd been around the block long enough to hold his composure, at least. You can have the painkillers and bandages. Forget the rest. Wang Zhe sat down, his face dark. Fresh vegetables? We don't even have enough for ourselves. Kid, don't push your luck. 1 D-grade crystal core is worth 10 E-grades. The enforcement squad works 3 days to earn a single one. Keep pushing, and even Fairy won't take your side. I raised an eyebrow, tapping the table lightly with my fingertip. If you think it's not worth it, let's try a different math. 20 D-grade cores stays, and I'll throw in 1 C-grade core on top. My reasoning was simple. If D-grade cores were equivalent to low-grade spirit stones, then C-grade should be mid-grade. I wanted to test the theory. With actual mid-grade spirit stones, plus the refund mechanic, my cultivation speed would multiply tenfold. Easy. Insolent. Wang Yi slammed his palm on the table, the teacups rattling. A C-grade core. You couldn't find more than a handful in the entire safe zone. Those are the key to an Esper's breakthrough. You think the Wang family runs a charity? I didn't even lift my eyelids. I turned to Wang Zhe and drawled. Whether it's possible depends on what young Master Wang has to say. What if I told you I could make you a man again, young Master Wang? Would that C-grade core still seem expensive? The tea in the banquet hall was still swirling. The moment those words landed, Wang Zhe's face went white, then red, and finally swelled into the color of rotten liver. His hand instinctively shot to his crotch. That kick from 2 weeks ago still woke him up in pain every night. His life had been spared, sure, but what came after? The drinking buddies and womanizing pals he used to run with all avoided him now, calling him Eunuch Wang behind his back. The bolder ones would pitch their voice up in falsetto the moment they saw him. It was worse than being killed. Wang Ye's hand froze mid-slam. He stared at me, his eyes heavy enough to crush a man. From her wheelchair, Yuanqing muttered under her breath, "Brother-in-law's got a nasty mouth. Hits people right where it hurts." Yi Qingxue pressed down on her sister's shoulder, but her gaze was locked on me too. She wanted to know if I could actually treat it, or if I was just using this as a knife to slash the Wang family's face. Wang Zhe cracked first. What makes you so sure? His voice trembled with hatred and a sliver of hope. I leaned back in my chair, lazily picked up a piece of greens with my chopsticks, and chewed for a long while before swallowing. Not because it tasted good, mainly for the fiber. Setting the chopsticks down, I said, "My family has practiced medicine for generations. We specialize in the tough cases." Yi Qingxue came to me to treat her sister's legs. I turned to her. "Isn't that right?" A single syllable. Wang Yi sneered. "I've consulted every doctor in the safe zone. They all said it couldn't be done. Some snot-nosed kid claims he can cure it. Who's going to believe that?" I frowned. "They can't cure it because they don't have the skill. That's not on this Vin. Ahem. That's not on my family's ancestral medical arts." Wang Yi narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe me. But his son's reaction, he couldn't bring himself to snuff out that flicker of hope. Wang Zhe's eyes were glued to me now, like a drowning man spotting a piece of driftwood. Wang Yi finally spoke, slowly. "Prove it first." He pointed at Wang Zhe. "If you really have the ability, I'll provide the medicine and materials. The cores, we'll talk after he's cured." Yi Qingxue's brow furrowed. She caught it. The Wang family was trying to get something for nothing. Yi Wanqing dropped her wisecracks too, her hand gripping the armrest. But I wasn't in any hurry. I tapped the table with my fingertip. 20D grade cores, painkillers, bandages, on the table. Now. Wang Ye's face darkened. "This is extortion." I glanced at Wang Zhe. "Your dad thinks your family jewels aren't worth much." Wang Zhe's face contorted. He turned to Wang Yi. "Dad, That single word carried every ounce of the breakdown he'd been bottling up. The muscles in Wang Ye's face twitched. He could pressure outsiders, but not his own son, especially not with Wang Ze looking like a dog with its tail stomped off. After a few beats of silence, he finally raised his hand. Butler. The old butler withdrew and quickly returned with a small black box, followed by servants carrying several parcels. The box opened to reveal 20D-grade crystal cores nestled inside. Cloth bags were laid out on the table, painkillers, bandages, and a small basket of fresh greens. I casually tossed the goods over to Yi Qingxue. Ding? Nothing. No refund triggered. The system was dead silent. Kind of disappointing. Couldn't freeload. 1 star. Still preferred our Manway fragrance. I stood up and looked at Wang Ze. Everyone else out. And drop your pants. Unless you'd like everyone to get a good look at your little earthworm. Wang Ze flushed even deeper, but he didn't curse. Wang Yi rose and led everyone to the side hall. On the way out, I made sure to tell the 2 ladies to grab some greens to eat outside. Certain places, maybe if they ate a little more, they'd grow a little more. I, Chen Fan, am no perv. Making them boost their body stats was purely for their own benefit. The door shut. Only Wang Ze and I remained in the dining room. He sat in his chair, fingers clamped wide around the armrests. You gonna use a knife? No. Medicine? No. I walked up to him and held out 2 fingers. Hold still. He gritted his teeth. You'd better not be screwing with me. I didn't bother replying. 2 fingers pressed against the small of his back. Once, twice, 3 times. The acupoints weren't the point. The point was that thread of spiritual energy. The Hahuan sect had a niche technique, not meant for humans, but for putting spirit beasts in heat for breeding. Brutally effective, and just as brutal a cost. It forcibly ignited the qi and blood, forcing residual vitality to flow back. It burned life force in exchange for pleasure in the now. I channeled that wicked strand of spiritual energy into him. Wang Ze sucked in a sharp breath. You? He was about to curse, but the next instant, his whole body went rigid, his eyes bulging. He looked down, then up. The venom on his face shattered, leaving only wild ecstasy. I can feel it. His voice exploded out. Dad, I can feel it. Over in the side hall, a chair went tumbling backward. Wang Yi shot up, and every servant's head snapped around. Yi Qingxue's expression shifted. Yi Wanqing froze too, half a piece of green still hanging from her mouth. Wang Ze practically lunged out of the room, clothes still half undone, nearly dropping to his knees in front of Wang Yi. Dad, he really can cure it. He really can. Give it to him. Give him everything. Wang Yi steadied him, confirming the change with his own eyes, and his expression shifted. When he looked at me again, the contempt was gone. Sir, that one word made the banquet hall even quieter. No one was going to treat me as some pretty boy pushover anymore. I ambled back to the table and picked up my teacup. Don't thank me yet. That was just to show you I can cure it. I never said I would. Wang Yi drew a deep breath. My apologies for earlier. I didn't respond. He paused, then continued. A C-grade crystal core, that's a tall order. They barely circulate inside the safe zone. Could I trouble you to treat my son first, sir? The Wang family will make good on it after. I laughed. A minute ago you were saying I was dreaming. Now you're the one dreaming. Wang Ye's face darkened. A C-grade crystal core. You'd have to kill a zombie with abilities to get one. In the entire safe zone, aside from Fairy, who had that kind of strength. Wang Ze panicked and grabbed his father's sleeve. Dad, I don't want to live like a cripple anymore. Wang Ye's back bent slightly. He glared at me through gritted teeth. Fine. I'll do everything in my power to find that C-grade crystal core. Until I do, I'll have a basket of vegetables and fruit delivered to your residence every day. I nodded. Now that's how you do business. Yi Qingxue didn't look pleased at all. Watching Wang Ze's ecstatic expression, her brow only furrowed deeper. This is the guy who put Wanqing in a wheelchair. If he really recovers, how many more girls will suffer? Yi Wanqing spoke first, her voice ice cold. If curing my legs means healing an animal like him in exchange, then I'd rather stay this way. Yi Qingxue's hand tightened, but she didn't stop her sister. She felt exactly the same. My face fell. Enough. One word, and both sisters fell silent. I didn't explain, and I couldn't be bothered to. Since when did a demonic cultivator need to hold a moral press conference before doing business? Wang Yi took it all in, pegging me as some mercenary quack who only cared about profit. That kind of guy was actually easier to deal with. If the price was right, you could buy him. May I have your name, sir? Chun. As in Chun Bing Bai Wan, marshalling 1,000,000 troops. He lowered his voice. Very well, Mr. Chun Bai Wan. If my son recovers, the Wang family is prepared to offer long-term patronage. I looked at this uncultured prince and didn't bother explaining. I shouldered my bag. Pay off your debt first. Then we'll talk about patronage. With that, I pushed Yi Wanqing's wheelchair toward the door. Yi Qingxue followed. Auntie Lin was escorted out as well. Wang Ze stood in the hall, watching me walk away, his eyes burning with an intensity that was downright unsettling. The alleys of the shantytown were still narrow. Yi Qingxue pushed the wheelchair in silence. Yi Wanqing kept her head down, her eyes a little red. She was no saint. She wanted to stand up again. It was her dream, even in her sleep. Ever since she was a little girl, her dream had been to dance like a butterfly before the man she loved, and she'd sacrificed plenty for it. But she couldn't stand the thought of someone like Wang Zhe being saved. When we reached a quiet corner of the alley, I stopped, glanced back at the sisters, and let out a scoff. You really think I was feeling generous? That I'd help that mongrel get his manhood back? Yi Wanqing looked up, tears still clinging to her lashes. Yi Qingxue turned to me too. That was a killing technique meant for breeding beasts, I said flatly. It forcibly ignites the blood and qi. The better it feels, the faster it burns through your lifespan. Wang Zhe's thanking me now. Give it a little while, and he'll be thanking his ancestors for taking him home. Yi Wanqing froze. A few seconds later, she burst out laughing. She didn't even wipe her tears. The corners of her mouth were already curling up. Brother-in-law, you're wicked. Yi Qingxue's tense shoulders relaxed too. She said quietly, could you give us a heads up next time? I walked on with my hands behind my back. Does this seat need to answer to the likes of you? The wind blew through, and the plastic tarps of the shantytown rustled loudly. Plenty of people poked their heads out, staring at that patch of green like their eyes were about to pop out. Auntie Lin walked alongside, not knowing what to do with her hands. Mr. Chun, we really owe you today. If it weren't for you, this old woman's life. I cut her off. Thank the sisters. I jerked my chin. This seat was just being convenient. Auntie Lin didn't understand what this seat meant. She just figured this young man had an odd temperament and nodded rapidly. Yi Wanqing stared at the basket of greens, her throat bobbing several times. Sis. Can we really eat leaves every day from now on? Yi Qingxue's steps faltered. Before the apocalypse, her little sister had hated vegetables more than anything. Now she was asking if she could eat them every day. I glanced back at her. If the Wang family dares cut us off, this seat will cut Wang Zhe off first. Yi Wanqing immediately gave me a thumbs up. Brother-in-law is unstoppable. Cut the flattery. I glanced at her blanket-covered legs. When I treat your legs later, don't scream if it hurts. She played tough. I've got a high pain tolerance. Half an hour later, in the little house, Yi Wanqing gripped the arms of her wheelchair, her face flushed as red as a ripe peach. Brother-in-law, can you not move your hand any higher? I crouched in front of her, palm pressed against the meridians of her thigh. Quit whining. But that's not even my leg anymore. Meridians don't grow according to the map in your head. Yi Qingxue stood off to the side, her ears bright red. She knew I was actually treating her sister, but this method of treatment was hard to describe. In the corner, Lin Manwei crouched very quietly. Her hood was pulled low, sunglasses covering her eyes. But her head kept tracking the movement of my hand, and every so often a sound would slip from her throat. Cries. I didn't even turn around. Get in line to be jealous. Yi Wanqing blinked. She's jealous? I kept a straight face. Little sister from back home. Fried her brain from a fever when she was a kid. Lin Manwei. Cries. Yi Wanqing was quiet for a couple of beats. Poor girl. I didn't bother responding. My spiritual energy circulated once through her leg, and finally cleared a small blocked section of qi and blood just below the bend of her knee. Yi Wanqing shuddered and looked down at her toes. Just now, her toes had twitched. Barely, but they definitely moved. Yi Qingxue saw it too and immediately dropped into a crouch. Wanqing. Yi Wanqing's mouth hung open. It took her forever to finally get out. Brother-in-law, feel me up again tomorrow. Yi Qingxue. I stood up and rolled my wrist. This seat has practiced medicine for many years. This is the first time a patient has voluntarily asked for extra sessions. Yi Wanqing yanked the blanket up and buried her face in it. It's so I can stand up again. Solid reasoning. I looked down at my own hand. The sisters really did have nice legs, one firm, one long and slender. Presiding over the Hehuan sect for 800 years, how did I never think to hold a best legs contest? All my fault for caring too much about inner beauty, always diving straight to the bottom, so boring in hindsight. That evening, Auntie Lin borrowed a pot from next door. Yi Qingxue chopped the vegetables. The moment the water boiled and the greens dropped in, the whole little house seemed to come alive. There wasn't much rice, so the porridge came out thin. But the second the steam rose, Yi Wanqing's eyes went red again. She held her bowl, still playing tough. I hate leaves. Auntie Lin picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her sister's bowl. Leaves are precious now. Yi Wanqing lifted the bowl. Her hand trembled slightly. Auntie Lin stood up and bowed to me solemnly. Mr. Qin Baiwan, thank you. Yi Qingxue. Just as she was about to explain my name, I raised a hand to stop her. Out here in the wild, a few aliases come in handy. Yi Wanqing beamed sweetly. Thanks, brother-in-law. Once my legs heal, I'll dance for you. Yi Qingxue shot me a look. She'd meant to thank me too. Without me, she'd probably be dead alongside Zhou Xiaoyu back in that rundown apartment complex. But then it hit her. Her whole body belonged to me now. She just didn't know how to explain that to her little sister. I took a sip of the kanji. Bland, but better than compressed rations. Save your thanks, I said. The Wang family still owes you a blood debt. Yi Wanqing nodded immediately. Right, we can't let that Wang eunuch off easy. I side-eyed her. That mouth of yours. Once your legs heal, you're gonna get chased down and beaten. But I've got you, brother-in-law, don't I? This lord charges steep rates. After dinner, I turned to Auntie Lin. Mind if the two sisters bunk with you tonight? Yi Wanqing froze, glancing at the two narrow beds. Huh? We could squeeze in here. Auntie Lin blinked, then quickly nodded. Sure, I've got a small cot over there. We'll manage. Yi Qingxue and nearly knocked over her bowl with her chopsticks. She got it. I wanted to keep Lin Manwei behind for cultivation. After all, last night had been her turn. Her ears flushed red. That was just to recover her energy quickly, to prep for whatever went down at the safe zone. Right, rapid energy recovery. The dual cultivation technique really did work. After all, he was a doctor. Yi Wanqing narrowed her eyes. Sis, do you know something I don't? That lady seems off. She didn't even come eat with us. Yi Qingxue started wheeling her chair away. Stop asking. I'm 20, and still need to shut up. Auntie Lin laughed, smoothing things over as she led the sisters next door. The door clicked shut. The little room fell quiet. I slowly lifted the hood off Lin Manwei. Behind the sunglasses, those gray-white eyes fixed on my hand. Cries. I pulled a D-rank crystal core from my backpack. She immediately stepped back. I didn't force it. I peeled back the torn fabric on her shoulder and checked the old wound. The D-rank core from earlier today hadn't fully dissolved yet. The black-red claw marks from the D-rank zombie had half closed. The corpse veins on her neck had faded a bit, but a gray-white aura still churned beneath her skin. Crystal this, crystal that. You can't even take another one right now. I put the core away. The system's anti-exploit mechanic was pretty clear at this point. You couldn't just spam feed crystal cores. When Yi Qingxue had returned hers, the refund got wiped. Lin Manwei couldn't absorb any more. Forcing it would only cause problems. To snowball this, I needed a different approach. My gaze landed on the bottled water in the corner. Lin Manwei didn't drink water, but her body had dried blood and grime on it. My eyes narrowed. She won't drink it, and force-feeding doesn't count as use. But what about washing? I grabbed a beat-up basin and poured in a bottle of water. Sit. She tilted her head. Cries. This lord's gonna clean you up nice and pretty. She stiffened at first, shoulders tense. I blew softly on the back of her neck. Hold still. She calmed down fast. The water wiped away the dried blood, taking the black-red filth with it. I watched the system the entire time. As the bottle ran dry, the mechanical voice finally chimed in my head. Gifted resource, mineral water X1. 2x refund triggered. Received, mineral water X2. Stored in system space. Retrieve. My hand stopped. Got it. Not just consumption. As long as the bound target actually used something, it counted. I'd found a new loophole in the system. I withdrew another bottle and kept cleaning the ends of her hair and her wounds. When the second bottle ran out, the system chimed again. 2x refund triggered. Received, mineral water X2. 10 bottles in, I'd wiped down both her and myself, and my mood was soaring. A small row of water bottles had accumulated in my system space. The system space couldn't take items in from the outside, but as long as I didn't withdraw them, they'd stay stored indefinitely. It was the one little bug I'd managed to exploit so far. Yi Wanqing's hushed voice came through the wall. Sis, don't wipe my legs down tomorrow. Save the water for drinking. Gotta keep that little butt clean. Don't be lazy. Sis, that tickles. Out there, people were bashing each other's skulls in over a few bottles of water. And here I was, using mineral water for baths. Should I give the Yi sisters a wash tomorrow too? Nah, wait until my cultivation goes up. The system was my biggest trump card, and I wasn't about to let anyone in on it. After incinerating the empty bottles with fire technique, the room reeked of burning plastic, forcing me to follow up with air purification technique. Good thing the refund multiplier was 2x. I didn't have to be quite so stingy with spiritual energy anymore. Next, I took out one of the refunded E-rank crystal cores and slipped it into Lin Manwei's mouth. Hold it. Don't bite. She obediently kept it in her mouth. Freshly washed, Lin Manwei was even more tempting than before, especially with a chest that outclassed both Yi sisters. Manwei, oh Manwei, you sure were well fed before all this. I stood up, connected. The joyful union scripture began circulating, spiritual energy guiding her corpse aura. Not a brute takeover, a careful untangling. The murky death aura inside her, once a snarled knot, was now being teased loose thread by thread, flowing slowly along channels that resembled meridians. Her body trembled faintly. The gray-white aura gathered at her dantian. One rotation, then another. My expression shifted. This wasn't ordinary corpse aura anymore. It had been refined by the joyful union scripture, nourished by crystal cores, and guided by my spiritual energy. It was something new. Corpse spirit chi. Next door, Yuan Qing hugged her blanket, ear pressed to the wall. Sis, what are they doing? Yi Qingxue pushed her head back onto the pillow. Sleeping. Then why does the room keep shaking? They're not going to tear down my little house, are they? Old bed. Sis, your face is really red. Close your eyes. Back in the little room, I reined in my spiritual energy. System notifications popped up one after another. Deep dual cultivation completed with bound target. Cultivation refund triggered. Current multiplier 2x. Received. This session's cultivation x2. The second spiritual energy vortex in my dantian swelled noticeably, not far from the third stage of chi refining now. At a normal pace, it would have taken another 2 weeks. I was about to wrap up when I glanced down. Lin Manwei didn't beg for a crystal core like usual. She raised a hand and pressed it to her lower abdomen. In those gray-white eyes, a flicker of clarity briefly surfaced. The light was faint, but it wasn't feral. I sent a thread of spiritual energy into probe. That gray-white vortex inside her had actually taken shape. The structure was crude, the attribute cold and dark, but at its core, it already resembled the spiritual energy vortex of a Qi refining stage 1 cultivator. I murmured, this is Qi refining stage 1. I pulled up the panel. Name, Lin Manwei. Status, zombified. Age, 30. Former Asia-Pacific Sales Director. Appearance, 92. Figure, 92. Aura, 86-87. Purity, 99. Overall, 93.5. She looked up at me. This time she didn't rush to call out Crystal. Her lips parted, her voice hoarse. F.A. fan. I paused for half a breath, then pressed my hand down on her head and laughed. Not bad. Your vocabulary's finally expanding. She pressed her forehead into my palm, quiet as a beast that had just eaten its fill. Tonight wasn't a loss, but this rundown shack was really killing the mood. Tomorrow, I'm going to take back the house that was rightfully mine. Summer sun rises early. The chill of last night still hung in the air outside the shantytown. Aunt Lin's place was silent, and the Yi sisters were still asleep. I pushed open the door. Lin Manwei followed at my heels, hood pulled low, sunglasses on. Today I'll show you just how stupid this sovereign used to be. She looked up and nuzzled my palm. Crystal. I paused, then popped a crystal core into her mouth. Suck on it. Don't bite. I just brushed your teeth this morning. Don't blow your cover. She quieted down. The two of us cut through the streets on the north side of the safe zone. Dawn had barely broken, but a few scattered vendors were already setting up stalls. People who couldn't bring themselves to leave the safe zone to hunt zombies, scraping by on whatever they could sell off from home. The tin shacks along the road gradually gave way to standalone houses. I stopped in front of a Gothic-style villa. Gray-white walls, pointed windows, junk hanging off the iron gate, and a bunch of gaudy red and green floral dresses drying in the yard. I smiled. Simp too hard, and you don't even get to keep the doghouse. Sensing my mood, Lin Manwei let out a low growl from her throat. I pressed my hand to the back of her head. Easy. This meal needs to be savored slowly. I raised my foot. Bam! The iron gate flew open, and a whole row of shelving in the yard toppled over. A woman's scream came from inside. Sure enough, Lu Yingru came bursting out. White nightgown, hair loose. The moment she saw me, her eyes went red, like she'd rehearsed it. Chen Fan, you're still alive? I've been so worried about you all this time. I gave her a once-over. Lu Yingru, 22, finance major. Appearance, 88. Figure, 85. Aura, 75. Purity, 100. Overall, 87. Doesn't make the cut. No matter how pretty she cries, she's still just a high-end manipulator. Her looks and figure aren't bad. It's the fake, scheming vibe that drags her aura score down. Her mother came running out right behind her, slapping her thigh. Little fan, you're finally back. Yingru's been thinking about you every single day. She's practically cried her eyes out. Behind the door, Lu Yingru's younger brother, Lu Peng, poked half his head out. Chen Fan, what the hell are you kicking down doors for this early? You out of your mind? Heh, not even calling me brother-in-law anymore. A few of the surrounding villas started opening their windows. Some people leaned out. Others stepped up to their doors to watch the show. Lu Yingru's tears rolled faster. Chen Fan, did you misunderstand something? I've been holding down the fort here ever since the apocalypse hit. You told me yourself. This place was my home. The crowd murmured. Isn't that the Chen family's punk kid? Yeah, he was pretty rotten back in the day. He's not really coming back to take a woman's house, is he? I listened without a flicker of expression. If the original owner of this body had heard that, he'd already be drowning in guilt. Too bad. The one standing here now is the sect master of the Hahuan sect. I stepped inside. Lu Ping jumped in front of me. Wait, what do you think you're doing? I'm walking into my own house. I need your permission for that. Don't you know people will talk about my sister if you do this? Fine. Then tonight, your sister has my permission to climb into my bed. After that, no one will talk about her anymore. Lu Peng froze. I shoved him aside and kept walking. Seeing that my reaction wasn't following her script, and with the crowd at the gate growing by the second, Lu Yingru, professional tea brewer that she is, snapped right back into character. Chen Fan, back when you had nothing, I was the one who didn't look down on you. How did you become like this? I know you resent me for not giving myself to you, but I have my dignity too. Is it because of this woman behind you? Have you moved on to someone else? Lin Manwei wanted to bare her teeth, then remembered my instructions and settled for shuffling along in tiny steps behind me. The living room was a mess. The Chen family's furniture had been rearranged into chaos. Half-eaten cans sat on the coffee table, and Lu Peng's dirty socks were bunched up next to the couch. Lu Yingru rushed forward to grab my sleeve. I sidestepped her. Save the tears. You're going to need them in a minute. Her hand froze in midair, and the next second her expression turned even more wounded. Chen Fan, you really have misunderstood me. I just wanted to hold this home together for you. I met her eyes. Bed or door? Your pick. The living room went dead silent. Lu's mother stood stunned for 2 whole seconds, then exploded. What did you say? This is Yingru's home. You're telling us to get out? She dropped down onto the floor and started slapping her thighs. There's no justice in this world. You rotten piece of, my daughter treated him like gold, and now he wants to steal our house. Seeing the crowd at the door swell, the old woman only cranked her volume up louder. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I walked straight over to the row of cabinets under the staircase. According to the original body's memories, Chen Senior's safe was behind a hidden panel built into the wall. Lu Peng saw where I was headed and his face changed. What are you doing? I kicked the wooden panel loose, exposing a black safe. I raised my hand. Spiritual energy threaded into the lock. Click. The door swung open. For a split second, the tears on Lu Yingru's face stopped. She knew better than anyone what was inside. But hadn't I told her I lost the key? A few days ago, Lu Peng had spent hours trying to pry it open and finally gave up. I pulled out a stack of documents, property deed, copy of the ownership registration, and a few gold bars. I slapped them down on the coffee table. Talking feelings is too expensive. Today, this sovereign is only talking property rights. Lu's mother's mouth hung open. No sound came out. Lu Peng lunged forward to grab the papers. I swung my foot up. Bam! He flew across the room, slammed into the TV stand, and crumpled to his knees, clutching his stomach. You hit me. I looked down at him. I didn't kill you. That's already me being sentimental. The neighbors watching from outside started whispering. So it really is the Chun family's house. I told you. No way a villa that nice gets sold off without anyone hearing about it. Yeah, look at what these people are wearing. No way they could afford this place. Lu Yingru bit down on her lip, her voice trembling. The rules of the apocalypse changed a long time ago. Whoever's living in the house owns it. You weren't here if it hadn't been for us. This house was claimed a long time ago. I laughed. Claimed? Isn't that just a fancy word for stealing? Lu Peng scrambled to his feet. You think you're such a big shot just because you can beat up a few widows and orphans? He whipped out his walkie-talkie. Brother-in-law, someone broke into our house. He's threatening to beat my sister and force her to sleep with him. Get over here with the enforcement squad now. The moment I heard enforcement squad, I didn't stop him. Instead, I sauntered over and plopped down on the couch, picked up a half-empty water bottle from the table, gave it a disgusted once-over, and set it back down. Lu Yingru stood by the door, finally getting some of her nerve back. Soon enough, footsteps echoed outside. 3 men in black uniforms, the enforcement squad, marched in. Their leader, Wang Yong, had a baton on his belt. He checked on Lu Yingru first, made sure she was okay, and only then turned his eyes on me. Lu Yingru immediately ducked behind him. Yong, I'm scared. That one word made Wang Yong's bones go weak. This pure yet sultry woman. He hadn't even held her hand yet, and now this idiot had handed him the perfect chance to get to first base. He had to put on a good show. He jabbed a finger at me, breaking and entering, threatening a resident. You're coming with us. I slid the property deed to the edge of the table. Can you read? Wang Yong barely glanced at it and sneered. It's the end of the world, pal. You think a piece of paper's gonna scare anyone? Let me spell it out for you. In this safe zone, the fairy's rules are the only rules. And the Wang family? We're her mouthpiece here. If the enforcement squad says you broke the law, then you broke the law. We can dig up evidence later. I nodded. Even Wang Yi didn't have the guts to lay it out like that when he met me yesterday. Wang Yong froze for a second, then laughed. You think dropping the boss's name is gonna scare me? The Wang family's one thing, the enforcement squad's another. Even if Lord Wang himself were standing here, rules are rules. He puffed out his chest for effect, throwing a sidelong glance at Lu Yingru, clearly imagining himself as the very embodiment of order in the apocalypse. Sure enough, Lu Yingru chimed in. Yo, don't be too hard on him. He just hates me too much. I looked at the two of them, still smiling. Nice speeches, both of you. Make sure to repeat them in a minute. I'd already spotted Wang Yi jogging toward us from a distance. Wang Yong's face darkened. Guess you don't know how to take a hint. He reached out to grab my shoulder. Lin Manwei let out a low growl from her throat. I put a hand on her to hold her back, smiling as I let Wang Yong keep going. His hand landed on me like a clay ox sinking into the sea. He couldn't budge me an inch. A little spell, 1,000-pound anchor. Just as he was reaching for the baton at his waist, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Wang Yi walked in with several Wang family members. We weren't far from the Wang estate, and with all this racket this early in the morning, Wang Yi, still in the middle of the fairy's observation period, had no choice but to show up in person. The second Wang Yong saw him, he rushed over. Uncle, you got here just in time. This punk's been throwing your name around, causing chaos in the villa district. I was just about to haul him in. Wang Yi didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on me, sitting on the couch. Wang Yong kept going. Guys like this need to be dealt with hard, or the whole safe zone falls apart. Wang Yi finally turned to face him. Who the hell gave you permission? Wang Yong blinked. Huh. Wang Ye's voice dropped low. Who gave you permission to use the enforcement squad as a woman's personal cheer squad? The crowd gawking at the door went dead silent. The fragile mask on Lu Yingru's face cracked wide open. Lu Peng's mouth opened and closed. The words brother-in-law got stuck in his throat. Not a single sound came out. Wang Yi stepped into the living room and cupped his hands respectfully toward me. Mr. Chen Baiwan, my subordinate doesn't know his place. I didn't budge. I just raised a hand and pointed at Wang Yong. This guy said even if you showed up, it wouldn't matter. I own this place. I've got the deed. But according to the fairy's rules, I can't live here. Is that true? Wang Ye's eyelid twitched. He knew I was leveraging the situation, but he had no choice but to play along. The fairy had just smacked the Wang family down. If the enforcement squad blew up in another scandal, the power really might change hands. Wang Yi turned around. Break him. Two Wang family men stepped forward instantly and pinned Wang Yong down. His face went white. Uncle, wait. Wang Ye's foot slammed into his shin. Crack. Wang Yong screamed and crumpled to his knees. Abusing the authority of the enforcement squad. Break one leg. Kicked out of the squad. Drag him out. Wang Yong was hauled up, staring desperately at the woman he'd been fantasizing about. Yingru, save me. But Lu Yingru just stood there, frozen, her hands and feet ice cold. Mother Lu had collapsed onto the floor. Lu Peng shrank into the corner, not daring to breathe another curse. Wang Yi turned to the three Lius. Illegal occupation of private property. False accusation against a survivor. Manipulating the enforcement squad for personal vendettas. With every word, Lu Yingru's face got a shade paler. You have 3 days. Each of you turns in 1 E-grade crystal core, or you get the hell out of the safe zone. With that, Wang Yi gave me a fist-in-palm salute and turned to leave. The onlookers, seeing the show was over, scattered. Lu Peng immediately lunged forward and wrapped himself around my leg. Brother-in-law, please help us. You just came back from outside. You must have crystal cores. I was wrong, I get it now. Just promise you'll help us, and I'll convince my sister to marry you right now. I kicked him off. I'm not qualified to be your brother-in-law. Go find the guy with the broken leg. He tried to grab me again. Brother-in-law, you can't do this. If you do, my sister will hate you for the rest of her life. I kicked him off again. Deal then. Lu Peng looked completely lost. What the hell? Chen Fan used to be willing to walk through fire for his sister. How did one trip outside the safe zone turn him into a different person? Lu Yingru finally spoke, her voice so soft it seemed about to shatter. Chen Fan, you didn't used to be like this. I didn't even glance at her. That idiot from before? He's dead. Only now did Mother Lu snap back to reality. Watching her precious son get kicked, panic and rage twisted every roll of fat on her face. Chen Fan, you heartless animal. She jabbed a finger at my nose, wailing. If you don't help us today, I'll kill myself right here in front of you. Still shrieking, she lunged as if to throw herself at me. Too bad for her. She was dealing with the master of the Hahuan sect. I didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. I had zero patience for this trashy tantrum routine, so I just raised my leg and kicked. Wham! Right in the gut. All 140 pounds of her let out a howl and went flying backward, crashing ass first onto the coffee table, sending empty cans clattering everywhere. You old hack, I gave you face and this is what you do with it? You eat my food, live under my roof, squat in my villa, and you actually thought this dump was yours. Mother Lu's face contorted in pain, moaning and groaning, tears and snot smeared all over her face. I let out a cold snort and walked. I stepped forward and delivered 2 more sharp kicks to her ass and thighs. The force was brutal, The old woman rolled twice like a rubber ball, her wailing jumping up 2 octaves. As a self-proclaimed respect your elders, love the young, aspiring young man of the cultivation world, I've always treated my enemies equally. The cultivation world values equality among all beings. Whether it's some sharp-tongued punk or a shameless old hag playing the age card, they all belong to the same class. Needs and ass-kicking. Giving them the same physical treatment is my way of showing maximum respect. That's the baseline decency of a demon lord like me. Lu Yingru stood to the side, her face dark. She knew what kind of person I used to be and thought she had this simp on a leash. But today's me. Chen Fan, I know I did some things wrong. But setting facts aside, are you really blameless? Sending the 3 of us out to hunt crystal cores? You might as well tell us to go die. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes and actually managed to squeeze out real tears. A premium furnace cauldron material, an involuntary crier. The grievance she'd worked up got stuck in her throat. She'd assumed that once the tears came, I'd at least soften a little. But I just pulled my gaze away and pointed at the door. Pack your shit. Get out. Tears, playing weak, playing the victim, topped off with, I did it all for you. Those were her lifelong specialties. The old me would have panicked, would have coaxed her, would have piled every mistake onto my own shoulders. But now, I wasn't going to waste any more time on them. I stood up and headed for the door with Lin Manwei. At the doorway, I paused. Before I get back, if a single thing goes missing from this house, I'll take it out of your hides. Lu Peng's face twitched. Mother Lu just clutched her stomach, muttering under her breath. Lu Yingru stood in the middle of the living room, tear tracks still fresh. Back in the shantytown, Yi Qingxue was massaging Yi Wanqing's legs. There wasn't much in the room. A few old clothes, a couple bottles of water, 2 packs of crackers, some pills, and 1 empty suitcase. That was the sister's entire net worth after the apocalypse. I pushed the door open, scanned the room, and said 2 words, we're moving. Yi Wanqing, sitting in her wheelchair, blinked. Moving where? The Villa District. The room went silent. She glanced down at her legs, then looked up at me. Brother-in-law, are you keeping us as your kept women? Yi Qingxue's ears flushed red. She snapped in a low voice. Wanqing. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. My patients aren't living in a tin shack. It ruins the treatment. Yi Qingxue's hands stilled. She looked at those 2 rickety beds that creaked with every turn, at the drafty windows, at the corners where water pooled when it rained. She used to think just being alive was enough. But one sentence from me pulled her out of that resignation. Quietly, she said, thank you. I glanced at her. Words are cheap. When she can stand again, figure out something better to thank me with. Yi Wanqing immediately grabbed her sister's arm. Sis, I think brother-in-law's hinting that he wants you to unlock some new positions. Yi Qingxue reached over and smacked her. Shut up. When Aunt Lin heard we were moving to the Villa District, she froze for a second, then kept saying how great that was. Yi Qingxue said nothing, just pressed the last 2 scoops of rice into her hands. Aunt Lin refused. I cut in. Take it. They won't be needing it anymore. Her hand trembled, but she accepted. Outside the shantytown, plenty of heads were poking out, whispering. She went to the Wong house last night, and she's moving into a villa today? Yi Qingxue found herself a sugar daddy. Who's that guy anyway? Those 2 sisters are gorgeous, probably traded their bodies for it. Lin Manwei was baring her teeth at the comments. I grabbed her hand, and she calmed down. Yi Wanqing hugged her change of clothes and muttered. First time in my life my legs got me into a mansion. I looked down at her. Your legs aren't even healed yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. Then once they're healed, I'll pay you back with my legs. Yi Qingxue nearly tipped the wheelchair over. Yi Wanqing. I meant dancing, she added instantly. I laughed. The little brat had a smart mouth, but I didn't hate it. Back in my sect days, I'd have given her a shot at warming my bed for sure. Bad legs come with their own kind of fun. Back at the villa, the yard was noticeably emptier. Lu Peng and Mother Lu had dragged out a few bags of clothes, and the floral dress on the clothesline had been half torn down, the other half still hanging, looking like a hasty refugee flight. Only Lu Yingru remained in the living room. She'd changed into a light-colored dress, redone her hair, her eyes still rimmed with red. The moment she saw me walk in, she stood up. Chen Fan, my mother's old, and Xiao Peng has never killed a zombie in his life. The enforcement squad wants 3 E-grade crystal cores from us. Where the hell are we supposed to get them? Are you really going to sit back and watch us die? Yi Wanqing, who'd just walked in, murmured, that flavor's awfully familiar. I sank onto the couch. The guilt trip combo meal. Tears immediately rolled down Lu Yingru's cheeks. I'm not guilt tripping you. I'm just out of options. If you won't give us the crystal cores, at least let us stay one more night. We have too much stuff. We can't pack it all today. I looked up. If you can't finish, come back tomorrow during the day to get the rest. Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law's a real badass when he goes cold. Yi Qingxue shot her a look. Keep running your mouth, and I'll just make him your brother-in-law instead. That line crushed the last shred of dignity Lu Yingru had left. She glanced at Yi Qingxue, then at Yi Wanqing. One was cool and sharp, the other stunningly beautiful even in a wheelchair. She suddenly realized every card she had left in her hand was one I'd given her. The house, the security, the respectability. And now that I no longer claimed her, she didn't even have the right to stand there and cry. Slowly, she walked over and shut the front door. Click. The lock fell into place. Yi Qingxue frowned, her hand drifting toward her bow case. I didn't move. Lu Yingru walked to the middle of the living room, bit her lip, and, without so much as a glance at the three other women in the room, started unbuttoning her clothes. The fabric slid off her shoulders, exposing broad stretches of skin. The lamplight fell across her body. Even the tear tracks looked deliberately staged. I frowned. What's this supposed to be? Testing me? Finally, a little color returned to her face. I owe you too much, and now I have nothing left. All I can offer is my body. Don't worry. I've never let another man touch me. I'm still clean. That part one actually believed. Her 100-point purity stat was right there. The original owner of this body had tried more than once to get her into bed, and every time she'd blocked him with an excuse. Save it for our wedding night. What would people say? Once a man gets it, he stops treasuring you. Well, look at her now. Backed into a corner, she put herself on the table. Simps really do die miserable deaths. I gave the original owner of this body 2 seconds of silence, then reached out and tilted her chin up. You sure about this? I'm sure. No regrets. No regrets. I smiled. Fine. If you're paying off a debt, then act like it. Yi Qingxue's face changed instantly. She quickly wheeled Yi Wanqing toward the other room. Yi Wanqing kept craning her neck. Sis, wait. I still have one more question. Shut it. The door shut behind them, but Yi Wanqing's lowered voice still leaked through. Sis, are you really together with brother-in-law now? Yi Qingxue didn't answer. I mean, in the apocalypse the strong call the shots. Brother-in-law's hot. He can fight. You sticking with him isn't a bad deal. Smack. A hand landed on the back of her head. Sis, I'm already paralyzed, and you're still hitting me. Back in the living room, I bent down and scooped Lu Yingru up. Her body went stiff. She'd thought making the first move would let her claw back a little control, but the second I lifted her off the ground, she realized she was just another line item on the ledger. Since you're so set on paying up, this master will collect interest on that idiot's behalf. At the foot of the stairs, Lin Manwei stood waiting. Hood pulled low, spirit crystal in her mouth, milky gray eyes hidden behind sunglasses. Now that she'd broken into the first stage of chi refining, she followed my commands more sharply, no more low growling. I glanced at her. Go rest in the guest room. She tilted her head. Fan. Good girl. Go stay in your room. She turned and left. Hearing that word, something sank in Lu Yingru's chest. This woman is seriously weird. Up the stairs, into the master bedroom. This used to be my room, but the Lu family had swapped out the sheets and ransacked the closets. I set her down at the edge of the bed. She was just about to start crying again when a knock at the door. Knock. Knock. I stopped. She sat on the bed, clothes half undone, and when she saw me pause, she actually breathed a small sigh of relief. An interruption meant she could catch her breath. Yi Qingxue's voice came through the door low. The sheets. Let me swap them out for you. She didn't push the door open, just slid a folded set of clean sheets through the gap. I opened the door. She stood ramrod straight in the hallway, sleeves of her white t-shirt rolled up to her forearms, eyes deliberately avoiding the room, but the tips of her ears were red and impossible to hide. I took the sheets and looked her over lazily. Not bad. At least you know this master likes things clean. Her fingers curled slightly. She didn't take the bait, just murmured, be careful. Then she turned and headed back downstairs, half a beat quicker than her usual pace. I watched her go and smiled. This woman, tough as a bowstring. The tighter she pulled, the more interesting she got. The door shut. Lu Yingru lifted her face. The tears were back in place. I tossed the sheets onto the bed. See that? I don't run short of pretty girls who know how to make themselves useful. The fragile look on her face froze for a second. Then she dipped her head and softened her voice. Chen Fan, I never meant to hurt you back then. She walked over, reached up, and started undoing my shirt buttons. Gently. Your father had just been ruined. Everyone outside was tearing you apart. I was just scared. I wanted a home. I wanted to wait until you were really back on your feet before I gave myself to you. Her fingers paused at my collar. A tear slid down. You said, once, that you were going to marry me. She bit her lip and pressed closer. I kept the cleanest version of myself for this. Chen Fan, don't do me like this, okay? Beautifully played. Old flame, promised commitment, virtue. She slapped all 3 cards down at once. If the original owner had been standing here, he'd probably already be second-guessing whether he was being too harsh. Unfortunately for her, it's me now. I lifted a hand and lightly stroked her cheek. A flicker of hope surfaced in her eyes. Then I spoke. Cut the theatrics. The light in her eyes shattered. I stripped the old sheets off, dumped them on the floor, and casually spread the new ones on. She stood there watching, and suddenly got the eerie feeling that she was the one being laid out on a ledger. She opened her mouth again, but I didn't even look at her. Quiet. The curtain slid shut. The room dimmed. She tried a few times to trade a sob for a little tenderness, but every time my cold voice cut her off. She finally understood. The moment her fingers touched that first button, this game had stopped being hers. A long while later, the master bedroom went quiet. She lay curled beneath the covers, the corners of her eyes red, her voice thin enough to scatter in a breeze. Chen Fan. I sat at the edge of the bed, but the first thing I looked at wasn't her. It was the panel in front of me. Name, Lu Yingru. Age, 22. Occupation, finance major. Beauty, 88. Figure, 85. Presence, 75. Purity, 199. Overall rating, 87-86.75. I narrowed my eyes. Just as I thought, purity dropped, and the overall rating dropped with it. Once I took this woman for myself, she was actually worth less. She couldn't see the panel. All she saw was the interest fading out of my eyes. She reached out and caught my hand. I'm yours now. You wouldn't really send me off to die, would you? I didn't answer right away, because in that exact moment, the pocket of foreign resentment in my chest, the one that had never belonged to me, suddenly dissolved. Like a plug of stale air that had been jammed in for years, yanked out through the marrow of my bones. That idiot whose body I'd inherited, swindled, milked dry, used as a stepping stone, and finally dead on a rooftop without even a shred of dignity left. Well, he's got it back now. Down in my dantian, both spirit energy vortexes hummed at once. The bottleneck at the third stage of chi refining loosened. Not a breakthrough, but the door cracked open. I laughed under my breath. So a simp's grudge makes decent medicine after all. My mood was better than expected. She saw me smile and thought there was still an opening. She pushed herself up, voice softer than before. Chen Fan, I can stay. I'll be good. I was a fool before. From now on, I'll only follow you. I fished an E-grade spirit crystal out of my pocket, actually pulled from the system's inventory, and tossed it onto the sheets. It rolled twice and came to rest beside that streak of red. Your reward. She froze. I watched the system. No notification. No refund. Dead silent. Figures. The system only recognizes women who meet the bar. Anything below that, giving her a gift is just throwing meat to a stray dog. Her expression darkened. Are you humiliating me? I looked at her. Just tell me if you want it or not. Her lips moved, but nothing came out. I got up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain aside a sliver. From here you could see the central tower perfectly. A ferry? A flying sword? Foundation establishment stage? Then this master is going to need more qualified cauldrons if he wants to level up fast. I let the curtain fall. I looked back at her. Your circle. I'm well aware of it. Those sisters from before the apocalypse. The little princesses you drank boba with and took selfies with. A fair number of them should still be alive. She looked up, her eyes flickering. Clean ones. Virgins. Bring them to me. If I accept, you get an extra crystal core as a bonus. The room went silent. She got the message. She'd lost her status as the leading lady and lost any leverage to bargain with tears. But she'd also spotted a path forward. A humiliating one, but a way to keep breathing. I dropped my gaze to her. You were a finance major. Don't tell me you can't do this math. She clutched the sheet, cheeks still flushed, but calculation already stirring behind her eyes. And what if you're not satisfied with who I bring? I smiled. Then it means your taste is trash. And people with trash taste don't tend to last long in the apocalypse. Of course, if you spot a good-looking zombie and drag it back for me, that works too. She lowered her head, assuming I was mocking her for being too scared to leave the safe zone. What she didn't know was that as the sect master of the Joyful Union sect, I always meant exactly what I said. A few breaths later, she picked up the crystal core, bit her lip, and tried to lean back toward me. Chen Fan, tonight can I? Her voice went syrupy soft. I threw her clothes at her. Get out. Then I pointed at the stains on the sheets. Consider yourself lucky I'm not making you pay for the laundry. She froze there hugging her clothes, and finally stopped crying, because she'd figured out I wasn't buying the act. She got dressed and headed for the door, head down. On her way downstairs, Yuanqing was sitting in her wheelchair prepping vegetables. The two locked eyes. Yuanqing blinked. Sis, all done with business? Her face went pale, and she hurried out. Yuanqing craned her neck toward the upstairs. Brother-in-law, did you go a little too hard just now? I buttoned my shirt as I came down the stairs. Because starting today, she's actually working for a living. Yuanqing gave me a thumbs up. Apocalypse capitalist. Truly terrifying. I'm molded over. If I'd already hit foundation establishment, I could actually mark her with a cauldron seal. Special constitutions do have a pretty nice flavor to them. The sun had barely come up when someone started pounding on the courtyard gate. Bang, bang, bang. The sound pressed against the entire iron door. Yi Qingxue slung her bow over her shoulder and took a quick look from the window. Outside stood the Wang family's steward, holding 2 baskets of vegetables. Beside him was a beefy guy in a black tank top, broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, arms stretching his sleeves out of shape. A few survivors running stalls along the street immediately went quiet. Sir, sir. People bowed and stepped aside. The big man didn't even glance up. Yi Qingxue opened the gate just wide enough for one person. Hand it over. The steward smiled apologetically. Miss Yi, Lord Wang was worried Mr. Chun might not be settling in comfortably after just moving here. He specifically sent Li Gang to check things over. Li Gang's a former soldier. He knows security inside and out. Li Gang reached out to push the gate open. Yi Qingxue planted her foot sideways, blocking his path. It's plenty safe here. Won't know till I've seen it. Li Gang shoved with his shoulder and forced his way straight into the courtyard, knocking over the wooden flower stand by the entryway. Crash! The ceramic pot shattered into pieces, dirt spilling all over the ground. He glanced down at the debris, stepped right on the shards, and walked into the living room. When you're this strong, breaking a few things comes with the territory. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. I came down adjusting my collar. After Lu Yingru left last night, I'd spent half the night working over Lin Manwei. With a chi refining third-layer breakthrough right around the corner, a joyful Union sect elder like her wasn't the type to slack off. I glanced over the shards at the door and sank into the couch. Guest in the house, have a seat. Li Gang's brow furrowed. He'd been counting on me slamming the table and blowing up, giving him an opening to throw his weight around. My hospitality shut his mouth mid-sentence. Yi Qingxue set the vegetable basket on the table. I tipped my chin. Pour some water. She didn't ask questions, just grabbed 3 cups. Li Gang sat down across from me, picked up a teacup, and slowly closed his fingers around it. The porcelain gave a thin cracking sound. A fracture crept from the rim down toward the base. Mr. Chun, Wang Zhe is my brother. You said you can cure him. Just how sure are you exactly? He kept squeezing. The crack cut into his palm, and blood ran down the side of the cup onto the table. I've got a temper. When people start messing around with my brother, I have a hard time controlling my fists. I picked up my cup and took a sip. Wang Zhe, huh? His blood and qi are already flowing again. I've laid a solid foundation for him. Li Gang's grip on the cup froze. I set the cup back on the table and kept spinning bullshit. But before that C-grade crystal core gets delivered, I'll need to reinforce that foundation every 10 days. His meridians are at a critical stage. Cut the treatment off halfway, and the residual vitality is going to backlash. When that happens, forget me. Nobody could pick up the pieces. Out in the yard, the Wang family steward's footsteps quickened. He stepped over the threshold and gave a tug on Li Gang's sleeve. Mr. Chun, when the time comes, the Wang family will send a car for you. Please don't keep us waiting. I leaned back into the couch. I'm always punctual. I looked at the pottery shards all over the floor. Whether I can make it there smoothly depends on the neighborhood's security situation. Flower stands in my house keep tipping over every few days. I'll have to keep carving out time to deal with the miscellaneous crap. Wouldn't you agree? The cup in Li Gang's grip split clean in half, blood streaming down his palm lines. He let go, set the broken pieces on the table, and wiped his hand on the hem of his shirt. I was just ordered to confirm Mr. Chun is settling in comfortably. I've seen what I needed to see. I lifted a hand toward the door, then hit the road. Not much breakfast to go around. None of it's for you. The muscles along Li Gang's jaw twitched a couple of times. He stood up and left. The steward glanced at the broken flower pot on the floor. Mr. Chun, please accept these 5 E-grade crystal cores as compensation for the pot. He hurried after Li Gang and whispered something in his ear. Li Gang bent down, righted the wooden stand, kicked a few shards over against the wall, and only then stepped out of the courtyard. The survivors outside all scrambled out of the way. Someone muttered under their breath. Iron Fist walked in with his head practically in the clouds, and comes back out fixing the guy's flower stand? Who the hell is this Mr. Chun? The courtyard gate clicked shut. Yi Qingxue hung her dagger back on the wall. What's Wang Yi trying to pull? I picked up a cucumber and wiped it on my shirt. He's price-checking me. Sent some smug tough guy to stomp on my doorstep. If I'd back down, next time he'd use something more aggressive to strong-arm me into treating his brother and pocket the C-grade crystal core, naturally. I took a bite of the cucumber. Gotta hand it to him. Wang Yi really knows how to pinch a penny. Yi Qingxue looked at the drops of blood by the coffee table. This guy, he feels about on par with that D-grade zombie from the other day. Breakfast was just the two of us. Yi Wanqing was on her period, curled up under the covers. Lin Manwei was crouched outside her door mouth. She stared at me with a crystal core in her mouth. This morning she'd refused to brush her teeth or rinse her mouth, but pop a crystal core in, and suddenly she was satisfied. Yi Qingxue picked up a chopstick full of vegetables and chewed slowly. Gifted supplies. Fresh vegetables 20G2X return triggered. Acquired. Fresh vegetables X40G. My chopsticks paused midair. Yesterday, when a few of us ate at the same table, the system stayed silent. Today, the vegetables went into Yi Qingshue's bowl and the return hit instantly. So that's how it works. Group meals mix everything together. Ownership gets murky, and the system doesn't count it. Only when it's handed directly to a bound partner and consumed does it register as a complete gift. Have another bite. Yi Qingxue looked up. Did you drug the food? Do I need to drug it? Once you start moving. Her face went red. Stop talking. Wanqing can hear you. She took another bite anyway. Gifted supplies. Fresh vegetables 15G2X return triggered. Acquired. Fresh vegetables X30G. I pushed the whole plate of greens over to her. Eat up. Yi Qingxue looked at the pile of vegetables in front of her. You're being awfully generous today. It's throwing me off. If you'd rather change flavors, I could turn you into a soup dumpling. Chen Fan. She lowered her head to sip her porridge, and the tip of her shoe kicked me under the table. I didn't dodge. Smooth sailing from here on out, guaranteed. During the day, Yi Qingxue rechecked the courtyard walls and door locks. I ran a meridian clearing session on Yi Wanqing's legs, and after discovering that massage could also ease the discomfort in her lower abdomen, her mouth got even more shameless. Easy there, brother-in-law. She ended up with a blanket thrown over her head by Yi Qingxue. Nightfall. The lights went out in the villa. Yi Wanqing turned in early. Lin Manwei kept watch in the living room. One crystal core in her mouth, another clutched in her hand as a midnight snack. Tonight's orders for her. Guard the door. In the master bedroom, link established, the joyous union art activated. Yi Qingxue's breathing synced to my rhythm, spiritual energy flowing back and forth between us, coursing through meridians, gathering in the dantian. 1 cycle. 3 cycles. On the 7th cycle, both energy vortexes in my dantian expanded simultaneously, and a third vortex condensed into being. The curtains lifted. An empty cup on the table slid half a foot sideways. Qi refining 3rd layer. Breakthrough. I opened my eyes, about to rein in my spiritual energy, when Yi Qingxue's breathing changed. She propped herself up, black hair spilling from her shoulders, the ends drifting on their own with no wind, hovering beside her face. This is... She raised her other hand, and the air current shifted with it, catching a sheet of paper by the bed and spinning it around her wrist twice. I clamped down on her wrist and sent a thread of spiritual energy into probe. No cultivation technique, no complete vortex formed in her dantian. That power only flowed along a fixed set of meridians, single attribute, strength roughly equivalent to Qi refining 1st layer. I let go. So this is what you people call a superpower. Yi Qingxue opened her palm, and the air current gently set the paper back down on the table. I'm an adept now? The paper was still circling her wrist, and the empty cup by the bed got swept up by the wind, hit the corner of the table, and rolled to the floor. She raised her hand to suppress it, but the air current in her palm only grew more chaotic. The curtains flew up, the lampshade swung nonstop. Don't force it down, I said, gripping her wrist. It won't listen to me. Wind doesn't have a brain, do you? I pressed my palm against the back of her hand and slipped a thread of spiritual energy into her meridians. That power had a short route, starting near the dantian, running through waist, back, shoulder, and arm, then releasing through the palm. Cultivators had to circulate their qi through the full circuit. For adepts, most of that path had been cut away, leaving only the most efficient shortcut. Interesting. What is it? She turned her face to the side. What you call superpowers, same source as spiritual energy. You people are running a simplified version. Skips a lot of the path and loses a lot of power along with it. She stared at her palm as the wind ball spun, tugging her wrist off to one side. How do I put it away? Give it a path. I grabbed both her hands and pressed them behind her head. Use my spiritual energy as a guide. Follow it. Her ears burned red. We already did 6 cycles earlier. Those were for cultivating. And this one, teaching you the technique. She bit her lip, and it took her a while to speak. One more time. That's it. I smiled. Depends on whether your brain can hold on to it. Spiritual energy drew out from where our bodies met, coaxing that wild, roaming wind back along the path. Shoulder, arm, waist, abdomen. The wind ball shrank, hugging the meridians as it flowed. Her shoulders sank, and the chaotic gust in her palm stilled. I let go. Remember this route. From now on, when your power runs dry, energy from crystal cores can flow in through it too. I can absorb crystal cores too? You're mine? Of course you can. Yi Wanqing's voice floated up from downstairs. Sis, are you two tearing the house apart in there? Keep it down on your special services unlock. My legs still aren't healed. Don't let a falling lamp bean me. Yi Qingshue's face flushed. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the door. Yi Wanqing. The sound of a wheelchair came from outside. Didn't hit me. So I guess you two really are busy. I leaned back against the headboard and pointed toward the window. Send the wind that way. Why? It's hot in here. You're using me as a fan? No electricity, natural breeze, apocalypse-grade luxury item. She pursed her lips, but raised her hand anyway. A gust swept past the bed, pushing the summer heat out the window. I closed my eyes. A little more to the left. You're so needy. Her hand tilted, and the wind flipped the clothes off the nightstand. I opened my eyes and yanked her back to me. Looks like you got that technique wrong. Let me correct it one more time. Cycle 8, beginning. By daybreak, a few empty cans were lined up along the courtyard wall, next to a broken half-length of wood. Yi Qingxue stood in the middle of the yard, legs still a little shaky. I sat on the stone steps, tossing a broken brick fragment in my hand. Press the wind thin, keep it straight. Don't let it scatter all over the yard. She raised her hand. The wind burst outward from her palm, sending leaves rolling everywhere. Yi Wanqing sat on the threshold wrapped in a blanket, chewing on half a cucumber. Sis, that move's perfect for sweeping the yard. Say one more word, and I'll blow-dry your hair with it. I don't have much hair left. Can't handle that kind of service. I cut them off and pointed at the empty can by the wall. Try that. Yi Qingxue curled her fingers inward. The sound of the wind in her palm turned muffled, like a whip drawn tight, letting out a shrill, piercing shriek. She aimed at the Coke can at the base of the wall and chopped down with one hand. The wind pressure ripped through the air. A gash an inch wide opened up in the can's skin. The rolled metal edges rusted red instantly, and the can slammed into the wall with a clean clang. I lifted my foot and kicked the brick fragment into the air. Now, her palm shot forward, wind compressed into a line, slicing along the brick as it passed. Crack. The broken brick hit the ground, split, snapped in two. The courtyard fell silent. She lowered her head, looking at her palm, then at the shattered bricks on the ground. I stood up and grabbed the bough hanging in the living room. Use the wind blade to cut. I pointed toward the courtyard gate. Use the airflow to grab position. Archery depends on your arms, your core, your eyes. Wind gives you an extra leg to run on, and gives your arrows extra distance. She took the bow. Press the wind under your feet. Charge. She took a deep breath. Airflow wrapped around the soles of her shoes, and she shot from the gate to the wall in a blur. Knock, draw, release. The arrow tore through the air on a gust of wind, punching a hole in the wooden post, its tail still quivering. Yi Wanqing clapped the armrest of her wheelchair. Sis, does that mean your arrows can curve now? With enough practice, yeah. Yi Qingxue ran her hand along the bow. The wind lifted her ponytail. You really think I can pull it off? You're my woman. It'd be embarrassing if you couldn't. She didn't say anything else, just took an E-grade crystal core from my hand. Same route as last night. I raised an eyebrow. Still haven't got it down? Want me to give you a live demonstration in front of your little sister? She immediately dropped her head, not daring to meet Yi Wanqing's curious stare. The crystal core pressed into her palm, and energy flowed through her meridians. She closed her eyes. Wind coiled into a ball in front of her palm, then sank into her body. Gifted resource. E-grade crystal core X1-X return triggered. Obtained. E-grade crystal core X2. Nice. Yi Qingxue could burn through crystal cores too now. ATM number 2, officially online. That afternoon, Yi Qingxue stayed in the courtyard practicing her wind blade, while Yi Wanqing wrapped herself in a blanket, sat in the shade, and appointed herself chief critic. Crooked, that one fell apart again. Sis, can you use that wind to blow my bangs while you're at it? Tonight I'll ask brother-in-law for some water so I can wash my hair. You can dry it for me. Sis. Sis. Yi Qingxue raised her hand and blew her sister's bangs into a bird's nest. Yi Wanqing clamped her hands over her head. Fine, fine. I said nothing. I took Lin Manwei upstairs. She held a crystal core in her mouth, her forehead brushing against my palm. Fan. Afternoon cultivation. As in cultivate. Crystal, keep it in your mouth. The commotion upstairs didn't catch the sister's attention. Yi Qingxue, having just gotten her ability, was like a kid with a new toy, drilling away tirelessly. After who knows how many arrows, she stopped and narrowed her eyes. Footsteps beyond the courtyard gate. The vegetable delivery had come this morning. At this hour, no one should be showing up. She raised her bow, drew the string taut. Outside the iron gate stood a girl. Her cartoon t-shirt was streaked with dust, her denim shorts had a torn seam, her sneakers were caked in mud. A canvas bag hung off her back, a machete was tucked into her waistband, and dried blood crusted the hem of her shirt. Her lips parted. I'm looking for Chin Fan. Yi Wanqing leaned forward in her wheelchair. Sis, this one looks like she's here to move in. Or maybe here to steal something. The girl clutched her backpack strapped tighter. I'm not a thief. Yi Qingxue didn't lower her arrow. The shadow of the courtyard wall had crept over another half-brick's length. The inner door opened. Buttoning up my collar, I walked down the steps, my gaze settling beyond the gate. Rooftop iron door. Chains. That memory pressed up from the depths of my consciousness, dragging with it a lingering knot of resentment that hadn't quite dissolved. Yi Qingxue sensed something was off. She drew the string tighter still. Yi Wanqing picked up a rock from the ground. I looked at the girl beyond the iron gate and spat out 3 syllables. Su Qingqing. The moment the name left my mouth, a storm churned in the depths of my sea of consciousness. The rusted iron door. The heavy chains. That single piece of compressed biscuit no bigger than half a palm. Every drop of grievance and bitterness the original body had left behind came surging up at once. I laid my hand on the crossbar of the gate and forced that surge of agitation back down. Creak. Yi Qingxue's bowstring was drawn to full stretch. The arrow leveled past the iron gate and locked onto Su Qingqing's throat. Lin Manwei pressed against my side. Behind her sunglasses, her pale gray eyes fixed on the figure outside the gate, and a low growl rolled out of her throat. The girl outside finally saw my face clearly. The canvas bag slid off her shoulder. The machete at her waist clanged against the flagstones. She just stood there, dumbstruck, her lips opening and closing a few times. Then she suddenly lunged forward, reaching for my sleeve. Chen Fan, you're not dead? Tears burst out of her all at once. They said you got bit, said you wouldn't last a day. A few survivors down the street had already started peeking over. I raised an eyebrow, twisted my wrist to catch hers, and yanked her straight into the courtyard. Keep howling out there, and you'll bring the enforcement squad down on us. Slam. The iron gate shut. The lock dropped. Su Qingqing stumbled a couple of steps from the pole, then just crouched down, hugged her knees, and choked the sobs back down her throat. Brother Zhao, and the others knew a zombie got you. She sniffled. They were going to tie you up on the first floor of the mall and use you to lure the horde inside, buy themselves time to escape. Before they could do it, I tricked you up to the rooftop, chained you in, and shoved the last half biscuit into your hands. She lifted her mud-streaked sleeve and scrubbed hard at her face. Everyone said zombie infection was a death sentence. But I just kept hoping you'd hold on a little longer. Even one more day would have been enough. The courtyard went quiet for a few seconds. Yi Wanqing sat in her wheelchair, tossing the brick in her hand up and down. So you picked a quieter way for him to die? She smirked coldly. And today you came all the way here to cry at his grave? Su Qingqing's shoulders shrank. Her head dropped lower. But Yi Qingxue's arms had already gone slack. The arrow tip dipped a couple of inches. Zombie infection incurable? Back when she'd been clawed by one, that's exactly what she'd thought too. If it hadn't been for me, she probably would have been left with nothing but a wish to die. As for how I'd purged the zombie toxin from her body, Yi Qingxue's ears started burning for reasons she didn't want to examine, and she quickly looked away. I stared down at Su Qingqing for a few breaths. Me? An old demon like me? What kind of scheme haven't I seen? The girl mentioned Brother Zhao, and her shoulders started shaking. She mentioned the biscuit, and her hand unconsciously went to her flat, empty backpack. She mentioned the rooftop chains, and tears dropped one by one onto the toes of her shoes. Not an act. The chill in my eyes thawed by a hair. Understanding is one thing. Debts are another. She hadn't meant to hurt the original, but she'd chosen how he was going to die. That kind of debt doesn't get wiped clean by a few tears. Lower the bow, I said, waving a hand. Without a word, Yi Qingxue slid the arrow back into her quiver. Seeing that nobody was going to kill her, Su Qingqing's tense shoulders collapsed. She unzipped an inner pocket of her backpack and fumbled out a crumpled, old photo. 2 middle-aged men with their arms slung around each other's shoulders, 2 grinning half-grown kids beside them. Me. And her. I thought you died in that mall. She hiccuped through her sobs, pinching. Clutching the photo, she said, I was thinking of going over to the place you used to live today, just to take a look, say a few words, then leave. Where? I stretched, working out the kinks. Your family's warehouse on the east side of the city. Brother Zhao said there are leads there about what happened to my dad and yours. The east side warehouse. Way the hell outside the safe zone. Forget a regular civilian like her. Even a squad of espers wouldn't casually poke around out there. My eyes settled on her. Name, Su Qingqing. Age, 21. Face, 92. Body, 95. Aura, 86. Purity, 100 overall, 93.25. My gaze lingered on her chest half a beat too long. A 95 on body. That kind of build put even Lin Manwei to shame. Her collar was one deep breath away from giving up entirely. I turned away and tossed out a casual, keep up. Lin Manwei, however, planted herself square in the living room doorway, blocking the way. I walked over and gave the back of her neck a tug. Enough. Let her in. Lin Manwei tilted her head and stared Su Qingqing down for a solid 3 seconds, a low growl rumbling in her throat before she grudgingly shifted half a step aside. Su Qingqing bent down to pick up the machete on the floor. Yi Wanqing immediately wheeled her chair forward and pinned the blade down with a wheel. Behave. She pointed at the far corner of the living room like she was scolding a kindergartner. Sit there. Until we get this straightened out, don't move a muscle. Su Qingqing nodded obediently and walked over, sitting down primly with her knees pressed tight together, backpack clutched in her lap. The way she hunched, the curve of her chest became downright staggering. Yi Wanqing stared for a couple seconds, glanced down at herself, and, her already thin confidence taking another beating, silently tugged the blanket up higher. It took Su Qingqing a good while to compose herself before she got the story out. Her father had been my old man's most trusted right hand. Years ago, the two of them went out to close a big deal, and both wound up dead. Word on the street called it an accident, but nobody could ever say what kind. Yesterday, this brother Zhao tracked her down, swearing up and down that the East Side warehouse held ironclad proof of who killed the two of them. He'd already put a crew together and set a departure for the next morning, promising to take her there personally for answers. At that, I settled comfortably back into the couch and let out a cold laugh. According to the original body's memories, this brother Zhao had zero connection to the Qin family. He was the one who'd shoved the original into playing bait at the mall, and now he was using their father's cold case to reel Su Qingqing in. Whatever his angle was, it sure as hell wasn't solving a murder. I propped both feet up on the coffee table. Your dad and my dad's death. Since when does some outsider get to play judge and jury? Su Qingqing froze. I tapped my fingers against my thigh. If he actually had evidence, he could just bring it back. Why does he need you there in person? Use that thick skull of yours. She hugged her backpack tighter. The tear tracks weren't dry yet, but those wide, naive eyes slowly steadied. She looked down at the photo. I really do want answers about my dad's death. He was just gone, all of a sudden. Then she shot to her feet and burst into sobs. I know how those creeps look at me. I know. I'm not letting them touch me. And with that, she yanked a grenade out of her backpack. Anyone lays a hand on me, I'm taking them out with me. Yi Qingxue already had a thread of wind coiled between her fingers. Lin Manwei slid half a step sideways with a low snarl. I glanced at the grenade, then back at her. This girl wasn't going to investigate anything. She was going to deliver her own head to Brother Zhao, with a little fireworks show as a parting gift. Meeting my eyes, she set the grenade down on the coffee table, though her hands were still shaking. A few breaths later she looked up, face bloodless, her expression like she'd just made some kind of decision. Chen Fan. Take me. I'm yours. I dropped my eyes to the grenade. Old model, iron casing scuffed, a line of text stamped on the safety lever, Chen Logistics. Product of the original's family business. I flicked a finger, sending a thread of spiritual energy into the firing pin channel. A faint metallic click, the striker was jammed. I picked it up and bounced it in my hand. Who exactly are you trying to scare with this thing? Her lips parted. Tears slid down into her collar. I wasn't trying to scare you. I pulled it out to show you. I've got the guts to take someone down with me. Yi Wanqing's mouth twitched. That's a pretty pricey way to prove a point. One slip, and we all go boom. I let go, my eyes traveling from her damp lashes down to the silhouette pushing against her cartoon print t-shirt. Overall, 93.25. Qualified. Ridiculously so. As the founding patriarch of the Joyful Union sect, letting a piece of meat walk right up to my door and not taking a bite went against everything I stood for. I stood up, walked over, bent down, and, without so much as a warning, scooped her up bridal style. Gotta say, this girl was packing. Su Qingqing let out a small gasp and instinctively started to struggle, but the moment her eyes met mine, something bottomless, her heart skipped. The hands she'd braced against my chest curled back, and finally she just looped her arms around my shoulders, resigned. She turned her face aside, but her nose caught the clean soap scent from where I'd washed the blood off. Then she remembered she hadn't showered in days, and her ears went red hot. Chen Fan. I can walk on my own. Zip it. I carried her toward the stairs without looking back. Qingxue, lock the courtyard gate. Wanqing, keep your ears downstairs. Manwei, hold the staircase. Anyone tries to come up, eat him. Lin Manwei looked up and grunted out a single syllable. Crystal. I tossed her an E-rank crystal core. Yi Wanqing hugged a cushion up over half her face. Sis, I'm noticing this household has a lot of rules. In this apocalypse polygamy setup, are you the wife or the concubine? You're really not jealous. Yi Qingxue yanked the curtains shut. You zip it too. The master bedroom door closed. I set Su Qingqing down at the edge of the bed. Her back pressed against the headboard, eyes squeezed shut, chest rising and falling as her hands gripped the hem of her t-shirt. I sat down across from her. What's wrong? Second thoughts. She bit her lip. I'm a little scared. Nobody's ever taught me any of this. But I promised you. Then she started pulling the hem up. Certain areas were a bit too generous. She had to work at it 3 times before the t-shirt finally came off. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to cover something up. That kind of peekaboo was somehow more thrilling. I reached out and pressed a hand against the small of her back. Her body shuddered. My palm slid down from her shoulder blade and settled at her waist. When my lips came down, she flinched at first, then went stiff, not even knowing where to put her hands, just fisting the sheets, letting me set the rhythm. The joyful union incantation had barely started warming up when my movements stopped cold. My spiritual energy probed into her body, tracing through her blood and chi. And there, near her dantian, lay a naturally formed meridian running clean through her. Ice cold from end to end, pure without a single impurity. My throat bobbed. Pure, sacred body. I, master of the joyful union. In 800 years of our sex history, you could count bodies like hers on one hand. If I made it to the 9th layer of chi refining and then took her primordial yin, combined with the harmony art, I could break through to foundation establishment smoothly, even without a foundation establishment pill. Not to mention the long-term benefits of dual cultivation. A straight shot to foundation establishment laid out right in front of me. But the system required a real, physical relationship to bind. Without binding her, I'd be stuck at the 2x return rate. Crystal cores, supplies, cultivation, all cut in half. I stared at her. Her eyes were shut, lashes trembling nonstop. Why'd you stop? Did I do something wrong? I pulled my hand back and tugged the blanket up around her chest. You still have to head to the warehouse tomorrow. If I take you now, you think you can drag yourself out there on shaky legs and not get killed? Her eyes flew open. She sat frozen against the headboard. She'd never done this before, but middle school biology was enough. She could tell exactly what state I was in. An arrow already drawn on the bowstring. But won't this hurt for you? Her eyes were a little wet. I'm fine. I can take it. I leaned closer, dropped my voice, and became the big bad wolf, with a halo behind his head. There's a way. You still count as mine. The promise gets kept, and tomorrow isn't ruined for you. She stared at me a long moment. Even like this, the first thing on my mind was whether she could still run tomorrow. I was even untangling the knot in her heart for her. Her nose stung. She swiped at her face and said, voice shaking, then teach me. A moment later, tie your hair up first. Remember to breathe. Don't smother yourself. The harmony art began circulating between us. I drew out only a trace of spiritual energy and let it drift through her meridians, carefully steering clear of the primordial yin coiled deep in her dantian. Blood and chi converged. Spiritual energy circled back. Whether it worked or not, that was up to this junk system to decide. A moment later, the prompt dropped. Dual cultivation completed with bound target. Purity, 199 overall rating, 93.2593. I sent my divine sense out again. The foundation of her pure, sacred body, untouched. Done. I really am a genius. Cultivation, return triggered. Current multiplier, 3x. Gained. This session's cultivation times 3. Spiritual energy flooded into my dantian. The vortex spun faster, compressing the shakiness of my newly reached 3rd layer of chi refining into something solid. I exhaled a mouthful of stale breath and slumped against the headboard. Purine, preserved. Triple return, secured. This system's rules, I'd finally pried a crack in them. Su Qingqing lifted her face, hair falling messy across her cheek, not even daring to look at me. I reached into the system's inventory, pulled out a handgun, and pressed it into her palm. For staying alive tomorrow. Gifted item. Handgun times 1 3x return triggered. Gained. Handgun times 3. Her fingers closed around it. The grip was hot in her palm. I'd spared her body, and now I was giving her a gun. However dangerous that warehouse in the east side of town might be, I was still working out a way for her to walk out alive. She drew a breath and leaned back down. Chen Fan. This time, I know what to do. I laced my hands behind my head, corner of my mouth lifting. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with you to the east side warehouse. Her head snapped up. A tear hit the hem of my shirt. You'll come with me? Consider it a reward for good performance. That same afternoon, in a courtyard on the east end of the safe zone, Brother Zhao, Zhao Wuji, was leaning against the wall, a pistol tucked into the back of his waistband. 2 cases of bottled water and a bag of compressed biscuits sat at his feet. In the shadow beside him, a broad-shouldered man with a wild afro spread his palm. A flame danced in it, drying out the air around them. D-rank Tier 1, Fire type Esper. Hanlai. Zhao Wuji looked off toward the safe zone. Relax, Mr. Han. That Su Qingqing bitch isn't slipping through our fingers. I did my homework. The east side warehouse is where her old man died. She'll take the bait for sure. Upstairs, in the bathroom. I pulled 6 bottles of mineral water from the system inventory and lined them up beside the basin. Su Qingqing stared at the row of bottles. Her throat bobbed a few times. 6 bottles of water gets you a pound of compressed biscuits. And we're using it to bathe. I soaked a towel and tossed it into her arms. Cut the chatter. Get yourself clean. If you don't know how, I'll do it for you. She washed like she was pinching pennies at every step, wringing the towel out for foot water at the end. I leaned against the door outside, running inventory in my head. 1 bottle used, net gain of 2. 6 bottles in, and the system inventory came out 12 bottles ahead. Other people's showers waste water. Mine runs a water plant. The bathroom door slid open. She was wearing my t-shirt, arms full of 6 empty bottles, every cap screwed back on. She lined them up along the baseboard. These'll still catch rainwater. She'd washed her own clothes. They'd be dry by morning. For now, she just had to leave them hanging. Truly 1 in a million. Way ahead of grape and cherry downstairs. Your bone structure is exceptional. I can't take your body, but I can teach you a top secret art from my sect, the Miner's Grand Method. It'll help ease the knot in your chest. Come here. Let me demonstrate. She swept her damp hair up. He's willing to give me his life-saving water just to clean me up, she thought. So whatever he says, I'll do. That's the smart play. Another hour passed. The two of them came downstairs. Yi Wanqing sat wrapped in a blanket in her wheelchair. Her eyes moved from Su Qingqing's face down to her legs. Walking pretty steady there. You said you were giving yourself up, and all you did was talk? Just for reference, my sister could barely stand up straight when she came down. Yi Qingxue tried to clamp a hand over her sister's mouth. Too late. Got it. You must be a seasoned veteran. Su Qingqing panicked. No, that's not. I used my mouth. Of course my legs are fine. Halfway through, she slapped both hands over her mouth. Yi Qingshua's water glass clipped the edge of the table. Half a cup splashed onto her pants. Yi Wanqing collapsed onto the wheelchair's armrest, laughing so hard she started coughing. That's when I strolled down behind them, hands behind my back. Stairs are for walking. You 3 holding a board meeting on them. I dropped back onto the couch and looked at Su Qingqing. What time did Zhao Wuji set? 6 a.m., parking lot outside the east gate. I glanced at Yi Wanqing, whose wheelchair had just gotten hung up on the doorframe as she tried to turn. Tomorrow's trip out of the city. Yi Qingxue, Lin Manwei, Su Qingqing, all of them coming. That leaves only Yi Wanqing at the villa, and the Wang family already has bad blood with her. As patriarch of the Harmony sect, I wasn't about to leave my future cauldron sitting out in the open. Qingxue, head over to the Wang family and pass along a message. Tell them Wang Zhe is due for a meridian reinforcement. Yi Qingxue set her cup down, hunched her shoulders, and headed out. A quarter of an hour later, the Wang family steward came running into the courtyard, shoes coated in dust from the whole way over. Mr. Chen, what's happened to the young master? I sank back into the couch. I'm heading out of the city tomorrow. Have the Wang family send 2 men to stand guard. Stay at this villa. The butler dropped down, only half sitting on the couch. Huh. His hand froze on his knee. Mr. Chen, the Wang family only handles security within the safe zone. Besides, with the bad blood between Miss Yi and the young master, it'll be hard to sell this to the men. Yi Wanqing tapped the armrest of her wheelchair. Right. Asking them to protect the person who crippled your young master. That's a tough pitch. I waved a hand. That's not your problem. Take it up with Wang Yi. The butler pulled out his walkie-talkie and stepped over to the window, murmuring a few words. After a burst of static, Wang Ye's reply came back. Just 3 words. Name another price. I snatched the walkie-talkie out of his hand. Wang Yi, found that C-grade crystal core yet? Your son throwing tantrums at you again? If anything happens to you, Wanqing, I might just decide not to come back. On the other end, a cup slammed down hard on a table. A few beats of silence. Then, bring Yi Wanqing to the Wang estate. Guards, food, the Wang family covers everything. I let out a short laugh. Once she's inside your walls, is that protection or house arrest? Cut the crap. Your men stay outside the villa. They don't set foot in the yard. Yi Qingxue set her bowed down on the table, walked up behind me, rested her palm on my shoulder for a moment, then let it fall. Only static came through the walkie-talkie. I tossed it back to the butler, sank into the couch, and crossed my legs. After a silence this long, I was sure the old bastard wouldn't dare cross me. Do as he says. Wang Yi forced the words out through gritted teeth. 2 Wang family guards showed up soon after. Yi Qingxue was out in the yard, pushing Yi Wanqing around in the sun. The butler laid down the law right in front of Yi Wanqing. Miss Ye's safety is your top priority. Nothing else matters. The 2 guards glanced at the wheelchair, then exchanged a puzzled look. A small crowd had gathered on the street. That Wang Zhe punk, wasn't he crippled by Yi Wanqing? No question. The whole north side knows it. And now the Wang family's sending people to guard her door? The 2 guards leaned against the big iron gate, gun straps hanging loose on their shoulders, mouths turned down. Playing watchdog for the woman who crippled their young master. No way that went down easy. The butler was about to get in the car when he stopped mid-step, turned back, face twitching. Straighten the hell up. These are the master's orders. If a single tile goes missing from this yard, both your families will be camping outside the walls with the zombies tomorrow. Understood? Then stand up straight. Both guards' knuckles went white around their fists, but neither dared say a word. Watching the butler's performance, Yuanqing wheeled herself over to the iron gate, tilted her head to study the backs of their skulls, and cleared her throat. Hey boys, quick question for you. Is Eunuch Wang's speech still whistling these days? If it's really bad, I've got a roll of waterproof tape here. Mind dropping it off and patching him up on your way? The shorter, stockier guard on the left ground his heel into the dirt, half turning. His right hand instinctively drifted toward the holster on his hip. Hand off. You want to die? Don't drag me down with you. The butler's glare raked across both their faces. The guard dropped his shoulder and, in the end, didn't dare look back. Yi Qingxue quickly wheeled her sister back into the villa and shut the door. That mouth of yours is going to get you killed while we're gone. Not with my brother-in-law around. The Wang family wouldn't dare. I was playing with Su Qingqing when I heard that. I stood up. The Wang family is one thing. You still need to be able to defend yourself. Yuanqing looked down at her legs, then back up at me. She knew I wasn't talking about the seat cushion under her. Using the cabinet to block the view, I pulled a pistol out of my storage space, dropped the magazine, racked the slide hard, and the chambered round popped out with a ping. Rule 1. Never point it at your own people. I handed her the empty gun. Try some dry fires first, get a feel for it. Your sister spent a whole night on this the day before yesterday. Yuanqing didn't look over at her blushing sister. She gripped the handle. It was still warm from my hand, and that calmed her. She racked the slide again and again, the click of the firing pin echoing through the living room. After dinner, Yi Qingxue went and asked Auntie Lin to come over. Auntie Lin shot the two guards a look, then locked the door behind her the second she was inside. The four of us heading out tomorrow gathered around the coffee table while I checked each weapon one by one. Su Qingqing's grenade, the one sealed shut with spiritual energy, I stuffed into my own pocket. Tomorrow, we stick to one story. All three of us were helped out by Su's late father. We ran into Su Qingqing by chance, and we're along to lend a hand. I pointed at Lin Manwei. She lifted her chin. Orty. I shoved a crystal core in her mouth. You're mute. She closed her lips around the core and, sure enough, went quiet. Outside, the two guards kept watch at the iron gate. Yi Wanqing sat in the living room with the pistol. Auntie Lin took a spot by the window. Get some sleep tonight. Tomorrow, we've got a show to put on with Brother Zhao. 6 in the morning. The parking lot outside the safe zone's east gate. A few abandoned SUVs sat parked at odd angles along the road. Zhao Wuji leaned against a car door, a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. The stuff was a luxury in the safe zone these days. If Han Lai hadn't given it to him, he'd have forgotten what tobacco even tasted like. Han Lai stood next to him, a small flame dancing on his palm, the light flickering across his face. There was something smug in the curl of his lips, like he was looking down on everyone. Su Qingqing had just come out through the east gate. Zhao Wuji looked up. Behind her were 3 masked figures, one with a bow and a canvas pack, one in a hood walking a little strange, and the last one with a short blade tucked behind his back, moving loose and lazy. That one was me. Zhao Wuji flicked the cigarette away. Qingqing, the East District warehouse is a long haul. Hard to make room for extra bodies. Su Qingqing took half a step closer to me. They were my dad's friends. Before he passed. Friends. Han Lai looked us up and down and sneered. Sneaking around with your faces covered. Looks more like you're here to mooch off the score. Then he turned to Su Qingqing and put on a smile he clearly thought was charming. Let me introduce myself. Han Lai, D-grade first-tier Esper. Would Miss Su be interested in getting to know me a little better? Su Qingqing stared blankly at his afro. If it's a problem, then I won't go either. That was the line I'd taught her before we left, a test to see if this Brother Zhao had any dirty ideas. Han Lai sucked at his teeth. Fine, whatever. Not like a few extra mouths make a difference. Zhao Wuji's eyes flicked sideways, and the smile came right back. Han Sir has a point. Since you all want to help, why don't you take the lead? Scout ahead. I didn't curse him out. I just held my hand out, palm up. 3 waters. 3 packs of crackers. You want stuff before you've even done anything? Don't lump me in with those useless bastards behind us. Scouting means putting your life on the line. Add 3 E-grade crystal cores. Han Lai looked at me, then at the wavering Su Qingqing, and Zhao Wuji shot a quick glance. Give it to him. I took the water and crackers, broke off a piece, and popped it into the hooded woman's mouth. This is my mute little sister. Feed her enough, and she gets scary strong. Lin Manwei lowered her head and chewed on the cracker without a sound. Item gifted. Compressed cracker X13X return triggered. Received. Compressed cracker X3. Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched twice. You've killed zombies before? I took 2 gulps of water. Only a couple hundred or so. Somebody in the back couldn't hold back a snort. A couple hundred? What? You think zombies line up to get killed? Han Lai shook his head. Show-offs die the fastest. I didn't bother replying, just held up the empty wrapper and waved it at Zhao Wuji. Want to take it back? Too late now. The group pulled out of the parking lot. Me, Yi Qingxue and Lin Manwei took point. Su Qingqing was tucked behind a tall woman with short hair cropped close to her ears, broad shoulders, and a fire axe hanging at her hip. I checked her out from the corner of my eye. Name, Tang Yue. Age, 36. Occupation, fitness trainer. Looks, 74. Body, 82. Aura, 61. Purity, 93. Overall, 77.25. Tang Yu caught me looking and glanced up. I pulled my eyes away. Score wasn't high, but her temper sure was. Su Qingqing had told me this was the woman who'd been protecting her all along. The reason those creeps hadn't gotten their hands on her. Han Lai kept sidling up close to Su Qingqing. Tang Yu raised an arm and steered her behind her back. Han Lai stopped walking. The hell you blocking me for? Path's narrow. Path's narrow, then step aside. And you'd better learn some manners. Call me sir. Tang Yu's lips moved, but no sound came out. Su Qingqing tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Sis Yu, it's fine. Tang Yu lowered her voice. Stay close. We grabbed the goods and bail. The group moved along the elevated highway on the east side. Every few steps, Zhao Wuji barked out another order. Pick it up there. What's the holdup? Any slower, and it'll be dark before we get there. I didn't even turn around. You think you can do better? Be my guest. Zhao Wuji's smile started slipping. Han Lai, on the other hand, found it entertaining. Desperate mercenaries who only cared about loot were perfect fodder to soak up the danger. When we reached the underpass, I stopped. Up ahead, a refrigerated truck lay on its side, one of the trailer doors hanging half open. A handful of zombies circled the wreck, some hunched on the ground gnawing at something, others slamming themselves against the trailer over and over. Zhao Wuji jerked his chin. Clear it. I muttered a curse and moved forward with Lin Manwei. Yi Qingxue peeled off. She climbed up one of the highway support columns to the guardrail, her quiver dropping into her hand. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed. These three actually take orders. I closed in on the refrigerated truck. My foot came down on a torn plastic bag. Dark red fluid still pooled inside. A smear of blood trailed across the pavement, running from the trailer all the way to the corner of the overpass. The zombies around the truck all had their heads pointed toward it, and every single skull had a hole punched through it. The crystal cores had already been dug out. Someone had laid this road out for us. I raised a hand and made a signal in the air. Up on the overpass, Yi Qingxue knocked an arrow. Thwip! The arrow slipped through a gap in the guardrail and buried itself in the eye socket of a zombie circling around the flank. A second arrow cut in at an angle. Another one dropped under the truck. The laughter behind Zhao Wuji died. I slipped along the side of the truck, drove my knife into the base of a zombie's neck, ripped it free, and sidestepped a snapping, reeking mouth. Lin Manwei body-checked another one flat, dropped a knee onto it, and I followed through with a stab straight into the eye socket. Just a second ago, she'd almost gone in with her teeth to bite through its throat. Good thing I'd stuffed a D-grade core into her mouth beforehand. I kicked open the trailer door. No food, no supplies inside. Just 7 or 8 torn open blood bags. Off in the distance, Zhao Wuji's face twitched. He didn't know who'd set this up, but as it stood, the three of us had already cleared the most dangerous stretch for him. Pathetic, Han Lai spat, sliding a look at Su Qingqing. Just a few of them, and you're dragging it out this long. He deliberately turned his body to strike a confident pose, and a fireball ripped through the air trailing heat, slamming into 2 zombies beside the truck. Except Su Qingqing wasn't even looking at him. Her fists were clenched. She was worried about whether I'd gotten hurt. Boom. The flames swallowed the zombies, and then the insulation lining of the refrigerated truck caught fire too. Black smoke rolled and churned along the underside of the overpass. Distant footsteps started up, scattered, uneven. From the street corner, the alleyways, the far side of the overpass, rotting faces turned one by one toward the firelight. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. Fall back. Han Lai, in no hurry, just tipped up his chin. Fall back for what? This is nothing. Tang Yu and Su Qingqing ducked behind a wrecked car. Yi Qingxue vaulted the guardrail, loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, and pinned back the zombies charging from the right. 2 of Zhao Wuji's men were slow retreating. One got knocked flat, his leg jammed into the frame of an overturned car, and he clawed backward with one hand. Zhao, pull me out. Zhao Wuji glanced at the zombies closing in and threw out an arm to stop anyone else from helping. Move. The color drained clean out of the man's face. I stood on the fire line. The refrigerated truck was blazing hard. To the left, the scrapped cars formed a narrow gap. To the right, everything was sealed off by the truck cab and the guardrail. I broke into a run. Zhao Wuji's pupils jumped. You out of your damn mind. I didn't look back. I skimmed along the burning trailer, drove my knife up into the jaw of a lunging zombie, and used the momentum to vault over the cab. Flames licked at the hem of my jacket. I grabbed the guy by the collar and hauled him bodily out of the twisted frame. I'd been wondering how to get someone to talk, and here one had walked right up and delivered himself. The horde surged in. Lin Manwei planted herself in front of the truck cab, shoved a compact sedan over on its side with both arms, and wedged the car sideways across the mouth of the intersection. Yi Qingxiue's arrows rained down, dropping the first two zombies to hit the fire line. I dragged the guy through the flames. The truck's insulation had burned through, and the fire was spreading along both sides of the wreck. The horde got split into two streams, forced to take the long way around. The man I dragged back collapsed on the pavement, gasping for air. He looked up at me and forced out through his throat, "Hitch, thank you." I ignored him, because from behind the burning truck, more footsteps were coming. A dozen men filed out of the storefronts along the roadside. The one in front had a scar cut across his face. He stared at the burning trailer. "Who the fuck are you people? You just torched my bait." Scarface raised a machete. The blade tip crossed over the flames and pointed straight at Zhao Wuji's face. The blood bags, the horde, the intersection, all of it was set up by me. Trucks burned, cores are gone. 10 D-grade cores. One short, and nobody walks out of here. 7 or 8 men fanned out. Steel pipes plugged the gap between the wrecked cars. Crossbowmen climbed onto the truck cab and leveled their bolts at the group. Another. One of them dragged a chain around behind us, sealing off our retreat. Zhao Wuji's men had just pushed through the fire line, and their formation hadn't tightened back up yet. The man I'd rescued was on his knees by the road, propped up on his hands, panting too hard to lift his head. Zhao Wuji rested his hand on the grip of his gun. 10 D-grade cores. What is this piece of shit truck plated in gold? Torching those zombies was worth 10 E-grades, tops. Scarface grinned. I'd say your mama's plated in gold too, if I felt like it. You don't pay. I searched the truck myself. Footsteps came from inside the shop. A woman stepped out holding a crossbow, sleeves rolled to her elbows, a dagger on her hip. Su Qian. Lin Manwei's boot ground down on the gravel, a sharp crack. Her shoulders drew tight, and a low growl rolled up out of her throat, cutting through the crackle of the flames. Her ashen eyes swept past the crowd and locked onto Su Qian. Su Qian tilted her head, glanced over. Lin Manwei had already slammed a wrecked car door aside. Clang. The door crashed into the guardrail. She raised both arms and lunged forward, the wind flipping her hood back half an inch. I stepped across her path and clamped a hand on the back of her neck, channeling a calming spell through my palm. She kept fighting me, her teeth grinding against her crystal core. She tried to raise her arms 3 times. I knocked them back down every time. Look at me. Nothing. I leaned in close and blew softly by her ear. The debt gets paid, but I decide when. Rush her now, and your enemy walks away while somebody puts a bullet through your head thinking you're a zombie. The sound in her throat cut off. Fan. I'm here. Relax. I patted the back of her neck. Not one of them's getting away. She stood still for a beat, then let her forehead drop against my shoulder. Her arms went slack. Su Qian stared for a moment. Something about the woman felt strangely familiar. Right then, Scarface flicked his hand up. Search the bags. Su Qian's attention snapped back to the standoff. 3 of his men crossed the fire line. Tang Yu lifted her fire axe, the blade cocked by her shoulder. Su Qingqing drew her machete and pressed in behind me. Zhao Wuji had his gun half out, muzzle still tucked at his hip. The crossbowman zeroed in on Su Qingqing's pack. Hand it over. Han Lai stepped out from the back of the line. Who the hell said you could touch her? Flames curled up out of his palm and wrapped around his wrist, climbing his forearm. A scrap of plastic at his feet shriveled up in the heat, black smoke curling under the nearest car. Scarface's machete froze mid-swing. His 3 men stopped cold. The crossbowman backed off toward the wrecked car, bolt pointed at the ground. An Esper. Scarface's grip on his blade tightened first. His eyes flicked to the fire in Han Lai's hand, and only then did he slowly lower the edge. Sir, misunderstanding. This refrigerated truck's been sitting out here for years. The frames rusted straight through. Torching it wouldn't net you more than a couple cores. Han Lai puffed out his chest. Name's Han Lai. D-grade, first tier. He slammed a fist into a car window beside him. Crash. Glass sprayed across the ground and sliced open his knuckles, beads of blood rolling down his wrist and into his cuff. He tucked that hand behind his back like it was nothing and flung a jet of flame from the other, melting the plastic trim off a seat into a black lump. Move. Now. Scarface's jaw worked twice. He wheeled around and barked. You all deaf? Clear the road for Mr. Han. The men blocking the way pulled back to either side. A few of Zhao Wuji's people straightened up and their grips on their weapons loosened. I caught it in one glance. Han Lai's fist tucked behind his back, knuckles still raw and red. Hurts himself before he throws a punch. Real theatrical way to use a fire ability. Zhao Wuji holstered his gun and stepped up to smooth things over. Said everyone out here was just trying to scrape by. No point coming to blows over a scrap truck. He fished out 5 E-grade crystal cores as a peace offering and suggested everybody go their own way. When he was done, He shot Han Lai a pointed look. Scarface didn't so much as glance at the course. Instead, he pulled out a bottle of water, wiped it down with the corner of his shirt, and smiled as he told Su Qian to bring it over to Mr. Han. Su Qian kept her head down as she held the bottle out. Han Lai didn't take it. He grabbed her wrist instead, his gaze crawling from her face down to her waist. That greasy heat in his eyes, I saw it plain as day. This girl looks familiar, he drawled. Scarface jumped on it, asked if maybe they knew each other. Han Lai said she looked like a long-lost little sister of his palm sliding up her wrist, and said he'd like a word with her, alone. Zhao Wuji glanced at the sky and reminded him they still had business to handle, that they didn't know what shape the warehouse was in yet. Han Lai waved him off. Nobody's gonna die from waiting. Scarface gave Su Qian a shove forward, saying it was her good fortune Mr. Han had taken a liking to her. Su Qian pressed her lips together, then hooked her arm through Han Lai's and murmured that he really did look like her older brother, said something in a low voice about a birthmark she couldn't exactly show out here in the open, and asked if her brother would take a look. The two of them slipped into the tree line by the road. The branches shivered once, and they were gone. Scarface leaned against the hood of a car, all smiles. Zhao Wuji checked the position of the sun 3 times, but in the end, he didn't go after them. Su Qingqing had a white-knuckled grip on her pack strap. Yi Qingxue shifted sideways to put herself between Su and the road. Tang Yu murmured that they were halfway there, that they'd make it by afternoon. 5 minutes later, Han Lai strolled back out, adjusting his collar. His step was light, the grin all over his face impossible to hide. Su Qian trailed beside him, hem of her skirt flecked with grass, eyebrows knit, but the arm looped through his was clamped and tighter than before. She clearly hadn't given him the show he wanted. Han Lai patted her hip. Anything comes up, drop my name. Scarface hustled over, pulled out half a bent, damp cigarette, and held it up with both hands. Han Lai took it. Su Qian lit it for him. Zhao Wuji spun on his heel and barked, "Form up. Move out." Nobody asked what happened in the trees. I led Lin Manwei around the refrigerated truck. The flames had died down. The trailer was still smoking, and the blood bags inside had melted into black tar. The column had barely gone 20 feet when Han Lai called out to Zhao Wuji from the back, cigarette between his teeth, arm slung around Su Qian, one finger pointed at Scarface's crew. "Bring them along too." Zhao Wuji's hand paused near his gun. "To the east side warehouse." "Yeah." Han Lai exhaled a plume of smoke. "More hands, less trouble." Zhao Wuji stepped in close to Han Lai and dropped his voice. "Sir, rewards only so big. More people, harder to split." Han Lai flicked his right wrist, jerked his shoulder up, and a foot-high flame roared off his palm. "The fuck? My word not good enough anymore." Nobody on Scarface's side made a sound. Zhao Wuji stared at the flame. One by one, his fingers came off the grip of his gun. He forced out a smile. "You're right, sir. More hands, more muscle." Scarface, who 2 minutes ago had been demanding 10D grade course, flashed his teeth and folded his men in at the tail of the column. The steel pipes and machetes disappeared, but the spacing left a 2-step gap between his people and ours. Nobody on either side was turning their back. Half a mile down the road, Scarface sidled up to Zhao Wuji and asked what was in the east side warehouse. Zhao Wuji said they were looking into something for the Sioux girl. Scarface eyed the row of empty packs. "Looking into something takes that many bags." "For evidence." "Your family." "Evidence by the sackful." They both laughed, but their footsteps drifted further apart. Su Qian clung to Han Lai's arm, brushing cigarette ash off his shoulder, cooing about whether zombies might be hiding in the tall grass along the roadside. Han Lai flicked his right wrist. A fireball shot into the grass, and dry weeds curled up in black smoke. "With me here, who'd dare come near you?" "On my side." Su Qingqing quietly edged in between me and Lin Manwei. A low growl rolled out from under Lin Manwei's hood, and I slipped a crystal core into her mouth. "She's one of us. Down, girl." I'd already told Su Qingqing about Lin Manwei's identity last night. She'd gone from shock to skepticism to trust, and now the way she looked at me, like I was some invincible force of nature. Yi Qingxue took down her bow to check the string, but her peripheral vision stayed locked on Han Lai's wrist and shoulder. Up ahead, there was a chunk of broken concrete beside a drainage ditch. As Han Lai strolled past with his arm around Su Qian, Yi Qingxue's toe flicked out. The stone struck a sheet of metal siding. Clang! Su Qian shrieked. Han Lai's hand shot up and hurled a fireball. But again, right wrist first, shoulder hitching up. The flames blanketed half the ditch, but the point of impact drifted onto a junk tire. Rubber started smoking. He lifted his chin. "Quit jumping at every little thing." As I passed Yi Qingxue, she murmured. "Every time he uses his power, the right wrist moves first. Wide area, poor control." I glanced at the scorch marks around Han Lai's shoes. "Your eyes getting sharper. Don't treat me like your apprentice. Should we settle tuition tonight?" She stomped down on my foot and kept walking. Honestly, at some point along the way, this bickering back and forth had become our thing, and I was more than happy to indulge her. By early afternoon, we reached the warehouse district on the east side of the city. 3 cargo trucks were parked sideways in front of the main gate. It had only been a couple weeks, but the windshields were already caked over so thick you couldn't see through them. One corner of the Gold Chin Logistics sign had come loose, banging against the wall every time the wind picked up. A few dozen zombies were packed against the front, and the roll-up door was dented outward where they'd been clawing at it. Su Qingqing stared at that sign. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Han Lai shouldered his way to the front, flames gathering in his palm. I'll burn a hole straight through the front door. Zhao Wuji stepped in front of him and pushed his wrist down. The herd's packed too tight. You won't torch enough of them, and the noise will pull in everything else in this whole district. Another wave comes rolling in, and your ability won't stop it. The flame flickered twice, then died. Han Lai yanked his arm back and ground a shard of glass under his heel. You do it then. The words came out clenched through his teeth, and the look he shot Zhao Wuji had shifted into something ugly. Scarface pointed at the side wall and suggested circling around to the back. Zhao Wuji said the rear alley had collapsed, no way through. The 2 crews stood off to the left and right, steel pipes, crossbow bolts, pistols all resting at their hips. Nobody drew first, but nobody moved their hands away either. Su Qian pressed up against Han Lai and whined. You won't let him burn it. You won't let him go around. We can't just stand out here baking in the sun all day. Han Lai jerked his chin. Zhao Wuji, get on with it. I crouched down beside a wrecked car and started readying my shoelaces. No need to rush, everyone. Han Lai frowned. Who left their fly open and let you out? I didn't rise to it. I just looked up at Zhao Wuji. Brother Zhao, you've been surviving out here long enough. You've got to have a few tricks for drawing them away, right? Zhao Wuji stared at the way I was tying my shoes, his brow slowly furrowing. That voice sounded familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere before. But nobody he knew was this bold. The man I'd pulled out from under the car frame that morning lifted his head, his eyes instinctively flicking to the tool pouch at Zhao Wuji's hip. I followed his gaze. When we'd stopped to rest earlier, I'd offered him some water and casually asked how Zhao Wuji usually dealt with zombies. A modified speaker had come up in the answer. I knew that thing all too well. Zhao Wuji had used a speaker just like it to lure zombies toward me back in the day. Later that speaker ended up in my hands, and I'd gift-wrapped it right back to Scarface at the Wanxiang Mall. Boomerang. Right back around. Don't you usually carry a modified speaker? I dusted off my pants and stood up. Draw the herd off. Sure beats using our lives as bait. Before Zhao Wuji could get a word out, Han Lai's hand was already extended. You've got something, hand it over. What's the holdup? Scarface opened his palm too. Brother Zhao, we're all in the same boat. Hoarding the life vests isn't a good look. Zhao Wuji stared at me for 2 beats, then unzipped his pouch and pulled out a speaker the size of his palm. I use this to pull herds away all the time. I was just calculating where to throw it. The others immediately crowded in to argue about where to toss it. But at the back of the group, one man dropped into a crouch. He'd been on that Wanxiang Mall run. He tugged at his buddy's sleeve, gesturing at the side of the speaker. The thing that pulled all those zombies into the mall. Didn't it look just like this? The man's voice came out dry and low. Wanxiang Mall, that was the thing that brought the herd down on us. Scarface followed his gaze, and the smile slid off his face. Brother Zhao, you've been to Wanxiang Mall before. Zhao Wuji's thumb pressed down on the switch. Little speakers all look alike. Let's clear the front gate first. Save the reminiscing for inside. Scarface didn't answer, but his machete slid off his shoulder down to his side. I leaned against the wrecked car, a corner of my mouth lifting. He'd found the door. All that was left was someone to kick it in. Zhao Wuji wrapped a rock into the speaker for weight, cranked the volume all the way up. A screech of static tore across the warehouse district, and he whipped his arm forward, sending the speaker sailing toward the west side of the front gate. Every head in the herd snapped around in unison. Dozens of them surged toward the drainage ditch, and the front gate cleared out. Move. Zhao Wuji had just raised his hand when the sound of tearing metal came from the side of the warehouse. The side door had been slammed open. A dozen zombies came pouring out and drove straight into the flank of our group. The formation shattered instantly. Zhao Wuji's people scrambled behind the cargo truck on the right. Han Lai grabbed Su Qian and pulled back into open ground. I hauled Su Qingqing along with me and tucked her, Yi Qingxue, and Lin Manwei into the gap between 2 junked cars. Scarface's crew got caught right in the pocket, between the side door and the speaker. Static screeching one way, warm bodies the other. Every zombie coming out of that door funneled straight into them. Hold the line. Scarface's blade sank into a zombie's neck. The pipe guy had just snapped one's leg when another one clamped onto his shoulder, splashing rotten blood all over him. Scar, they're all coming for us. Scarface twisted around and looked. Zhao Wuji's crew had their backs against the truck with maybe 3 zombies in front of them. Then he looked at the speaker over by the drainage ditch and roared, "Zhao, you threw that thing over there to use us as bait." Zhao Wuji put a bullet through a zombie's forehead. Nobody could have called that side door popping open. "Don't lose your shit. Cut your way out first." Han Lai hurled a fireball, and a flaming zombie went stumbling around, crashing into things. He kept one arm locked around Su Qian's waist and waved the other towards Su Qingqing. "Xiao Su, come over here to me. Big brother's got room to protect too." Su Qingqing shrank half a step behind me. When Han Lai saw she wasn't moving, he didn't push it, just cupped another flame. "In the palm of my hand. We do this my way. Scarface holds the left, Zhao Wuji holds the right. I'm the Esper here. It's just a handful of zombies. Quit making a mess of things." Under the pressure, both sides reformed their lines, each taking on an equal share of the zombies. I pulled 3 people back behind the truck, the cargo container blocking us from view outside. I pressed down on the back of Lin Manwei's neck and tilted my head toward Zhao Wuji's position. "Let one rip." Lin Manwei bit down on the crystal core, a low growl rolling out of her throat. The sound carried under the truck. The zombies closest to our side stopped, turned their heads, veered around the truck, and all charged toward Scarface's side. The horde behind them followed suit. Scarface staggered back 3 steps. "Zhao Wuji, what the hell are you doing? Why are these zombies coming this way?" He flashed back to the unexplained zombie frenzy at Wanxiang City that day and raised his blade at Zhao Wuji. "That thing at Wanxiang City, that was you. Before today, I didn't even know who you were." "Well, you know now." Scarface flicked the rotten blood off his blade. "So you're trying to shut me up?" Behind Zhao Wuji, several of his men kept shooting glances at the 2 of them while they cut down zombies. I slipped halfway around the other side of the truck with Su Qingqing. "Scarface, buddy, don't jump to conclusions. Someone with Brother Zhao standing. If he really wanted to screw you over, would he ever let you see his face?" It sounded like I was talking him down. But the truth was, back at Wanxiang City, he really hadn't seen the face of the man pulling the strings. Scarface's men finished off their zombies and all wheeled around at once. Cleavers, crossbows, steel pipes, every weapon lifted toward Zhao Wuji's side. Han Lai stepped into the space between the 2 groups, flames curling up his forearm. "Weapons down. Anybody else runs their mouth, I'll torch you." Scarface muttered a hollow "yes, sir," but didn't move a muscle. Zhao Wuji only lowered his muzzle half an inch. Han Lai stood there holding the fire for 2 breaths, and both sides were still locked onto their enemies. I ducked back behind the truck and let my spiritual energy pass over myself, Yi Qingxue, Lin Manwei, and Su Qingqing in turn. The concealment technique settled in, and the 4 of us had our breathing and scent completely masked. I sighted through a gap in the truck, flicked a pebble laced with spiritual energy off my finger, and punched clean through the little speaker. With the zombie luring sound gone, the corpses nearby immediately turned and locked onto the group of living humans. And of the 2 factions squaring off, Scarface's side had their backs to the zombies. One man got tackled to the ground. He stabbed the corpse 3 times before he could shove it off, but 4 gashes had already been ripped down his arm, black blood pouring out. He stared at his arm, breathing faster and faster. I got bit. The people next to him stepped back. It was Zhao Wuji. He killed the speaker. Scarface roared and charged, cleaver aimed straight at the other side. Crossbow bolts flew. Steel pipes cracked down on skulls. Gunshots blurred into one long stretch of noise. Han Lai threw up an arm to shield his face, and a ball of fire flew wild toward the warehouse's main entrance. A stray bullet clipped the door lock. The rolling gate sprang open, and the panel slammed down onto the ground. The zombies inside the warehouse came pouring out over it. A few of the guys still hacking at each other in the front rank got bowled over by the horde. Their screams were quickly drowned out by the sound of chewing. Han Lai threw 3 fireballs in rapid succession. "On my orders. Fall back to me." Nobody listened. The cardboard boxes at the entrance caught fire, a wooden rack collapsed into an oil slick, and flames crawled several meters along the ground. Black smoke swallowed the crowd. "Fall back." Zhao Wuji used the smoke as cover to retreat right. Scarface came bursting out of the smoke, spotted him instantly. "Selling me out again?" He caught up and buried his cleaver in the back of one of Zhao Wuji's lieutenants. Zhao Wuji spun and fired. The bullet grazed past Scarface's ear and dropped a crossbowman behind him. Neither side had anywhere to retreat now. Han Lai was caught in the middle. He'd just burned back 2 zombies when a steel pipe cracked across his spine. That was when Yi Qingxue raised her hand. Wind spread out along the ground, pushing the black smoke on our side out toward the flanks, and a narrow path opened up between the junked cars and the outer wall. Su Qingqing looked at her. "You're an Esper too? Save it. Move." Yi Qingxue took the lead with her bow. I grabbed Su Qingqing, brought Lin Manwei along through the narrow path, and tucked us into the dead corner against the warehouse's side wall. Lin Manwei stood facing outward, and the few zombies drifting close heard the sound rumbling in her throat and veered off, heading into the smoke instead. On this side of the wall, there were no zombies. No bullets, either. Outside, Scarface cut down another one of Zhao Wuji's men. The horde trampled over the fallen, still pressing toward wherever the gunfire was thickest. I leaned against the container, watching both crews clear the door for me, scout the way, and feed the zombies. Then I drawled, "Would have been nice to have a bag of sunflower seeds. You know, more the merrier, makes everything easier." Smoke rolled in under the rolling gate. Zhao Wuji had just fallen back behind the truck when Scarface came charging after him, cleaver slicing down toward the back of his neck. Zhao Wuji twisted and fired. Bang! The bullet blew off half of Scarface's ear. Scarface swiped a hand across his face and, in one motion, shoved one of Zhao Wuji's lieutenants backward into the horde. 3 zombies latched onto the man's shoulders and back on the spot. "Brother Zhao, save me." Zhao Wuji swapped in a fresh magazine, raised the muzzle past the man, and dropped the zombies behind him. The man he'd been bitten went down with them. The horde thinned out. The bodies on the ground piled up. The last zombie got slammed under the truck, and all that was left in front of the door was the sound of ragged breathing. Every one of Zhao Wuji's lieutenants was down. Scarface still had 3 men standing. Scarface walked over the corpses, dragging his cleaver along the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He raised the blade and pointed at the busted speaker in the drainage ditch. Wanxiang City, modified speaker. Today, side gate horde, speaker shut off. The blade swung to point at his dead men. "Zhao, you set me up twice. Did I dig up your ancestors' graves or something?" Zhao Wuji had his gun leveled at him, but the muzzle shaking like a leaf told everyone the same thing. He was out of bullets. "I already told you. Before today, I had no idea who the hell you were. The only reason I came out east was to finish the Central Tower job for Han Lai." The scene went quiet. Scarface froze. "The mission the ferry put out? I thought you guys were here investigating a case." Zhao Wuji tilted his head toward Han Lai. "Ask him. Su Qingqing is just a cover. Her father's a partner in this logistics company, so bringing her along keeps things from looking suspicious. All that talk on the way here about investigating a case. I made it up to trick her into leaving the safe zone." The strap of Su Qingqing's backpack slipped off her hand, and a photo fell out from the inner pocket, landing next to a pool of blood. She wrapped both arms around my arm and buried her face against my shoulder. I pressed a hand to her head. "See it now, blockhead?" She nodded twice. Scarface fixed his eyes on Han Lai. "What did the Central Tower send you here to do?" "The ferry hands out missions too." Han Lai kicked the broken blade away from Su Qian's foot. "Deep in the warehouse, there's a batch of special alloy. The mission's only open to espers. You regular folks wouldn't know about it, naturally. Once we get the goods, rewards are split based on contribution. As for what went down today, I, Scarface, owe you an apology." Zhao Wuji lowered his empty gun. "Fine." Han Lai pulled out 2 cigarettes and tossed one to each of them. The 3 of them stood among the corpses and ran through the whole clash from the top. The speaker, the zombie horde at the side door, and that line that sounded like someone trying to break up a fight. Scarface's cigarette hand froze mid-motion. Zhao Wuji turned his head. Han Lai's eyes shifted to the side wall too. 3 lines of sight swept past the wrecked cars and landed on the 4 of us. The aura concealing technique could fool an aimless search, but it couldn't block a locked-on gaze. Su Qingqing tightened her grip on my arm and shuffled back half a step, her curves pressing fully into the crook of my elbow. Han Lai bit down, tearing the cigarette paper. He raised his hand and pointed at me. "It's you. Get on your fucking knees. I'll let you keep breathing, just long enough to watch, eyes wide open, while I have my way with those 3 women behind you." Scarface took half a step back. Zhao Wuji edged toward the truck and picked up a steel pipe. Tang Yu walked over with the fire axe and planted herself in front of us. "Lord Han, nothing's been confirmed yet." He was just running his mouth. "The mission's what matters. No need for anyone else to die." I patted her shoulder. "Get behind me." Tang Yu glanced back, probably cursing me on the inside. "I'm out here sticking up for you, and you want to walk right into your own grave?" I stepped past her, reached up, and pulled down my face covering. My face dropped into the daylight. "Espers, what's so damn impressive about them?" Zhao Wuji's hand started shaking. He stared at me and backed up 2 steps, kept backing up even after his lower back slammed into the truck door. "Chen Fan, after you got bitten, you died on the roof of Yantian Mall. I even left a little speaker at the entrance to lure the zombies away. No way. No fucking way." Scarface looked at the busted speaker, then back at me. "The zombie tied in the mall, the shootout today, according to Zhao Wuji, 1 man was behind both." I rolled my neck. Bro Zhao's got a good memory. The rooftop, the little speaker, I remember it all. Zhao Wuji yanked out another gun with his free hand and pulled the trigger like a madman. Click, click, click. Nothing but hollow metallic snaps. Han Lai had already dropped Su Qian. His right wrist twisted inward, and flame coiled up his arm from his palm. Cheap parlor tricks. A ball of fire shot toward the side wall, a wave of flame spreading out, paint peeling off the wrecked cars and curls. Yi Qingxue stepped in front of me in a single stride, her ponytail lifted by the airflow. She swept her palm across in a horizontal cut, and the wind pressure condensed into a narrow line, splitting a corridor straight through the center of the flames. The fire slammed into the wrecks on either side. Not even the hem of my clothes moved. Scarface let his machete drop. Zhao Wuji lowered his gun barrel. Tang Yu's axe hand froze at her hip. That quiet woman who'd been carrying a bow the whole way, barely speaking, turned out to be an esper too. Han Lai shoved Su Qian aside. Wind element? I'm a fire esper, undefeated at my rank. You really think you can go toe-to-toe with me? Flame wrapped around his sleeve, right wrist twisting inward, shoulder cocking up, the exact same motion as before. But Yi Qingxue had already drawn her bowstring taut, airflow spiraling around the shaft. The moment Han Lai threw up a wall of fire, her bowstring snapped forward. The arrow shot through the seam of the wall before it fully closed, dragging a spray of sparks behind it. Thunk! The arrowhead buried itself between Han Lai's eyebrows. He staggered half a step forward, the flame in his palm dropping to the ground, then toppled backward. The back of his skull cracked against the rolling metal door, and the arrow's fletching wobbled a few times. Su Qian let go of his shirt hem and backed away. Zhao Wuji's muzzle drooped toward the floor. Scarface and his other guy dropped their steel pipes, iron clanging against the ground. Yi Qingxue lowered her bow and returned to my side. I rubbed my chin and stepped over Han Lai's corpse. Espers, nothing so impressive about them after all. I gave her ass a casual pat on the way past. Yi Qingxue jabbed her bow into my waist. Hand. Off. Tonight, I'll give you a first kill reward. Pass. Han Lai lay flat on his back in front of the rolling door, an arrow lodged between his eyebrows, two little tufts of flame still burning at the edges of his shoes. Scarface stared for 2 breaths. Then his machete slipped from his grip and splashed into the bloody water. He dropped to both knees, tore off his backpack, and started kowtowing furiously toward Yi Qingxue. My lady, I've got supplies. They're all yours. The warehouse situation's unclear. I can scout ahead for you. His other 2 men dropped to their knees too, steel pipes rolling off to the side. We can scout too. We'll be your dogs. I stepped over Han Lai's corpse without slowing and jerked my chin at Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, send them off. Scarface's head snapped up. Wait, I still know. The bowstring sang. The first arrow punched into his eye socket. Yi Qingxue's left foot stepped forward, wind pressure wrapping around 2 more arrows, arcing them over the wrecked cars and curving them, one left, one right, toward the 2 kneeling men. Thunk, thunk. 3 bodies dropped into the pool of blood. From knocking to lowering her bow, she'd used exactly 2 breaths. Anyone else? Tang Yu gripped her axe, her eyes sweeping across the 3 corpses before settling on my face. Yi Qingxue killing Han Lai was proof enough of her strength. But one word from me, and she didn't even ask why. Just who the hell was this man? The scuff of a soul came from behind the truck. Zhao Wuji was sliding along the side of the vehicle toward the exit, empty gun clenched in his right hand. His heel had just cleared the tailgate. Bang! A bullet bit into the concrete right beside his foot, chips of stone flying. His body locked up. The empty gun clattered from his hand. His back slammed flat against the truck bed, both hands shooting up in the air. On the other side of the truck, Su Qingqing stood with both hands wrapped around a pistol, gray smoke still curling from the muzzle. Her arms were pulled taut, sweat trailing down from her temple. Qingqing, don't shoot. It's me, your big bro Zhao. Su Qingqing clenched her teeth. This was the gun I'd given her back at the villa. She'd kept it hidden on her the whole time. The metal grip had gone slick with the sweat from her palms. I walked over to her side and laid my palm over the back of her hand. You're shaking like a leaf. But you didn't close your eyes when you pulled the trigger. That earns you a passing grade. Her shoulders sagged, and she started gasping for air. Zhao Wuji leaned against the truck, his legs going soft. Where the hell did that little girl get a gun? Guns like that were only issued to survivor squad captains. His eyes flicked back to my face, and he forced out a dry laugh. Chin Fan, I'm worth more to you alive. Worth what? The warehouse mission came down from Central Tower. Han Lai was in charge of retrieving the special alloy. I handled routes and personnel. He pointed at Han Lai's body. The mission credentials are on him. That lady beside you, she's awakened her ability too, so she qualifies to take on the job. Deliver the alloy back, and it trades for 1 C-grade crystal core. I know that warehouse. I lifted my foot and kicked the empty pistol into the burning wreckage. All right, I'll give you a shot. His shoulders had just started to relax when Lin Manwei slipped in right behind his back. He snapped his spine straight again. Everyone started stripping the battlefield. Han Lai had nothing on him but half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Zhao Wuji's people were carrying his water and food for him. Yi Qingxue fished a long, jade-green tablet out of Han Lai's pocket. 3 stacked clouds were embossed on the back. That's it. The mission token, Zhao Wuji said immediately. Only awakened ones can use it. I took it. Identical to the jade slips from the cultivation world in my past life. I sent a thread of spiritual power along the etched patterns, and a message unspooled inside. Mission, East District Warehouse. Xin tungsten alloy, 300 kilograms. Reward, 1 C-grade crystal core. Buried at the very bottom of the message were 3 more characters. Cloud Heaven Sect. I slipped the jade slip into my pocket. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Cloud Heaven Sect. Central Tower. So this world really did have cultivation sections. The question was, why would a sect be collecting alloy out of a modern warehouse? Su Qian crawled up from beside Han Lai's body. Blood and ash streaked the hem of her skirt, and one knee was scraped raw. She hugged her shoulders, tears sliding off her chin, doing her best pitiful little thing impression. I didn't have a choice. Scarface was controlling me, and Han Lai just dragged me into the woods. Everything I did, I just wanted to stay alive. Tang Yu hooked her axe onto her belt and reached out to help her up. Can you walk? Yeah. Lin Manwei's shoulders went tight, and she took a step towards Su Qian. I pushed a calming spell into her, wrapped an arm around her waist from behind, and blew softly on the nape of her neck. Not yet. You can't eat her yet. She squirmed twice, then forced out a single low word. Mortal. Killing her would be letting her off easy. Be a good girl and listen to me. This seat will give you your due. I patted her head, then lifted my eyes to Su Qian. You, back of the line. 5 paces behind everyone else. Su Qian's hand froze halfway to her cheek. My gaze drifted to the empty dagger sheath at her hip. You're welcome to run. Just do the math first. Are your legs faster, or Lady Ye's arrows? Yi Qingxue tilted her bow. Su Qian lowered her head. Understood. Zhao Wuji picked up a steel pipe and took point, weaving around collapsed shelves and cutting through the loading zone into the staff corridor. 2 fire doors, a narrow hallway hugging the cold storage wall. He rattled off every location without pausing. The Chun Logistics evacuation map was still hanging on the wall, and his route matched it down to the inch. At the inner warehouse rolling gate, he crouched and pulled a manual chain out from behind an electrical panel. I watched his back. This old bastard knew the Chun family warehouse better than the original owner of this body, who, technically, was the young master here. He'd done his homework for this mission. No wonder he'd been able to fool Su Qingqing. Lin Manwei drifted back to my side. Every rattle of the chain drew another low growl out of her throat. Zhao Wuji hauled faster and faster. When the gate had risen to about waist height, several zombies came crawling out, still wearing the blue Chun Logistics uniforms. The one in front had a name tag dangling from its collar. Zhang Hong, head of transportation. The original owner of this body remembered that face. So did Su Qingqing. Back when she was little, the company veterans used to get together for dinner, and Uncle Zhang always slipped her a red envelope on the sly. Uncle Zhang. She stepped forward. Wait. Yi Qingxue had already loosed the string. The arrow drove through Zhang Hong's eye socket, and the corpse toppled backward. The other zombies charged the noise. Yi Qingxue planted herself dead center in the corridor and fired 4 shots in succession. Pressurized wind carried each arrow through the narrow gap, flipping one after another off its feet. One slipped past on the flank. Lin Manwei met it head-on and slammed it into the wall, bones cracking audibly. I closed in from the side, my short blade punching up through its jaw. The corridor went quiet again. Su Qingqing knelt beside Zhang Hong. Why couldn't we wait just a little longer? He might have still recognized me. I walked over and used the tip of my blade to pry Zhang Hong's mouth open. Shreds of flesh were wedged between his teeth. A strip of fabric still clung to the base of his tongue, same material as the warehouse uniform. Get a good look. Su Qingqing stared at that row of teeth. Her throat bobbed once. I sheathed the knife. There are no old friends here. Only zombies that'll rip your throat out. Every extra second we wait is another second of risk we all take on. Her arms dropped to her sides. A few breaths passed. Then she stood, walked around behind me, and stopped. Got it. I reached back and ruffled her hair. Look at that. Even the blockhead learned something. Zhao Wuji hauled on the chain again, and the rolling gate came clanging down behind us. He raised the steel pipe and pointed it toward the reinforced iron door at the end of the corridor. According to my intel, the alloy's in there. He moved to the side of the door and waved us back, then jammed the pipe into the slot beneath the mechanical lock and leaned into it. Clack, clack, clack. Gears meshed. The iron door retracted half an inch, then slid sideways along the wall. Zhao Wuji pushed through first. It's clear. I didn't move. I tipped my chin at Lin Manwei. She pressed against the doorframe and sniffed twice. No sound from her throat. Yi Qingxue raised her bow and stepped inside. Wind unfurled from her feet, and swept every row of shelving. Nothing alive. Only then did I bring Su Qingqing in. The inner warehouse held no canned food, no medicine, just row after row of chest-high cardboard boxes stacked from the walls to the center aisle. Every one of them stamped with the same gold lettering. Chun Logistics, Specialty Freight. Every last box was empty. Zhao Wuji walked to the middle of the room and pointed at a crate about the size of a microwave. This is it. Xian tungsten alloy. The exact item Central Tower is asking for. Don't let the size fool you. That's a solid 300 kilos. He patted the lid. This tip cost me 5 E-grade crystal cores. My source used to work in this warehouse. Mission token, delivery route, inspection protocol. I've got it all. I stepped up to the nearest metal container and laid my palm on the lid. Spiritual power seeped through the latch. Inside, silver gray ingots were stacked in neat rows. My spiritual sense circulated once through the metal and came back with less than 20% loss. Hard enough. Ductile enough. Etch on wind-riding runes, featherlight runes, and spirit-gathering runes, and it'd be more than sufficient to forge a low-grade flying sword. 300 kilograms. Even after skimming off the impurities, I could get 3 swords out of it. Of course, that assumed I, the sect master of Hahuan's sect, was doing the forging. Hand it to any run-of-the-mill artificer, and pulling out a single sword would already count as prodigy-level work. The corner of my mouth ticked up. Central Tower had gone through all this trouble to issue a mission and ended up prepping crafting materials for me. All I was missing now was a forging furnace, a full set of smithing tools, and a stable flame source. Han Lai's caliber, the kind of clown who set his own shoes on fire, couldn't have melted Xian tungsten if his life depended on it. I scanned the number stamped on the side of the crate, July 3rd. The day Father Chun and Father Su had their accident. That's when the shipment arrived at the warehouse. Pressed into the bottom of the crate was another 3 stacked Cloud's insignia. Cloud Heaven Sect had been in contact with Chun Logistics for a long time. Then the apocalypse hits, and Central Tower is suddenly in a hurry to reclaim the goods. Somewhere in the middle of all that, there was a body count that had never been settled. Su Qingqing walked over, her palm brushing across. The words, Chen's Logistics, stood out on the crate. My dad told me once, their business isn't the kind that sees daylight. Logistics just moves the goods. Where the cargo comes from, who it's going to, even the drivers aren't allowed to ask. She bent down to check the intake date. Her breath hitched for a beat, and she turned to lock eyes on Zhao Wuji. Who sold you the intel? Zhao Wuji's grin froze. Ran into him at the South District Black Market. Nobody asks names or shows faces down there. I gave him crystal cores, he gave me info, and we went our separate ways. He spread his hands. I've got no reason to lie to you. We're all under Boss Chen now, eating out of the same pot. Su Qingqing took 2 steps forward. Tang Yu swung the fire axe across and pushed her behind her back. Seeing that, Zhao Wuji quickly turned to me. Boss Chun, I'll admit I mishandled that rooftop situation. But you'd already been bitten. The apocalypse had just hit. Everybody knew corpse venom was a death sentence. And in the end, it was Su Qingqing who locked you upstairs. You forgave her, didn't you? I leaned against the metal crate, listening with a fair amount of attention. When I didn't speak, his pace steadied. You're alive now, which means no permanent harm was done. Come back to the safe zone with me. I'll pay you 10 E-rank crystal cores, 2 crates of food, and 2 guns. I can even put in a word for you over at Central Tower. In a minute, we'll load this crate onto the pickup truck out front. Your humble little brother here happens to know a few tricks for hot wiring an engine. Tang Yu gripped the axe handle and looked at me. She'd run a few jobs with Zhao Wuji. The guy played dirty, but he was well-connected. He even had lines into the enforcement squad. Keeping him alive would have its uses. Zhao Wuji licked his cracked lips. Whatever perks come our way from here on, we split them. As for past misunderstandings, we can work those out slowly. I asked, anything else? His shoulders dropped. I've said everything worth saying. If you're not happy with it, we can still talk it out when we get back. I nodded. All right. He exhaled the breath he'd been holding in his chest. I took half a step forward. The short blade drove up under his jaw, the tip punching through his mouth and lodging into his skull. The steel pipe in his hand had lifted maybe half an inch when all 5 of his fingers went slack. Clang. The pipe hit the ground and rolled several yards away. I yanked the blade out and stepped aside. Zhao Wuji's knees buckled, and he slumped down the side of the crate, blood soaking through his collar. His legs kicked twice, then went still. Tang Yu stepped forward, the axe handle held level across her waist. You said just now, you'd give him a chance. Yi Qingshua's arrow was already trained on her chest. I looked down and wiped the blade clean on Zhao Wuji's shirt. This seat promised to give him a chance to lead the way. The way has been led. The chance is used up. I sheathed the blade. When did I ever say I'd let him go home? Tang Yu's mouth hung open, the axe frozen at her hip. Su Qingqing hurried to step in front of her, both hands gripping the axe handle. Sis, you put it down. Qingqing, He kills people who've already surrendered. That's between them, Su Qingqing said, planting her feet. I don't want you to die. Tang Yu looked at Zhao Wuji's corpse, then at Yi Qingshue's fully drawn bow. The axe blade lowered to the floor. Su Qingqing turned to me. Chen Fan, she's protected me before. I know. I glanced at Tang Yu. That's why she's still standing. Tang Yu's throat bobbed. She retreated to the wall. From over by the door frame came the sound of fabric scraping against a surface. Su Qian slid down the wall, and a wet stain quickly spread through the hem of her skirt. She braced both hands on the floor and dug her heels in, scooting backward. Don't kill me. I can cook. I can warm your bed. I know where Scar's supplies are stashed. I'll do anything you want. I walked over and crouched down in front of her. My voice actually dropped softer. Easy. This seat isn't going to kill you. Su Qian lifted her face. Her breath caught in her throat, and she couldn't get out a single complete word. Lin Manwei stood 5 paces off. From under her hood came the sound of teeth grinding down on a crystal core. Once, then again, I reached up and gave Su Qian's cheek a light pat. This seat is just a little curious about the gossip. That director Lin you all went looking for in Grand Vista Mall. How exactly did she end up a zombie? The softer my voice got, the straighter Su Qian sat up. A way out had just opened up. Yi Qingxue lowered her bow, though the arrow stayed knocked to the string. Su Qingqing's gaze traveled over Su Qian's face. The woman wasn't bad looking. C-cup, maybe 2 tiers below her own, and she knew how to cry on cue. And the man in front of her had a taste for doing some seriously weird things. If it really came down to that, it made her sick, but what could she even do about it? I tapped the floor with my blade. Give me the details. I already said I won't kill you. Su Qian wiped the tears off her chin. Director Lin paid my way through college. After I graduated, she kept me on as her assistant. Her food, clothes, housing, travel, business dinners, I handled everything. She shuffled forward half a step on her knees and tilted her face up. Director Lin was my benefactor. I always thought of her as my own sister. The day the outbreak hit, Grand Vista Mall was pure chaos, and the two of us got separated in the crowd. The short blade pressed against her chin. Her voice cut off. I lifted my wrist, letting the flat of the blade prop her face up. This seat likes to hear the truth. Made-up gossip has a way of making me change my mind. Su Qian's lips parted and closed a few times. Her palms clenched the fabric of her skirt. The fear in her eyes hadn't faded, but the venom surfaced first. Why? Why is she born a princess, and no matter how much I do, I'm still just Cinderella? She pulled her neck back. Even the princes I liked, all they ever saw was her. Su Qingqing looked down at her. I thought you said she was like your sister? The tears on Su Qian's face stopped. I withdrew the blade. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell me what happened that day at Grand Vista Mall. Su Qian lowered her head. The Gu family's second son, Gu Ming, had been chasing Director Lin for 2 years. Handbags, jewelry, yacht charters, the works. She never gave him an inch. The day before the outbreak, he handed me 50,000 and told me to find an excuse the next day to bring Director Lin to Grand Vista Mall. He was going to make a public confession in the atrium. I shot Lin Manwei a glance. Under the hood, her teeth bit down on the crystal core. Crack. Su Qian didn't see it. She kept babbling, trying to feed my appetite for gossip. I told Director Lin there was a great new pickled fish place at Grand Vista. She'd just wrapped a big project, so she agreed. We went upstairs to eat first while Gu Ming set up downstairs. Her hand stopped bunching her skirt. But before we could finish the meal, Director Lin started running a fever, headache, dry throat. People in the mall were already going crazy, biting each other. I grabbed my bag and slipped out through the emergency stairs. From inside Lin Manwei's body came the muffled sound of qi and blood pounding through her meridians. She raised her head, and behind the dark lenses, her eyes locked onto Su Qian. Fragmented images crashed into her sea of consciousness. The mall lights, her head spinning, upstairs. The crowd downstairs was going berserk, and the rooftop's iron door had already slammed shut behind her. She didn't want to turn into one of those biting monsters, so she wedged herself between 2 pipes. The last thing she remembered was Su Qian grabbing her car keys off the desk. Su Qian rushed to explain. Everyone was running. Even if I'd stayed, I couldn't have saved her. I just wanted to live. The short blade tapped against the floor tile. Clink. So if you ran, why did you come back to Mixed City with Scar later? Su Qian lowered her body, pressing her forehead to the floor, deliberately letting her collar fall open toward my eyes, putting her assets on display. CEO Lin controlled an emergency supply depot. Her face and fingerprints unlocked the doors. Scar was looking for supplies, so I reached out to him and told him CEO Lin might still be in Mixed City. I looked down at her. So you left your dear sister to die, then came back to use her as a key. Su Qian kept her forehead against the tile and didn't dare respond. Just quietly tugged her bra strap out a little more, making the sword scar across her chest more visible. Where's the warehouse? North Wharf. There's an office tower there. The real vault is hidden on B2. In another half-month, the backup batteries will die and the electronic locks will release automatically. She lifted half her face. Scar can't swallow it alone. He's teamed up with 2 other crews. They're set to move in 2 weeks. I rubbed my chin. The mystic tungsten alloy hadn't even been moved yet, and now an emergency supply depot had dropped into my lap. This trip to the east side of the city was starting to snowball. What about Gu Ming? Su Qian shook her head. Haven't seen him since the outbreak, but he should still be alive. When I left Mixed City, there was no sign of any setup from him. The Gu family has always had tight connections with the government. He probably got wind of something ahead of time. Gu Ming. Rooftop. Emergency supply depot. 3 words landed in Lin Manwei's ears. Corpse. She rushed back and forth through her meridians. She lifted her hand 3 times, only to have it pressed back down by the calming spell. Su Qian stole a few glances at her. That hooded woman had made her uncomfortable from the moment she'd joined the team. She'd originally planned to climb into Han Lai's bed and get him to kill this woman for her, only to find Han Lai's bed hadn't outlived this woman. And clearly, she was one of my people. So Su Qian would have to please me with what she did best, or risk getting boxed in. I didn't ask anything more. Su Qian took the pause as her opening and wrapped both arms around my knees. I can cook, I can organize supplies, I can take care of people. She pressed her face against the side of my leg, softening her voice. At night, I can serve you too. I know all kinds of things. She glanced at Lin Manwei and forced a smile. This big sister keeps staring at me. It's scary. Is she jealous? I lowered my eyes. Name, Su Qian. Age, 26. Occupation, executive assistant. Face, 88. Body, 84. Aura, 72. Purity, 19. Overall, 65.75. This woman had definitely called plenty of men big brother to get where she was today. Her purity had dropped another 4 points since I'd first laid eyes on her. Su Qian tried to press in closer. I stood, planted the sole of my shoe against her shoulder, and shoved her back against the wall. This master does enjoy collecting cauldrons, but I don't drink other people's leftovers. Su Qingqing snorted, then quickly clamped her mouth shut, her shoulders still shaking. Yi Qingxue let the bowstring slacken, the arrowhead dipping toward the floor. Su Qian sat frozen against the wall, the flattery still plastered across her face. I hadn't kept her alive this long for the bed. I walked over to Lin Manwei. Manwei. Hearing her name, Su Qian looked up. I pulled down Lin Manwei's mask, exposing the gray skin beneath the emergency lights. Su Qian braced her hands on the floor and started kicking her legs back. Then I took off Lin Manwei's sunglasses, laying her face completely bare. The bone structure, the eyes, the bridge of the nose. Su Qian had done her makeup, fixed her hair, sat through hundreds of meetings at her side. Even with the skin turned gray and the light gone from her eyes, there was no way she'd mistake her. Lin? CEO Lin. Su Qian slammed backward into the reinforced iron door. Thud. CEO Lin. How are you here? You've turned into a zombie. How are you still following people around? Yi Qingxue looked over at me. Su Qingqing's smile faded too, her machete dropping back to her side. From the moment Su Qian opened her mouth, this interrogation had been about settling Lin Manwei's tab. I stepped behind Lin Manwei and rested a palm on her shoulder. Recognize her? Lin Manwei's eyes locked onto Su Qian pinned against the iron door. Corpse, Qi pushed through her meridians. She parted her lips, her throat grinding several times, and a sound clearer than fan was forced out from between her teeth. Qian, Qian. The word dropped into the inner chamber. Su Qian's back was pressed against the iron door, her shoes scraping across the tile, her skirt dragging out 2 damp streaks. CEO Lin. You remember me, don't you? You paid my tuition for all 4 years of college. After graduation, you kept me by your side. We traveled for work together. We sat through meetings together. I pulled all-nighters with you. CEO Lin. I never meant to hurt you. Lin Manwei held a crystal core between her teeth, molars pressing at its edges, producing a faint, grinding sound. Those gray eyes stayed locked on Su Qian's face. Qian. Tang Yu raised her fire axe, the blade resting against her shoulder, her body moving to block Su Qingqing. She's a zombie. Su Qingqing grabbed her arm and pressed her chest against the axe handle. Sister, you don't. She won't bite her own people. Tang Yu's arm kept rising. Su Qingqing was pushed back half a step by the handle, but she didn't let go. Zombies don't have own people. This one does, Su Qingqing said, lifting her head to meet her eyes. She's Qin fans. She's not like the ones out there. Yi Qingxue slid sideways to my flank. Arrow already knocked, aimed at Tang Yu's chest. Wind pressure gathered along the shaft, and Tang Yu's collar was blown flat against her neck. I said nothing. Whether Tang Yu lived or died was no concern of mine. But the pure Yin essence inside Su Qingqing, that was tied to whether I could smoothly build my foundation. My living foundation pill was clinging to that axe and refusing to let go, so I had to give her some face. Over by the iron door, Su Qian was taking advantage of our standoff, grabbing the door frame and crawling out into the corridor, one leg already over the threshold. I stomped down on the hem of her skirt. The fabric tore with a rip. She sprawled on the floor, both hands still reaching forward. I know where the supply depot is. I can still lead you to more resources. You just said you wouldn't kill me. I looked down at her. I won't kill you, but I never said anyone else wouldn't. She turned her face toward me, tears streaking through the grime on her cheeks. I waved at Yi Qingxue. Take them out. Yi Qingxue lowered her arrow, but the wind at her feet still. They hadn't dispersed. Tang Yu gripped the axe handle with both hands. You're really going to let a zombie eat someone? I didn't bother answering. Su Qingqing pressed down on the fire axe first, bracing her shoulder against the handle. Yuejia, she said, spacing her words out. You've protected me before. I remember. And thank you for coming with me to look for leads on my dad. But please, trust me this once. Tang Yu stared at her for a few beats, then lowered the axe to the floor. Yi Qingxue raised her palm, and a gust of wind nudged Tang Yu away from the doorway. The three of them retreated into the outer corridor. I stood in the threshold, blocking Su Qian's last way out, and glanced back at Lin Manwei. Do what you want with her. Just don't get blood all over yourself. I'd have to bathe you afterward. Pain in the ass. Su Qian pushed herself up off the floor. Realizing the door was a lost cause, she immediately turned to Lin Manwei. Manweijia, I took so many shots for you at those dinners. When Gu Ming was harassing you, I was the one running interference. Lin Manwei kept walking forward. Fragments crashed into her mind. Su Qian trailing behind her with a coffee, tracking her flights, dozing off face down on a conference table while Lin Manwei draped her own coat over her shoulders. Her steps stopped. Su Qian caught the pause. Her trembling eased. It's working. She spread her arms, voice cracking into a sob. Manweijia, I just wanted to live. You can understand that, right? Lin Manwei stepped right up to her and clamped a hand on her shoulder. The smile Su Qian had just forced onto her face collapsed as she was dragged behind the shelving. Boss Lin, that hurts. Lin Manwei angled her body, blocking me from view. Nobody had told her to do that. I leaned against the iron door and thought. She still knows to shield the man from the dirty work. Her mind's coming back faster than I expected. Behind the shelves, Su Qian's words tumbled out faster. In my place, you'd have run too. It's zombies out there. What good would staying have done? Lin Manwei pinned her by the shoulders and back, opened her mouth, and sank her teeth into Su Qian's neck. A crisp crunch. Clean. Su Qian shuddered twice, then turned her face toward Lin Manwei. There was no feeding frenzy in those gray eyes, only memory. The tuition, the promotions, the years of care, the running. She remembered every line item. Su Qian's mouth worked, but only a hiss of air came out. Her hand slid off the shelf. Lin Manwei released the body. She didn't lunge, didn't tear. She just stood there, chest rising and falling. Then she crouched and pulled a pendant off Su Qian's neck, the gift Lin Manwei had given her at her college graduation. The restlessness that used to require a calming spell to suppress, gone. She didn't linger. She tossed the pendant onto the corpse and, without waiting for my order, walked over on her own. She wrapped both arms around my waist and pressed her forehead to my chest. I looked down at her. Done? Doesn't last long, does it? She didn't answer. She held on for a few breaths, then lifted her face. Fan. I waited for the next syllable. Her lips parted twice. Xiao. I raised an eyebrow. Unlocked another word, huh? I channeled spiritual energy into her body. The newly formed corpse spirit chi was still widening her meridians, and several nodes were clashing against each other. If I finished the smoothing now, she'd be able to keep it running on her own. You're learning. I hooked my arm under the crook of her knees. You know who can help you, and you know you're broke, so you're paying in flesh. She folded her hands at her chest and pressed her face against the side of my neck. Out in the corridor, Tang Yu held the fire axe with the handle resting against her knee. Sounds drifted out from inside, fabric shifting, crates being moved. Her head kept turning towards Su Qingqing. The girl was hugging her knees against the wall, face buried in her arms, ears burning red. Yi Qingxue leaned against the wall and pulled water and compressed biscuits out of her pack, one for each of them. Eat. We're going to be here a while. Tang Yu took the biscuit, looked at the storeroom door, then at Yi Qingxue. So you two normally. Talk less, live longer. Tang Yu pinched the wrapper and didn't open it for a long time. Inside the storeroom, the joyous union art pulled the corpse spirit chi through her meridians. Every previous session, I'd had to lead and she'd only followed. This time, the moment my energy rounded her shoulders, the power inside her chased after it on its own. The two currents met, cleared the last blockage, and poured into her dantian. She adjusted her breathing to match mine, regulating the flow. 1 cycle. 3. On the ninth, the corpse spirit chi began turning by itself. Deep dual cultivation with bound target complete. Cultivation return triggered. Current multiplier, x3. Gained. This session's cultivation, x3. She had actually started auto-cultivating along the Joyous Union Arts pathway. I withdrew the technique, set her back down on the floor, and pulled a D-rank crystal core out of my system inventory. Hold this. She cupped it in both hands and waited 2 beats, but didn't try to stuff it in her mouth. Instead, a dim light kindled on the core's surface, and energy flowed along the pathways I'd just opened, through her shoulders and back, across her waist and abdomen, sinking into her dantian. Slower than dual cultivation, sure, but it required 0 input. I tucked the crystal core into her bra. Listen to Grandpa. Keep it hidden. Feeling the cultivation still running, I let out a low jijiji laugh. As long as the crystal cores kept coming, this body could cultivate around the clock. Those old freaks over at the Corpse Ghoul sect had to set up formation arrays to raise their zombies, then wait for the full moon to drink in moonlight. The one I was raising already knew how to plug herself in and charge. And the kicker, she burns 1 core, the system refunds 3. Better than a cowslaw that drops the kids off at school and then goes out and works a rideshare shift. She leaned back into me. Shio. Sweat pricked at my temple. Again? We just did 9 cycles. She nodded and looped her arms around my waist. This corpse body of yours doesn't get tired. I batted her hands away and popped an E-rank crystal core into her mouth. Snack on that first. She bit down on the core, but stayed pressed against me anyway. I straightened my collar, thinking, once this seat hits foundation establishment, I'll show you what 100 days reform really looks like. Time to call the others back in and redirect her attention. Yi Qingxue came in first. Her gaze swept over the crooked crates and my collar. Her lips pressed together, but she didn't say anything. Su Qingqing followed, skirting the blood as she passed Su Qian's body and headed for the metal crate stamped with the Chun Logistics logo. Tang Yu came last, axe in hand. Su Qingqing crouched, her palm brushing over the intake date. I walked over and rested my hand on her head. The debts owed by the Chen family and the Su family. This seat will make them cough up every last cent. She wiped her face on her sleeve, stood, and hugged me around the waist. She didn't speak, but her shoulders rose and fell a few times. I hadn't originally planned to be a champion for dead people, but once I'd cleared Lu Yingru's account, the gate to Qi Refining Layer 3 had opened along with it, proof that a clear conscience was good for cultivation. So this thread, I was going to pull all the way. Tang Yu circled the metal crate, tested its weight, and moved on to inspect. A small cargo truck sat in the corner. Driver's door locked, no key under the steering wheel. She glanced back at Zhao Wuji's corpse. 600 pounds. Can't drive the truck. The guy who could have gotten it started just got himself killed. The axe handle clanged against the door. So now what? Nobody answered. It was pretty obvious she was throwing shade at me. Zhao Wuji had rolled in with 20-something guys, 30 pounds ahead, easy. Me? I had 5 people, tops. The crate lid flipped open. Silver-gray metal ingots were stacked to the bottom, each one thicker than a brick. Su Qingqing hoisted one up and immediately staggered half a step, catching it against her knee. This thing's got to be 20-plus pounds. Staring at that crate full of dead weight, my mind started turning. As a Harmony Sect demon lord, manual labor had never been my thing. With a 3x return multiplier, why the hell would I play porter? I could just haul 1 block back, hand it to Yi Qingxue at the safe zone to clear the quest, trigger the 3x return, turn 1 into 3, then turn those 3 back in. Rinse and repeat. Forget 600 pounds, 6 tons of Xian tungsten alloy would be a cakewalk. But the moment my fingertip touched the metal surface, I froze. Stamped along the side of the block was a row of extremely fine serial numbers, still humming with residual spiritual energy. White Eva 09. I flipped over a few of the others. White Eva 10, White Eva 1. Every single block had its own unique ID card. Bored, are we? Once I get my strength back, I swear I'm gonna brand CF00X on the ass of every female cultivator in Cloud Heaven Sect. Anything I duplicated with the return function would carry the exact same serial number. The second that Foundation Establishment cultivator at Central Tower did a soul scan on the delivery, he'd spot a stack of clones immediately. Looks like 600 pounds was going out on foot. Tang Yu tossed the axe on the floor and grabbed a block in each hand. Her arm muscles corded up, her shoulders dropped. 3 steps in, she thumped them back into the crate. Weapons and food included, 3 blocks is my max. She can do 2. She pointed at Su Qingqing. Lady Yes shooting, so no load on her arms. Counting you and this walking co. Lin Manwei bared her teeth at her. This woman, we're still about 200 pounds short. I thought it over for a second. Am I really gonna let a live man get pissed to death by his own bladder? I loosely curled my fingers. 3 spiritual energy vortices in my dantian spun up in sync, energy rolling out to wrap around half the Xian tungsten at the bottom of the crate. Telekinesis. Clink clink. A dozen or so blocks of Xian tungsten collided against each other as they floated into my arms. As I walked past, Tang Yu instinctively stepped out of my way. Su Qingqing stood there hugging her ingots, jaw hanging open. Chen Fan, were you born with superhuman strength? I carried the Xian tungsten toward the door. The metal shifted in my grip, weight still pressing down on my arms. Telekinesis could only offset about half the load, and the longer I held it, the faster my dantian drained. If I tried to muscle 600 pounds the whole way and ran into a horde mid-route, I wouldn't be able to lift a paring knife. Qingxue, try holding these up with your wind. Yi Qingxue caught on immediately. She stepped in front of me and pressed her palm downward. Air currents curled along the Xian tungsten, gathering the scattered blocks into a tight cluster and supporting them from below. The wobbling stopped. Another chunk of the weight lifted off my arms. Try lifting again. Tang Yu grabbed 2 more blocks. This time her back stayed straight. She paced, twisted sideways, dropped into a squat, eyes locked on the air current under Yi Qingxue's palm. Then she set the alloy down. What kind of ability is that? I pulled my spiritual energy back, and the Xian tungsten settled one by one back into the crate. The only reason you're standing here is because Qingqing vouched for you. Don't ask questions you're not supposed to ask. Lin Manwei took a step forward, a low growl rolling in her throat. Tang Yu watched her for 2 beats, then looked back at me. I know how it works. She didn't push. She shrugged off her backpack, dumped out all the water and food, then yanked a few rolls of packing straps from under the shelving. Split the alloy up. Keep the weight tight against the lower back. Leave the shoulders free to move. She loaded the bigger blocks into the pack, secured smaller ones to the hips and outer thighs, then strapped 2 onto Su Qingqing and cinched down the shifting backpack. Say what you want. The woman was a personal trainer through and through. She had a knack for lashing metal to a body in a way that actually worked. 10 minutes later, Lin Manwei was carrying the heaviest load, me second. Yi Qingxue only had her quiver and some supplies, hands kept free. Between my telekinesis and her wind ability, the effective weight was cut by more than half. I picked up the fire axe and tossed it back to Tang Yu. Keep up. She caught the handle. This time, no backtalk. The side door creaked open. Yi Qingxue took point with her bow. Wind carried her arrow shafts through the gaps between wrecked cars, dropping 3 approaching zombies in quick succession. The straps creaked in rhythm with our steps. Lin Manwei stayed between me and Su Qingqing, poking her head around each corner first and only moving forward when I signaled. Outside the warehouse's main entrance, zombies had packed the road wall to wall. Scarface, Han Lai, and the rest of the bodies had been chewed unrecognizable, and the smell of blood was pulling in even more zombies from farther out. All that was left between the wrecked cars and the roll-up door was a narrow gap. I scanned the Xian tungsten strapped to everyone. All of it lashed tight to lower backs. We could walk, but we couldn't run. Charged straight out, and the second the line got hung up for even 3 seconds, the zombies behind would pile on and bury us. Tang Yu gripped the fire axe. I'll clear a path. Yeah, clear yourself right into a coffin. Then what? Sit here and die. I gave her a smirk and pulled out the grenade I'd confiscated from Su Qingqing earlier. Spiritual energy withdrew from the firing pin slot, the metal parts clicking back into place. In my crew, you follow my call. I held the grenade out to Yi Qingxue. Use your wind to send it out. Drop it on the far side of the horde. She took it. I've never used one before. I grabbed her right hand. Her fingertips were slightly calloused from drawing the bow, and as they brushed against my palm, her body went a little tense. Keep pressure on the spoon. Right here. Then pull the pin. Then throw it. Just don't drop it at our feet and blow us all up, and we're good. She could feel my breath at her ear. The tips of her ears flushed red almost instantly, and she pulled her hand back a little flustered, tilting her head aside as she murmured, "Got it. We're basically an old married couple. What are you blushing for?" She ignored that, her gaze sweeping over the roofs of the wrecked cars. If I throw it into the middle, it should take out a good number. What's the point of killing a dozen or so? I pointed toward the freight corridor on the west side of the warehouse. Zombies chase sound. Draw them off, and the road opens up. Su Qingqing pressed a hand against the strap on her shoulder, the Xian tungsten in her pack thudding dully. Wait, is this my grenade? This is the only one we've got. What if she throws it wide? What do we do? I shot her a glance. Blockhead, shut up and watch. Yi Qingxue hooked her thumb through the pin and glanced up, gauging the distance. 70 meters, with 2 freight trucks, a row of forklifts, and a packed cluster of zombies in between. Her left foot stepped up onto the chassis, shoulder cocked back, pin popped free. She whipped her arm forward and let it fly. The grenade sailed over the truck roof. A gust from her palm chased after it, cradling the iron shell, carrying it past the horde, veering half a foot to the left. Clang. It rolled into the freight corridor. Boom. The shockwave slammed the wall. Shelving units crashed down, steel pipes, pallets, and metal sheets piled up in a heap. The zombies around the warehouse perimeter all turned at once. The front rows got jammed up. The ones behind climbed over their shoulders to push forward. Dozens of them dragged themselves toward the west corridor. Su Qingqing grabbed my sleeve. It worked, but Tang Yu frowned. More than half the horde was still packed between the truck and the roll-up door. The collapsed racks had only crushed a few, and the back rows filled the gaps instantly. The ones we drew off will loop back in a few minutes. She hefted her fire axe. Dump some of the Xuanwu to lighten the load, and push through now. Zombies don't eat this stuff anyway. We can come back for it in a couple days. Su Qingqing reached for the strap ties. I clamped my hand down on hers. This master busted his ass hauling this stuff out. I'll say it once more. You follow my orders. Anyone drops it, they stay behind to make up the weight. Tang Yu's face soured. As long as we keep our lives. Before she finished, I'd already fished a second grenade out of my jacket. Continue. Yi Qingshua's hand froze midair. She looked up at me, lips parted like she wanted to say something, then just took it. Where this time? I pointed at the right side of the truck. Middle section. The pin flew under the chassis. The grenade rode the wind over the roll-up door and dropped past the side mirror. Boom. The truck door tore off its hinges and swung sideways into the horde, flattening several of them. A gap ripped open in their tight formation. I pulled out another one. Again. Now Tang Yu was staring at my jacket too. What's under there, an arms depot? Su Qingqing considered it for a few seconds, dead serious. The warehouse is huge. Finding a few grenades isn't weird at all. Tang Yu looked at her. You buy that? I buy it. He hasn't even said anything yet. Then I'll say it for him. I patted her head. Good girl. The third one went into Yi Qingshua's hand. Behind the horde. Cut them in half at the waist. Wind whipped past. The grenade dropped into the back row, blasting a guardrail into the air. The horde in the middle got torn into two streams. I pulled out another. Tang Yu shut her mouth, gripped her axe, and stepped back to the flank. She got it now. Don't ask, just go with it. Fourth. Fifth. Boom. Boom. Sheet metal tore loose and slammed into wrecked cars, the impacts rolling down the long street. What was left of the horde turned and chased after the sound at the intersection. Only a dozen or so were left in front of the main gate. I raised my hand. Move. Lin Manwei was first out of the wrecked car, veering left with a low growl rumbling in her throat. Several zombies that had drifted close stopped in their tracks, heads cocking side to side, and skirted around her. She didn't lunge in for the kill, just glanced back to confirm Su Qingqing and I were following, then held the flank. Yi Qingxue stepped up onto the chassis, palms pressing forward, pushing the ash and smoke from the blasts toward the horde we'd drawn away, cutting off the sight line outside the main gate. All that reached us from the distance was the sound of shuffling feet and clanging metal. Tang Yu pressed up against the other side. A zombie clawed its way out from under a truck. She swept low, took out its knees, then spun and brought the axe down. The blade lodged in its skull. When she yanked it free, it came out with a hank of hair. Right side clear. I grabbed the strap on the back of Su Qingqing's harness. The Xuanwu at her waist had knocked into a truck door, throwing her off course. I hauled her back behind me by the arm. Stick close to this, master. She ducked her head and stepped exactly where I stepped, not a foot off. The five of us slipped through the main gate, rounded the truck, and ducked into the factory compound across the way. The explosions were muffled by the walls now. The horde was all trapped back at the intersection and the corridor. Not a single piece of Xuanwu dropped. Everyone made it out. Tang Yu dumped her pack against the wall and leaned there panting, sweat dripping off her chin onto the Xuanwu. She swiped her hand across her face and looked at me again. Seriously, where the hell did you get all those grenades? I brushed the dust off my jacket. Picked up a crate at the warehouse. Su Qingqing turned to Tang Yu. Told you. Chen Fan's luck has always been ridiculous. Tang Yu bent down to check her straps, not buying a word of it. I'm not a hen. Grenades don't just pop out of me one at a time like eggs. Yi Qingxue stood in the corner and took the bow case off her shoulder. 5 grenades, identical weight, identical wear marks, identical center of gravity. She looked over at me. I was adjusting Su Qingqing's straps, half my face hidden by the wall. She looked away. If he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. He'd saved her life. He could heal her sister's leg. That was enough. Inside the factory compound, I leaned against the wall, a D-rank crystal core in my palm. Spiritual energy poured into my meridians, and the 3 vortexes in my dantian spun back up to speed. The moment the explosion stopped, the horde started drifting our way. 3 minutes of rest. That was all we got before we had to move again. Yi Qingxue took point, air currents holding up the Xuanwu everyone was carrying. Any straggler zombie that poked its head out became another kill under her arrows. I don't know if zombies have souls, but Lin Manwei definitely does. 3 more streets in, the wind died, and everyone's shoulders sagged at once. I took the 2 heaviest packs and hauled the group behind a wrecked car. I handed Yi Qingxue a D-rank crystal core. Absorb it. She didn't refuse, didn't ask where it came from, just did as told. 5 minutes later, we were moving again. The D-rank core against Lin Manwei's chest kept releasing energy, and the corpse spirit chi flowed straight into her dantian on its own. She was watching Su Qingqing up ahead. The girl's feet had started dragging, and the xuanwu strapped to her thigh had scraped the curb more than once. Lin Manwei reached over, tore the alloy plate off her leg, tied it to her own waist, and took her pack too. I can carry it. Su Qingqing reached out. Lin Manwei sidestepped and stayed right behind me. Su Qingqing tried twice more and didn't even brush the strap. She thinks you're too slow, I said, kicking a chunk of brick out of the way. Keep dragging at the back and some zombie's gonna bite your ass. Then you'll really have that hourglass figure. Su Qingqing flushed red and picked up the pace. Tang Yu caught the whole exchange. Her grip on the axe loosened, the blade drooping down against her leg. The sun sank behind the skyline. Su Qingqing trailed behind me, stepping in my footprints. She thought back to that day, when I'd begged her to let me tag along on a supply run. As childhood friends going back years, she'd talked Brother Zhao into taking me. I was weak back then. 3 flights of stairs, and I'd be clinging to the wall, gasping. Couldn't shoulder anything heavy. When we ran, other people cleared the median strip in a single stride. I slipped and face-planted on the curb. And because I was slow, by pure dumb luck, I ended up covering her retreat into Wanxiang Mall. The price was, my arm got scratched. When she shut the rooftop door, I knew I'd been played. I didn't curse her out, just stared quietly at the sky. Now, clearing the path, handing out assignments, killing zombies, controlling the pace, that's all me. Su Qingqing stared at my back. Chen Fan. Spit it out. Why have you changed so much? I didn't slow down. You like the old me, or the new one? She lowered her head and stepped around a corpse. Back then, I only felt like I owed you. And she stepped over another body, the sole of her shoe pausing half a beat before a bloodstain. I like who you are now. She pressed a hand against the bandage around her waist. The wraps cinched over a cartoon t-shirt, her sides smudged with dust, dried blood still crusted on her pant legs. She tilted her flushed face up, trying to change the subject. Do I look like a badass now too? You do. My eyes swept across her waist, then drifted higher. The bandage nipped in her waistline, and her chest rose and fell with each hurried step. The t-shirt looked ready to give up the fight. The Hahuan sect patriarch pulled his gaze away. Looks more like a little vixen sent to shake this venerable one's Tao heart. She didn't catch on, just grinned and kept pace. Want to eat something else when we get home? Sure. By nightfall, the east gate of the safe zone was already closed. Yi Qingxue knocked. Central Tower mission team. We have the mission jade slip. Su Qingqing chimed in quickly, and we brought the mission item back too. A guard called out from behind the wall. Today's registrar is Han Lai. He was Kia. We're turning in the mission. Lord Han is dead. Sorry then, no entry after hours. I didn't break down the gate. I still hadn't traced the source of that black tungsten, and tipping off the central tower right now would be a bad move. Let's go. Su Qingqing wanted to argue, but I yanked her along. The group turned back toward the abandoned hotel from last time. This round, I picked a suite in the middle of the first-floor hallway. Hauling this pile of heavy gear up and down stairs, I had better things to do. I pushed open the door. 5 survivors were already camped inside. Mattresses on the floor, empty cans and playing cards piled on a table, 2 steel pipes leaning by the door. I tossed down an E-rank crystal core. Take it. Find another room. The leader had our backpacks. We got here first. He nudged the core aside with his pipe. 1 guy circled to block the door, and a 3rd reached to yank Su Qingqing's pack off. The busted chick and the one with the bow can stay. You 3 get lost. I lifted my chin. Qingxue, they want you to stay. Yi Qingxue stepped in front of me and raised her palm. The crystal core on the floor whipped up on a gust of wind. Slam. It embedded itself into the bedroom door. The curtains shot up to the ceiling. Playing cards whirled around the 5 men in a slapping storm, and the steel pipes flew from their hands. Esper. Boss. Let's go. The 5 snatched up their bedding and bolted, not even daring to grab the crystal core stuck in the door. Doors slammed, and chains rattled down both sides of the hallway. I retrieved the core. This venerable one offers you cash, and you turn it down. Had to try 5-finger shopping instead. The door shut. Tang Yu checked the windows. Su Qingqing swept the bathroom, and Yi Qingxue combed under the bed and inside the closet with a gust of wind. Once we were clear, we unloaded the black tungsten, stacking the ingots into a corner. Su Qingqing sat on the carpet rubbing her waist. Tang Yu peeled off her jacket. Her shoulders had been rubbed raw in 2 spots by the strap. Yi Qingxue leaned against the edge of the table, palm flat on the surface, still trying to catch her breath. I laid out water and compressed biscuits, then suddenly looked up at Tang Yu. How much did Zhao Wuji promise you? 3 E-rank cores. Cling, clang, 10 cores hit the table. What's this? I slid them toward her. 3 are your payment. 7 are for taking a hit for ching-ching down the line. After that, I pay you 10 a month. Tang Yu glanced at Lin Manwei by the door, then at Yi Qingshue's still loaded quiver. Black tungsten stacked in the corner, crystal cores on the table, door already shut. The message was crystal clear. You know too much now. Either you're one of us, or you're a corpse. As long as she doesn't kick me out, I'm in. Tang Yu scooped up the cores without hesitation. Su Qingqing crunched on a biscuit and set a bottle of water down by Tang Yu's hand. She hadn't picked up on any of what just happened, just seemed thrilled Tang Yu was joining. Sis Yu, I'll be counting on you from now on. Tang Yu took the water. First, let's knock some sense into that thick skull of yours. Su Qingqing spun around to tattle. Chen Fan, she's copying you. Means she's fitting in fast. A scraping sound came from the table. Yi Qingshue's supporting arm started to tremble, the air currents at her palm dissipated, and the water bottle rolled off onto the floor. I walked over and scooped her up, one arm under her knees. She grabbed my collar. Put me down. You worked hard, gotta refuel. I carried her toward the bedroom. Lucky for you, this venerable one's got time tonight. Chen Fan, there are still people out there. They know cultivators need privacy. Lin Manwei was already sitting by the door, a crystal core in her mouth. Su Qingqing tugged Tang Yu over to the far end. Dual cultivation really is the best way to recover stamina. I proved it to Yi Qingxue one more time. That lady, who had no strength left but still clapped a hand over her mouth. This venerable one put in some overtime with her. In the middle of the night, mid-meditation, I felt a familiar presence. Spirit tracking technique. Well, isn't that convenient? 2 short knocks, and a long one echoed against the wall downstairs. Someone whispered, that mission team? They're camped on the first floor. Han lies dead. Kill them, and the mission item is ours. The presence the tracking technique had latched onto was moving along the outer wall, and another was posted at the front door. Between the two, at least 10 of them. On the bed, Yi Qingxue rolled over. I reached out and covered her mouth. Her lashes flicked up. Her right hand was already going for the dagger under her pillow. Someone's outside. I let go. She sat up, tugged her black sleeveless t-shirt into place, threw on a gray sun jacket, and reached for her bow. Dual cultivation had restored her strength. She lifted her arms steady as a rock. The moment the bow left the wall, I pushed it back down. Not everyone's here yet. No arrows till they are. When this venerable one handles business, he doesn't leave loose ends. Out in the living room, Lin Manwei was the first to look up, a crystal core in her mouth, corpse spirit energy circulating on its own. Su Qingqing was passed out beside the black tungsten, hugging her backpack, drool at the corner of her mouth. Tang Yu sat against the wall, a fire axe across her lap. I woke the two of them. Su Qingqing grabbed her pistol and started to ask something, but I raised a finger and she swallowed the question. An E-rank crystal core dropped into Lin Manwei's palm. Open the door. Head out. She tilted her head at me. I pointed down the hall. Crouch by the stairwell. Come back when this venerable one calls you. She gripped the core, pulled the door open, dragged her feet down the hallway, and settled by the stairs. Popping the core into her mouth, she leaned back against the wall, rolling it around with her tongue. The lobby was. Outside the window, a figure snapped back behind the wall. One of them stepped out. Only 4 left inside. We can take them all in one sweep. The fish had taken the bait. I shut the door and started assigning positions, fast. Yi Qingxue tucked herself into the side of the bedroom, arrow trained on the living room. Su Qingqing fell back beside Xuanwu, crouching in the shadows. Tang Yu stood in front of her, fire axe pressed against her thigh. I flattened myself against the wall behind the door, using the reflection in the window pane to watch outside. Down along the wall, 4 figures were converging on the side window, their soles scraping across gravel. The other rooms on the first floor caught the sound too, cabinets dragging across floors, deadbolts snapping shut, even coughs muffled under blankets. Not a single door opened along the hallway. In this world, even rubbernecking cost you your life. The men outside waited a moment. Then a blade slipped through the gap and slit the window screen. One of them dropped into a squat, hoisting the others up. 3 climbed onto his shoulders and vaulted inside, glass shards sprinkling across the carpet. The first held a steel pipe and covered the window. The second gripped a cleaver and eyed the door. The third moved toward the bedroom with a hand crossbow raised. Yi Qingxue drew back the string, arrowhead tracking the crossbowman's skull. I raised 2 fingers. Wait, there were still people outside. The one with the crossbow moved quietly, black feathered bolt knocked and ready. Beside Xuanwu, Su Qingqing gripped her pistol in both hands, muzzle swinging back and forth between the 3 men. Sweat soaked into the grip. She readjusted her hold twice, but she still couldn't steady her breathing. The one with the cleaver walked past the door. 2 more steps, and he'd walk right into me. Su Qingqing panicked and jerked the muzzle around, her finger tightening. Bang! The bullet punched through his shoulder, splashing blood across the curtains. They've got a gun. The footsteps outside froze. The other 2 inside abandoned their search and lunged for the corner. Take out the shooter first. Tang Yu stepped sideways and swung the fire axe up, catching the cleaver on the left, then rammed her shoulder into the crossbowman, driving him onto the dining table. A table leg buckled, and the bolt flew wild into the ceiling. The room was too cramped. The axe handle kept knocking against the corners of the table. Tang Yu backed against the wall, pinned between the 2 of them. Su Qingqing held her pistol up but couldn't find a clear shot. Tang Yu was tangled up with them, and any bullet could hit either side. She dropped the gun, drew her short blade, and charged in. Get off her! She jabbed upward wildly. The one with the cleaver twisted aside, then whipped the blade back around toward her waist. Tang Yu wrenched around to block it. The edge sliced through her sleeve and opened a gash along her arm. Blood ran down her elbow and dripped onto the carpet. My eyelids lowered a fraction. Back up, men. Crossbowmen. They could all wait. That blade had been aimed at Su Qingqing's flank. A live Foundation establishment pill with a chunk missing might yield only half the effect. If her rating dropped, I'd take a serious loss. A flick of my toe sent the steel pipe spinning outward, knocking the cleaver aside. I slid in between the 2 of them and drove my short blade, wrapped in spiritual energy, up under the cleaverman's ribs. Pulled it free. Turned. The crossbowman had just raised his weapon when I caught his wrist. I slammed him into the wall. Crack. His arm folded behind him. He opened his mouth to shout, but his own short blade was already going into his throat. The first one I'd shot was crawling toward the window, clutching his shoulder. Hell! I stomped down on the back of his knee, dropped him to the floor, and drew the blade across his throat. The cry drowned in blood. 3 bodies down. From the moment I moved to the moment I sheathed my blade, the only sounds outside had been the clatter of furniture. No second gunshot. The men outside were still waiting. I tore down a strip of curtain and crouched next to Tang Yu. Arm up. She bit down on the cloth and let me press the wound. Yi Qingxue was still hidden beside the bedroom, her bowstring taut. Su Qingqing was huddled in the corner, staring at Tang Yu's arm. Her hand rose to touch it, then hovered halfway. Yuejia? The gun went off, and then I ran in and got you cut. She lowered her head further and further. Tang Yu wrapped her lightly with her uninjured hand. Go pick up the gun first. Su Qingqing dropped down and reached past a dead man's leg to retrieve the pistol. Tang Yu looked up at me. She probably expected me to hold Su Qingqing responsible for blowing the ambush and to write off her injury as incompetence. I tied off the knot and laid the blood-slick blade across my knee. Su Qingqing is allowed to make mistakes, I said, but anyone who lays a hand on someone of mine leaves their life behind. The cloth she was biting slipped from her mouth. She glanced at the 3 corpses on the floor, and the tension in her shoulders eased back against the wall. 10 crystal cores had bought me her loyalty. That blade just now had given her belonging. Outside, voices went up. You in there, listen up. Han Lai is already dead. Hand over the mission item, and we'll let you walk out alive. Don't do anything stupid. Their advance team hadn't come back out, and the ones outside were finally losing patience. Footsteps hit the hotel's front entrance too. 3 of them. A pry bar slid into the doorframe. Lin Manwei, posted at the stairwell, lifted her head. The crystal core in her mouth stopped rolling. I laid my hand on the door handle. Yi Qingshue's arrow locked onto the side window. Tang Yu picked her axe back up and covered Su Qingqing as they fell back beside Xuanwu. 4 at the side window. 3 at the front door. Gripping the handle, I rapped twice in Lin Manwei's direction. Manwei, time to clock in. Tonight, no one leaves. Lin Manwei rose with the crystal core still clenched between her teeth, saws dragging across the tile, and walked to the middle of the corridor before crouching down. I didn't give the order to attack. As the pry bar scraped at the lock, the crystal core in her mouth paused. Her ashen gray eyes fixed on the back of the 3 men's necks. None of them sensed her behind them. They were too busy prying the gap wider. From the side window came a low bark. Go. For boots slammed into the window frame at once. The wooden frame collapsed inward along with a spray of glass, crashing into the living room. 4 men vaulted in with steel pipes and cleavers. The suite door burst open too, 3 more shouldering their way in. The last man wore a black coat, a short blade at his belt, and reeked of cheap tobacco. The scent my spirit tracking technique had latched onto, it settled on him. The petty officer from the east gate of the safe zone. The night the highwayman died, I'd asked him a single question at the east gate. Those fat lambs weren't wild game, were they? So it's you, I said, leaning against the wall. The petty officer recognized me and gave a lopsided grin. Fancy meeting you again. 7 men spread out. 2 steel pipes at the door, the crossbowman at the window, 3 cleavers pointed at Su Qingqing and Tang Yu, and 1 man watching the bedroom. The petty officer swept his gaze over the 3 corpses, then glanced at the bandage on Tang Yu's arm. Han lies dead. You people still standing. Guess you've got tough luck. He kicked the empty crossbow aside. On your knees. Hand over the mission item, the crystal cores, and the women. Bow girl's still asleep in there, right? I'll go play a little poker with her in a minute. Nice rack. Nice work, boys. The one with the axe is a bit old. If you don't feel like playing, just kill her. Shame the masked one took off. Nice figure too. And you, kid, holding down 4 women. Not bad. Su Qingqing raised her gun. Tang Yu stepped in front of her, axe held crosswise. Seeing they still had their weapons out, the clerk straightened his back. You run one job with Han Lai, and suddenly you think you're somebody? Outside the safe zone, do corpses talk? Take them. The crossbowman pulled the trigger. The bolt shot from its groove. 3 men swung steel pipes and charged the corner. I flicked 2 fingers upward. From the side of the bedroom, Yi Qingxue took half a step forward. Wind swept across the carpet at her feet. The curtains slapped against the ceiling. A water bottle rolled toward the wall. The crossbow bolt froze in front of Tang Yu, tip hanging half a foot from her brow. Machetes, steel pipes, shards of glass all tore loose from their owner's hands. 7 or 8 objects tumbled through the air, suspended above everyone's heads. The front door slammed shut. Air pressure pinned the side window frame. Wind so strong no one could keep their eyes open. 7 men froze in place. The clerk stared up at the short blade hovering over his head. His knees hit the carpet. My lord. The remaining 6 dropped to their knees one after another. Mercy, my lord. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We're just trying to scrape by. We never meant to hurt you. Yi Qingxue stood in the bedroom doorway, bow in her left hand, arrow knocked, her gaze sweeping across the 7 bowed heads. She didn't lower the bow. I walked to the table and leaned against the edge. Weren't you just about to play strip poker with my lady? What are you doing on your knees now? Wasn't it regular poker? Yi Qingxue shot me a glare, but said nothing. The esteemed sect master of Hahuan cleared her throat. Lady Yi has a question for you. How did you find us? Answer well, and Lady Yi may take you in. We happen to be short-handed. The clerk immediately shuffled around on his knees to face Yi Qingxue. My lady, we're willing to serve you. How many squads leave through the east gate every day? How many men they take? When they return, I can find all of it out. These men here handle the tailing. Squads that miss the gate curfew usually come back, carrying crystal cores and supplies, worn out from fighting zombies. Seeing Yi Qingxue's expression darken, one of the crossbowmen jumped in. It was all his idea. Kill the men, sell the women to the Miaoying Hall. My lady, they forced me into it. The clerk snapped his head around. Bullshit. Did you take less than your share when we split the money? 7 mouths ran faster and faster. Su Qingqing held her rifle tight, eyes fixed on the crossbow bolt still hovering in Yi Qingxue's palm space. She whispered to Tang Yu, when will I be that strong? Tang Yu gripped her axe handle. First, learn not to shoot your own people. Yi Qingxue turned her head to look at me. She finally understood why I'd waited for all 7 to come inside before making a move. Information. This man wanted every scrap of information, useful or not. I tapped the table. Since Lady Ye's willing to take you on, aren't there still lookouts posted outside? Call them in. When you build a crew, you want it complete. The clerk hesitated. One of the others quickly raised his hand. Right. 2 more outside. They can serve my lady too. He turned to the broken window and rapped on the frame. 3 long, 2 short. A dozen breaths later, footsteps sounded outside the hotel. 2 heads peered into the living room. 7 of their buddies all kneeling before Yi Qingxue. They quickly stowed their weapons and climbed in through the window. 9 men lined up in 2 rows. The clerk was already jockeying for position. Lady Yi, I know the east gate inside and out. From here on, mission intel and personnel assignments. Leave it all to me. I'll manage the crew. I guarantee no one steps out of line. The 2 who came in last chimed in. We'll cover the outer perimeter. Miaoying Hall, the black market, the enforcement squad. We've got contacts everywhere. I yawned. Lady Yi is short-handed. First, put down your weapons. The room went quiet. The clerk's hand was still resting on the short blade at his waist. The others glanced at each other. The steel pipes and crossbows didn't drop. Outside the safe zone, handing over your weapons meant handing your life to someone else. This lord in front of them was clearly an ability user, sure, but he couldn't guarantee their survival out here in the city. I waited 2 breaths. Forget it. They won't do it. Kill them all. The one in the corner reacted first, drawing his blade and lunging at Su Qingqing. Tang Yu swung her axe across to block, drove her shoulder into his chest, and slammed him into the dining table. A bowstring snapped. The arrow cut through the air and buried itself in his eye socket. I stepped forward, right up beside the clerk. He'd only pulled his blade halfway out when mine slid in beneath his ribs. That dead at the east gate settled. The clerk's mouth fell open. Blood dripped from his chin onto his collar. The last two threw open the door and bolted for the hallway. Lin Manway's arms shot out, hooked both of them by the shoulders, and slammed them back into the living room. Her hood fell off, ashen skin visible under the light. Zombie. The two spun around and tried to crawl away. Lin Manway grabbed them by the collars and smashed one against each wall. Su Qingqing steadied her rifle. One enemy circled around behind Tang Yu. Steel pipe raised over his head. Bang. The bullet punched through his back. He crashed into the couch and rolled under the table. Su Qingqing stood there gripping the gun. No shaking. No looking away. The last three rushed the side window. Arrows sang out in quick succession. Two dropped by the sill. The final one, another steel pipe man, crashed through the chair straight at Su Qingqing. Tang Yu's axe caught him in the knee and he went down. I walked past her, short blades sweeping across his throat. 9 men, all accounted for. Lin Manway stepped over the bodies to stand in front of me and tilted her face up. Cries. I tossed her an E-rank crystal core. Yi Qingxue lowered her bow. Tang Yu grabbed Su Qingqing's arm and checked her over head to toe before setting the axe back down beside her leg. Not a sound from either end of the hallway. I rubbed my chin and looked at the 4 women. Not bad teamwork. 12 bodies lay across the living room floor. Blood traced the pattern of the carpet down to the legs of the table. Night wind pushed the curtain up, letting it settle over one of the corpses' faces. Tang Yu crouched by the bodies, going through pockets, laying crystal cores, crackers, and magazines at my feet one by one. As Su Qingqing was disassembling a hand crossbow, the toe of her shoe brushed against an eye that hadn't closed. She paused for half a second, shifted her gaze away, and handed the crossbow to Tang Yu. Sis Yu, this one's for you. Just put it on the table for now. Lin Manway stood watch at the door. I counted the take. 12 E-rank crystal cores, 2 hand crossbows, 3 short blades, a few packs of compressed rations. Tucked into the clerk's inside pocket were a few folded sheets of paper. 2 men, 1 woman. Nothing special. Baseline hull point 4 men, 2 women. Decent gear and skill. Keep an eye on them point 1 man. For women. Mission squad. Worn out from the road. Ability user Kia. Fat sheep. Abusing your position for personal gain. Now that's a money-making scheme that never goes out of style. My fingertip lingered for a moment on the words, fat sheep. Putting a price tag on my people? You died for a good reason. Tang Yu dragged the corpse into the hallway, and everyone lay down fully clothed. By daybreak, the blood on the carpet had congealed into a dark brown crust. We resecured the black tungsten and left the hotel. The east gate was already open. The petty officer who'd been standing there yesterday had been replaced by an unfamiliar guard. A few cigarette butts still lay against the base of the wall, one of them bearing teeth marks, and the new guard kicked it into the storm drain. One of them asked, "Old Lu didn't show up again. Probably overslept at Miaoing Hui." The 2 of them laughed. Nobody bothered to go look for him. Su Qingqing turned back to glance at the block of abandoned hotels. Her lips parted, then closed again. I walked past her. One less gatekeeper here is no different from one less stray dog. Just because nobody's checking on him doesn't mean nobody's eyeing the business he had going. She fell in close behind me. The moment our group reached the gate, 2 long staves crossed to block our path. What's all this stuff you're hauling? You need to register it for inspection. Yi Qingxue produced a jade slip. We're a task team from Central Tower. These are mission items. The guard flipped open the mission ledger. Registrant, Han Lai. He looked past everyone at the black tungsten behind them. The silver-gray metal ingots stamped with neat rows of Cloud Heaven sect serial numbers. Where's Han Lai? Dead, Yi Qingxue said. The guard snapped the ledger shut. Registrant doesn't match. Goods can't come through. For all we know, you stole this from Lord Han. Regulations say we hold it. The other guard signaled, and 4 men in black emerged from the gatehouse, surrounding the packs and the black tungsten. One of them stepped toward Lin Manway, reaching up to pull back her hood. Hiding your face like that. What kind of behavior is that? Tang Yu sidestepped in, her axe cutting between them. Han Lai died at the East District warehouse, she said, taking the jade slip from Yi Qingxue and cradling it in her palm. Over 20 people from the task team are dead. This Lord Yi here saved us, cleared the zombies out of the warehouse, and brought the mission goods back. The guard looked at Yi Qingxue. Espers still have to register by the rules. Tang Yu continued. If you want to keep doubting us, fine. We won't enter the city. But if the mission gets delayed, you can go explain it to Central Tower yourself. Tell them the goods made it to the gate, and you were the one who turned them away. The guard's hand loosened on his baton. He took the jade slip, checked the 3 overlapping clouds on the back, exchanged a look with his partner, and handed the slip back with both hands. Lord Yi, please, go ahead. The iron gate swung open, and the group stepped into the safe zone. I walked past Tang Yu and gave her shoulder a pat. Those 10 crystal cores were money well spent. Tang Yu slid the axe back onto her hip. I take the money, I do the job. With 300 kilos of black tungsten hauled into the district, Everyone's pace had slowed to a crawl. Yi Qingxue was about to raise her hand and use her wind ability to lighten the load again, but I pressed her arm down. Save your strength. I looked toward the roadside. A dozen or so porters sat slumped against the wall, wooden carts, hemp ropes, and shoulder poles beside them. Some were bent over from hunger, but their eyes never left the packs of the passing crews. I pulled out 5 packs of compressed biscuits. Get this shipment to Central Tower. 1 man, 1 pack. Every man against the wall shot to his feet. I've got a cart. I know the route. I can pull 200 pounds. An empty cart was shoved toward me, its wheel banging against the curb. Several men wrestled for the handles, shoulders jamming together. One tall, lanky guy just tossed half a sack of clothes to a buddy. Watch this for me. And ran up to Tang Yu, rolling up his sleeves. Tang Yu inspected the carts, the ropes, and the men's shoulders and backs, then picked out 5. Anyone injured, step back. Cash on delivery. 2 men front, 2 in back, 1 riding along. 1 piece falls off the cart, no biscuits. The 5 men immediately split up the black tungsten and lashed it down. Su Qingqing stood next to me holding one of the biscuit packs. Yesterday, I was complaining these things were too hard. Now they're risking their lives for one. I gave her a sideways look. That's what it means to follow the right person. A meal is just a meal. Follow the wrong one, and a meal costs your life. The black tungsten was all loaded on the carts. I walked up to Yi Qingxue and laid it out plain. 300 kilos of black tungsten. It's all yours now. How you deliver it, who you deliver it to, that's your call. Even if you dump the whole load in a trash can, I won't hold it against you. The porters paused mid-task. Tang Yu turned her head too. Every one of them understood. This shipment could be traded for a grade C crystal core. In the safe zone, that was enough to buy an Esper's life. Even someone like King couldn't just get their hands on this stuff. Yi Qingxue's grip on the jade slip tightened until her knuckles went white. She didn't ask me why I trusted her. She just tucked the slip against her body and said one word. Okay. A system prompt rang in my head. Resources gifted, black tungsten alloy, 300 kilograms, triple return triggered. Acquired, black tungsten alloy, 900 kilograms. Stored in system inventory. I glanced at the system space. 900 kilos of black tungsten stacked in 3 neat rows, every block engraved with a serial number. But once this stuff went into the forging furnace, who was going to care what used to be stamped on it? The corner of my mouth lifted. Once I had a sword, even a low-grade flying sword, paired with my self-developed dragon siphon sword formation, I'd be untouchable at my rank and unbeatable a rank above. This little moving job hadn't been for nothing. The porter's way of addressing me had changed. Sir, which way do we go? Sir, there's a crowd up ahead. Should we go around the market? Yi Qingxue looked at me. Central Tower stood at the far end of the long avenue, its outer glass mostly repaired now. I reached out and smoothed the collar of her gray sunproof jacket. Turning in the mission is just one part of it. If you see that fairy, I need you to feel out the environment around her for me. 3 things to check for. 1. Does the air feel dry, your skin prickling? 2. Does your chest feel tight, your legs and feet suddenly weak? 3. Is she standing right there in front of you looking like a completely ordinary person? Yi Qingxue gripped the jade slip. This matters to you. I withdrew my hand. It matters a lot. I didn't tell her that these 3 signs were actually meant to gauge the fairy's foundation establishment stage. Early stage leaks spiritual energy, mid-stage carries a raw pressure, and late stage folds it all back in, clean as still water. To her, the distinction was meaningless. That woman could take her life with a single sword stroke regardless. But for me, it made all the difference. Early stage, I could still hide. Mid-stage, I'd have to steer clear, and if it was late stage, this safe zone wouldn't be safe for me anymore. Yi Qingxue nodded. I set off with the 5 porters pushing the cart. Lin Manwei and I headed straight back to the villa, while Su Qingqing and Tang Yu tailed them to the perimeter of the tower to wait. What happened next, I only learned later from Yi Qingxue. She walked up to the entrance of Central Tower. 2 enforcers in black checked her jade slip and waved her through. The moment she stepped into the lobby, the slip in her palm grew warm. The 3 stacked clouds etched on it lit up with a green glow. 50 floors up, a window swung open, and a woman's voice drifted down. Leave the mission goods. Whoever holds the jade slip, come upstairs for your reward. The black-clad inspectors in the lobby froze mid-step. The steward who'd been reaching for the slip changed his tune. Unload it. Verify the serial numbers. The porters hauled the tungsten off, block by block, onto a metal cart. Tang Yu stood watch until the last piece was logged, then handed out 5 packs of compressed rations. The 5 men clutched the rations, bowed low, and pushed the empty cart away. Outside the door, 2 survivors were already brawling over a half-empty water bottle. Inside was another world entirely. Light strips ran from the lobby down to the elevator bank. The front desk monitor blinked with a 16-panel security feed, and even the water cooler was quietly heating up. A woman in a teal uniform approached. "Come with me." She raised a hand, and the metal gate slid open on its own. A few loose papers were scattered along the corridor. Someone yelled from a distance, "Xiao Wang, I told you to clean up. You blew the trash right to the doorway again." A voice answered from the other end, and the papers lifted into the air, stacked themselves neatly, and glided over. Yi Qingxue recognized it right away. Same lineage of ability as her own. The woman in teal caught her stare. First time in Central Tower? Anyone who works inside has to be an ability user, minimum. The enforcers out front only get in when there's cargo to move. She swiped her card at the elevator and hit the button for the 50th floor. The Cloud Fairy doesn't like to be kept waiting. The elevator climbed. 15, 20. Yi Qingxue lifted the back of her hand. Her skin was getting drier by the second, and her collar chafed her neck with tiny, prickling stings. Past the 30th floor, there was even less moisture in the air. Past the 40th, the stinging deepened. She straightened her back. Her breathing was steady, no pressure on her chest. Her legs still had strength. Was this the first scenario I described? She wasn't ready to jump to conclusions. She noticed a piece of green jade set into the ceiling next to the light fixture, glowing softly. The change in the air could just as easily be coming from that jade. She stayed cautious. Ding. Floor 50. No guards outside the doors. A pale carpet stretched down a long hallway. Doors sealed shut on either side. A jade ornament placed every 10 paces along the wall. At the far end, the corridor opened into a wide hall. Below the floor-to-ceiling windows sat a few potted plants. Thick, fleshy leaves, gray gravel packed around the roots, every stem and leaf leaning toward the chair by the window. Modern comm equipment and jade pieces sat side by side on the same long table. The moment Yi Qingxue stepped in, the stinging on her neck sharpened again. A woman sat by the window, black hair bound up with a white jade cloud hairpin, a moon-white gown draping past the chair. 3 stacked clouds were embroidered on the skirt, identical to the mark on the jade slip. Yun Wanyu looked up. Yi Qingxue's stride hitched for half a beat, but she kept moving to the table and offered the jade slip up with both hands. The slip lifted on its own and settled into the other woman's palm, green light rippling through the cloud pattern. "Han lies dead." Yi Qingxue spoke up. "Yes, at the East Side warehouse. An ant. Dead is dead." Yun Wanyu flicked her wrist and tossed the jade slip back onto the table. Every carefully rehearsed line Yi Qingxue had prepared on the way up got stuck in her throat. Downstairs, she'd spent a long time working out how to spin the whole thing and keep me clear of it. Han Lai had been the kind of man everyone called Sir the second he started setting fires outside the safe zone. But up here, his employer couldn't even be bothered to hear about his death. Yun Wanyu lifted her hand. A green crystal core rose from a jade dish beside her and floated over, hanging in front of Yi Qingxue. The cataclysm shattered the old order, but order still exists. Bringing back the tungsten, that took some skill. Yi Qingxue caught the core. The dense energy inside dragged her wrist down. So this was a C-grade crystal core, the very thing Wang Yi had bled himself dry trying to get his hands on, and here it was, resting in her palm. She tucked it away and let her eyes sweep over the spirit plants by the window, still leaning toward Yun Wanyu. The air in the hall was dry, but her movements weren't being suppressed. She cataloged everything. The cultivator, the green jade, the arrangement of the room. When she got back, she'd only report what she'd seen. The judgment, she'd leave to me. Yun Wanyu's gaze dropped to the bow slung across her back. Decent bone structure. Wind affinities pure enough, too. Her eyes lingered. Looks are passable. Stay? Serve as my attendant. Yi Qingxue looked up, met those cold, indifferent eyes, and tightened her grip on the crystal core. Fairy, my sister isn't well. She needs someone to look after her. Once she's stable, I'll give you my answer. Yun Wanyu took a sip of water. Interesting. You're the first person who's dared to turn me down. But I wasn't asking. Report here in 3 days to start work. 3 days is for you to settle your sister, not to think it over. Yi Qingxue turned and walked out, only then realizing her back was soaked through. Just before the elevator doors closed, she saw a fallen leaf on the table split soundlessly in two. If she'd pushed out one more no, it might not have been a leaf that split. Her stomach twisted. Had she just made trouble for me by turning in a mission? The elevator dropped floor by floor. She clenched the C-grade crystal core, but her palm held not a trace of the thrill of a payoff. She just counted it out in her head, 3 days. Meanwhile, I brought Lin Manwei back to the villa. The 2 guards the Wang family had sent came out to meet us. Mr. Chun, Miss, he hasn't left the property all day. Aunt Lin was in the yard hanging laundry, sheets, jackets, a few sets of workout clothes stretched across the line. She came over with a basin. Nothing happened. I had time on my hands, so I did all the dirty clothes. I nodded. Thanks for the trouble. I pushed the door open. The 2 guards were still standing there, one watching me, the other watching Lin Manwei's backpack. Mr. Chun, we've been on watch a full day and night. I didn't even turn my head. And was already the most generous thing they were getting. The courtyard gate slammed shut behind me. Muttering carried over the wall. Wouldn't even spare us a cracker. Guy knows a little medicine and forgets his own name. The voices trailed off along the base of the wall. In the living room, wheels rolled across the floorboards. Yi Wanqing pushed her wheelchair out, her eyes skimming right past me and Lin Manwei, flicking to the courtyard gate twice. Where's my sister? I was about to speak when she was already pushing off the armrests to stand. Her legs shook twice, her knees buckled, and she crashed to the floor. The thin blanket slid off to one side. She grabbed my pant leg, tilted her face up, and tears streamed down as her words came out in broken fragments. Her body, where did they leave it? Did the zombies eat her? Don't bother fixing my legs. The wheelchair can be traded for food. Before I turn, dump me somewhere far away. Don't let me bite, Auntie Lin. Lin Manwei stood off to the side, tilting her head as she watched, the crystal core in her mouth momentarily forgotten. I bent down and lifted her back into the wheelchair. Your sister's alive and well. She went to Central Tower to turn in the mission. Yi Wanqing's mouth hung open, her voice caught in her throat. The tears on her face weren't even dry yet, but her hands were already tugging the thin blanket back over her legs. She fussed with it twice, then spun the wheelchair a half-turn toward the kitchen. Brother-in-law, why didn't you say so the moment you walked in? I reached out and tapped her on the head. The second I walked through the door, you started wailing like it was a funeral. When was this seat supposed to get a word in? She pursed her lips, wiped the tear tracks off her face, and called over her shoulder toward the kitchen. Auntie Lin, don't tell my sister about what just happened. Auntie Lin stood at the kitchen doorway holding a basin, her shoulders shaking a little. All right, I won't say anything. Just then, a knock came from beyond the courtyard. Lu Yingru's voice carried through the iron gate. Chen Fan, I brought her. I pulled open the iron gate, and a wave of perfume rushed straight into the courtyard, so strong it made me step back and fan the air in front of my nose. Standing next to Lu Yingru was a heavily made-up woman. Black spaghetti straps, a white dress so short it barely covered her upper thighs, and silver high heels. The woman looked past my shoulder, first scanning the villa, then eyeing the laundry hanging in the yard. Nice place. She straightened her chest and flicked her curls aside. Yingru says you've got crystal cores and food. If the price is right, I can stay the night. Lu Yingru forced a smile. Chen Fan, this is Fang Yuan, my best friend. My gaze lingered on her for a beat, and the system popped up with its assessment. Name, Fang Yuan, age 27, occupation, Miaoying Club Escort. Appearance 80, figure 82, aura 63, purity 0, overall rating 56.25. Fang Yuan misread my pause. She took half a step forward, rested her hand on the gate, and leaned in toward me. Wanna look? Look all you want. 1 E-grade crystal core. I'm yours tonight. 2, and I'll stay with you for 3 days. The perfume flooded my nostrils. I frowned and stepped back again. What this seat wants is a usable cauldron. You dare bring a communal fixture that's been tried by thousands into this seat's home? The smile froze on Lu Yingru's face. Fang Yuan's hand paused at her shoulder mid-hair flip. She stared at me for a few seconds, then jabbed a finger at my nose. Who the hell do you think you are? Me coming over here is already doing you a favor. She whipped around toward Lu Yingru. You started pimping now, huh? For a few lousy crystal cores. You lured me here to sleep with this pretentious piece of trash? Lu Yingru, if you want to drag your bestie down with you, at least find a real man. Lu Yingru's eyes reddened. She clutched the hem of her dress. Fang Yuan, that's enough. She turned to me. Let us come in and talk first, please. She's blunt, but she's not a bad person. Let me talk to her inside. Click. I raised the pistol from behind my waist, thumbed back the hammer, and pressed the muzzle to Fang Yuan's forehead. She was still frozen in the pose of pointing and cursing, her high heels scraping half a step across the tile, her knees locked straight. Nothing left in her throat but the sound of breathing. I tilted my head slightly. Guess, is there a bullet in this gun? She swallowed. This is a safe zone. You pull that trigger, the enforcement squad shows up. And I'm from Miaoying Club, the enforcement squad's got plenty of regulars there. I didn't look at her. I turned my eyes to Lu Yingru. Tell her whether this seat is afraid of the enforcement squad. Lu Yingru stared at the gun barrel. Wang Yang's 2 legs. Wang Yi had personally broken them. That day, over a dozen enforcement squad members had surrounded the villa gate, and I'd sat on the couch without getting up once, not even after they all left. Her lips moved 3 times before she finally squeezed out 3 words. He's not afraid. Fang Yuan's eyes darted around. I'll go, okay. You're all big shots. I lowered the muzzle. Her legs gave out. Her high heel caught in the drainage groove outside the gate, and she had to brace against the wall to stay upright. She didn't even bother with the shoe, just took off toward the street corner with 1 foot bare. At the villa doorway, Yi Wanqing poked her head halfway out and whispered to Auntie Lin. I'll bet you anything. She's about to drop to her knees. Auntie Lin held the basin. What? The gold digger out there. The words had barely left her mouth when Lu Yingru's knees hit the ground in front of the gate. Auntie Lin turned to look at Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing pulled the thin blanket up to cover half her face. Pretty good, right? Outside, Lu Yingru raised her face, tears rolling off her chin and onto her skirt. Today's the deadline the Wang family gave me. If I don't hand over the crystal cores, my mom and Lu Peng get hauled off by the enforcement squad. Chen Fan, you used to like me so much. She shuffled forward to the threshold. Help me one last time. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Anything. I leaned against the gate and waited for her to finish. Then I said one thing. And what does that have to do with this seat? Her mouth hung open, all the words she'd rehearsed jammed up in her throat. I closed the gate, sealing her sobs on the other side of the wall. When Yi Qingxue and the other two returned to the villa, all that was left at the entrance was a single silver high heel. Nobody thought much of it. In a patched-together apocalypse like this, that kind of thing was par for the course. Tang Yu got pulled off by Su Qingqing to tidy up the guest room, and Auntie Lin brought over hot water. Yi Qingxue walked in without taking off her bow, and instead of going to see her sister first, she went straight to shut the window. When the C-grade crystal core dropped onto the table, her fingers were still trembling faintly. Mission reward, she said. The higher the elevator went, the drier the air got. Past the 40th floor, my skin started to sting. But there was no pressure on my chest, and my legs still had strength. I picked up the crystal core and probed it with spiritual energy. The purity inside was close to a mid-grade spirit stone. Looks like this Yunwanyue is most likely early-stage foundation establishment. Yi Qingxue continued. She wants me to stay on as a servant. She gave me 3 days to get Wanqing settled. The hand holding my teacup froze. My brow furrowed, and a thin crack split along the cup wall, tea seeping into the lines of my palm. Yi Qingxue looked at the crack and asked, 3 days. Is that enough to fix Wanqing's legs? I set the cup down. She hadn't asked whether we could run, and that unspoken question had already made her choice for her. Yes. She pushed the C-grade crystal core toward me. You keep it. I didn't refuse. If I absorbed this core directly, it would be enough to boost my cultivation speed tenfold. The plan on me. Something I just took from her, if I hand it right back, would probably trigger a system warning. The return goods would get wiped, and my only C-grade crystal core would be wasted. I glanced at Lin Manwei by the door. Upstairs. She had an E-grade crystal core in her mouth and fell in behind me immediately. Second floor, master bedroom. Door shut. I pulled out the C-grade crystal core, and its blue-green glow lit up her face. The corpse chi inside her started flowing faster. Her eyes locked onto the core, but her hands stayed at her sides. Before, she would have pounced on it. Now she just gripped the hem of my shirt and looked up, waiting. You're learning. I tucked the core back into the usual spot, wrapped my spiritual energy around it, and drew out a thin strand of power into her meridians. The corpse chi rose to meet it, and the two currents traveled through her shoulders, back, waist, and belly, circling back to her dantian. Her meridians held up against the first wave. I let go. It's yours. Item gifted. C-grade crystal core X1. 3x return triggered. Received. C-grade crystal core X3. Stored in system inventory. Extract now. I reached up and unzipped her jacket. Blue-green energy glowed through the thin fabric. Lin Manwei pressed into my chest. Cultivate. Knew that's what you were after. I wrapped an arm around her waist. Link established. The joyful union art started flowing. Corpse chi and spiritual energy merged. The edge of the bed dipped down. Clothes landed on the back of the chair, and the crystal core's glow pulsed in waves. Deep dual cultivation completed with bonded partnered. Cultivation return triggered. Current return multiplier, 3'd. Received. This session's cultivation gains X3. Triple the cultivation surged into my dantian. To my surprise, the return spiritual energy wasn't just from the dual cultivation. It included every bit of spiritual energy Lin Manwei had banked over a full day of auto-cultivating with that crystal core. Which meant her auto-cultivation wasn't just leveling her up, it was building me a reservoir I could tap into any time. The first 3 vortexes spun faster, and spiritual energy poured into the empty 4th slot, spiraling from small to large until it condensed into a new vortex. Chi refining, 4th layer. A rush of blood and chi echoed inside her too. Her corpse chi compressed another notch, and her dantian vortex expanded. The spark in her gray eyes lingered longer, her gaze no longer drifting. Chi refining, 2nd layer. I looked down at her. You can cultivate on your own, and you can carry the stockpile into our sessions. I hit the jackpot with you. Lin Manwei stayed pressed against my chest, listening to Yi Qingxue and Yi Wanqing talking downstairs. Her lips parted a few times. Qingxue, I lowered my eyes. She grabbed my collar and forced the rest out. Not go. Crystal clear. I looked at her for a long moment. This corpse body had developed judgment and a will of her own. I got dressed and walked to the window. The 50-story central tower stood among the surrounding buildings, its top-floor glass catching the sunset. Can't beat her in a straight fight. I tapped the window frame with my knuckle. In my dantian, all 4 vortexes spun in unison. But being a Foundation establishment cultivator doesn't make her untouchable. I fixed my collar and headed downstairs. Lin Manwei followed close behind. Another C-grade crystal core hidden under her t-shirt, feeding a strand of energy into her dantian with every step she took. The living room was already tidied up. Aunt Lin had left. On her way out, Yi Qingxue, worried about disturbing my cultivation, had taken it upon herself to hand her a big bag of compressed rations. Chen Fan, I didn't ask you first. You're not mad, are you? I ruffled her hair. You belong to me. You don't have to ask me about stuff like that. Her fingers, pinching the hem of her shirt, relaxed. It's hot tonight. I'll come to your room and turn the fan on for you. I smiled and let it slide, then called out toward the living room. Everyone, get over here. Yi Wanqing rolled her wheelchair up to the dining table. Su Qingqing straddled a chair backwards, and Tang Yu sat down beside her. Yi Qingxue didn't sit. She and Lin Manwei stood on either side of me. I took the head seat. Based on the intel Qingxue brought back, there's a 70% chance Yin Wanyue is early-stage Foundation establishment. Su Qingqing blinked. How strong is Foundation establishment? Qingxue is currently a D-grade Tier 1 Esper. Max out at Tier 10, and you can rank up. The 4 gate leaders are only D-grade Tier 3. I tapped the table. Yin Wanyue is C-grade. She's got a flying sword, spell techniques, and sect artifacts on her. In a real fight, 100 Han lies wouldn't be enough for her to cut through. Su Qingqing quietly sat up straighter. Can you win? Head on? No. I didn't sugarcoat it. Yi Qingxue gripped the edge of the table. I'm going to Central Tower in 3 days. Servant just sounds bad. It's not like I can't come back. The wheelchair bumped the table leg. Yi Wanqing grabbed her sister's sleeve. Sis. Yi Qingxue looked at me. If I stay, Wanqing can keep getting treatment for her legs. Yin Wanyue needs espers to get things done. As long as I play along, she's got no reason to touch you guys. Su Qingqing cut in. What if she's some sicko? Yi Wanqing chimed in too. Yes, servant? What is this, feudal times? What if she makes you lick plates? Yi Qingxue flicked her forehead. Where'd you pick that up? Voices piled on top of each other. I raised my hand, and the table went quiet. Who said anything about handing you over? Yi Qingxue's lips moved. You just said we can't beat her. Can't beat her, and handing you over are 2 different things. I pulled her hand off the edge of the table. She'd gotten worked up, and there were already faint wind/marks on it. 3 days is enough time to get a lot done. I held up my first finger. Wanqing's legs. I'll have them fixed within 3 days. Yi Wanqing looked down and touched her knee. Brother-in-law, how sure are you? I cupped her calf and sent spiritual energy along the bone and meridians. Her toes curled. The energy pushed past the back of her knee, and her calf lifted forward half an inch before dropping back into the wheelchair. The muscles are already responding. I withdrew my energy. So how sure? 100%. Whatever Yi Qingxue had lined up to say stopped at her lips. I held up a second finger. Tang Yu, Qingqing, you 2 go look into equipment that can smelt metal. High-pressure furnaces, industrial forges, whatever works. And find someone who knows how to run them. Tang Yu nodded. There's an old machinery factory residential area west of the safe zone. Su Qingqing puffed out her chest. Mission will be completed. I held up a third finger. Qingxue and I are heading to the South Gate Black Market to dig up intel on Central Tower and Yin Wanyue. We'll hit Miaoying Hall too. Place is crawling with people. Gossip turns over faster than the bedsheets there. Yi Wanqing pursed her lips. Brother-in-law, how do you know the bedsheets turn over fast there? This lord has strong deductive skills. Yi Qingxue lowered her head. I'll listen to you. Remember, you belong to me, and only to me. My gaze swept across everyone. If we can't find a way out in 3 days, we're pulling out of the safe zone. I paused. Anyone who doesn't want to get dragged into this, leave now. Compared to what's outside, the safe zone really can keep you alive a little longer. The sound of wheels crunching over gravel drifted in from beyond the courtyard. No one in the room stood up. Lin Manwei stepped over to Yi Qingxue's side. Qingxue. She paused for 2 breaths. I'm not leaving. Yi Qingxue reached up and pulled her into a hug. Okay. I leaned back into the chair. A zombie that could cultivate on its own, a wind element sharpshooter, a pure Een sacred body, a fitness trainer, and a dancer about to get back on her feet. Sending this ragtag crew up against a Foundation establishment cultivator head-on would be like throwing eggs at a rock. But for digging pits and setting traps, more than enough. Just give me another month or so. A cultivator in the early Foundation establishment stage. If they're ugly, I'll just kill them. If they're pretty. By the way, Qingxua, what does that Yinwanhua look like? At that same moment, on the west side of the shanty town, in a partitioned room no larger than 10 square meters, Lu Yingru pushed the door open. Lu Peng's clothes were piled by the doorway, and Mother Lu was crouched in front of the cabinet, stuffing pills, canned food, and socks into a backpack. What are you doing? Mother Lu didn't turn around. Packing your brother's things. The crystal core's been turned in, the registration's done. We can't have him suffering out here with us. Lu Yingru stepped on an empty cracker bag on the floor. Where did the crystal core come from? Mother Lu folded her son's jacket and said nothing. Lu Yingru rushed to the bed and yanked open the nightstand drawer. Where's my crystal core? Mother Lu zipped the backpack shut. Your brother needs to survive. Where's my crystal core? You'll just have to figure out how to earn another one. Mother Lu pulled a flyer out from under the desk and shoved it against her chest. 3 big pink characters, meowing hui. With that face of yours, keeping a few men company won't cost you a piece of flesh. Earn a few more while you're at it. Make up mine, too. Slap. The flyer hit the table. Tear tracks still on her face. Lu Yingru's voice had lost its sob. Why should I? Mother Lu raised her hand to strike, but her wrist was caught midair. You dare block me? Lu Peng has to carry on the family line. Do you not understand what matters here? Lu Yingru shoved her back. Since I was 16, I've paid my own tuition. I wear hand-me-downs from relatives. Every phone, every piece of jewelry, every pair of shoes Chen Fan gave me, all ended up in Lu Peng's room. He racks up gambling debts. You tell me to go find Chen Fan. He causes trouble. You make me kneel and beg. And now even the crystal core that keeps me alive has to go to him. The table crashed over. Cups and a water basin rolled toward the wall. Mother Lu grabbed her hair, and the two slammed against the cabinet door. The argument drowned out the noises coming from the bedroom. Lu Peng, backpack loaded with food and medicine, climbing out the back window. By the time Mother Lu charged into the bedroom, all that was left was the open cabinet. Pump pump. She leaned out the window, shouting a few times. The thud of military boots echoed up the stairwell. 4 black-clad enforcers blocked the doorway. What's all the noise? What? Trying to skip out on your crimes. Turn over your crystal cores. Now. Mother Lu spun around and pointed at Lu Yingru. She's got all of them. Arrest her, not me. 2 of the officers stepped forward and clamped down on Lu Yingru's shoulders. She stared at her mother's outstretched hand. Tears rolled down her face. The water basin on the floor rattled. The leftover water in the cup rose into the air, and the tear beside her cheek didn't fall. The water gathered into a single stream and curled around her shoulders and back. Crack! A whip of water lashed the frontmost officer square in the chest, sending him crashing into the doorframe. His baton clattered to the floor. Ability user. The officers pulled back their weapons. The squad leader cupped his hands. My lady, forgive our earlier offense. He pointed at Mother Lu. She has no crystal core. Take her. Mother Lu was dragged over the threshold, her feet scraping against the floor. Yingru, save your mother. I raised you for 22 years. You can't just stand there and let them take me. Lu Yingru stood beside the overturned basin. She didn't lift a hand. Doors along the hallway cracked open. Water swirled around her body. No one said a word. Her mother's cries faded down the stairwell. Lu Yingru tipped her head back and started to laugh. Teardrops mixed into the swirling water, spun a few loops through the room, and fell back to the floor. Chen Fan, I want you dead. She stood in the partitioned room. Water pooled over the soles of her shoes and eddied around her ankles. The basin in the corner was empty now. Several doors down the hallway quietly clicked shut. The neighbors who'd been peeking a moment ago now pressed themselves flat against the walls, clearing the way. An ability user, she awakened. The Lu family's finally on their way up. Lu Yingru stepped through the doorway. The water followed her over the threshold, leaving wet tracks along the floor. Her mother had been dragged off. Lu Peng had stolen the food and run. Family ruined wasn't too strong a word for it. She stepped over an empty can. Chen Fan. She rolled the name over her tongue a few times. This was all his fault. If he'd just coaxed her and paid her crystal core fee like he used to, her mother wouldn't have been taken, and Lu Peng wouldn't have run. Of course, she knew her mother had stolen the crystal core, and Lu Peng was the one who really benefited. But she couldn't bring herself to admit she'd been abandoned by her own flesh and blood. Someone had to take the blame. The water burst the stairwell door open. By the time the street vendors looked up, she was already heading toward the villa district. Inside my villa, Yi Wanqing lay on the couch, a thin blanket bunched around her waist. I cradled her thigh, spiritual energy pressing along her meridians, gradually working through the blockage in her qi and blood. She gripped the edge of the couch, arches of her feet pulled taut. Brother-in-law. This treatment today, it feels kind of electric. Her thighs trembled a few times, toes curling in succession. I lifted her knee and pressed my other hand into a pressure point along her leg. Feeling it means you're growing well. She bit her lip, cheeks flushed. But the feelings traveling up. Meridians are all connected. Makes sense. Are you actually a real doctor? I withdrew my spiritual energy and pulled the blanket back over her. Seasoned Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in ahem. She was about to press further. Bam! The sound of water slamming into metal came from beyond the courtyard. The iron gate buckled inward, one hinge ripped half off. A section of the wall collapsed, bricks tumbling into the yard. The clothesline snapped, sheets and jackets dropping into the mud. All the laundry Aunt Lynn had just washed gone. Pedestrians on the street froze. Windows in nearby buildings slid open, and a cluster of faces pressed up against the security bars. Lu Yingru walked through the gap in the wall and into the courtyard. Water swirled around her shoulders and back, lifting 2 chunks of broken brick along with it. Her pale skirt clung to her calves. Her long, wet hair stuck to the side of her neck. That's Lu Yingru. A few days ago. Isn't that the one Shin Fan kicked out the other day? Damn, what kind of dumb luck did she get? She's an awakened now. You gotta call her Lord Lu now. A few street vendors dropped their smirks, bent at the waist, and called out, My lord. Lu Yingru's steps paused for half a beat, the currents around her lifting the broken bricks even higher. I once knelt outside this very gate, begging him for a single crystal core. Today, the whole street is stepping aside for me. This feeling, it's good. Inside the main entrance of the villa, Yi Qingxue snatched up her longbow, knocked an arrow, and air gathered along the shaft, fluttering the hem of her clothes. Tang Yu hoisted her fire axe and planted herself sideways in front of Su Qingqing and the wheelchair. Lin Manwei bit down on a crystal core and stepped in front of me first, her gray eyes locked on Lu Yingru in the courtyard. I patted her waist. Why are you blocking me so tight? She didn't budge. Water surged over the stone steps in the yard. Lu Yingru saw Yi Qingxue's arrow, raised her right hand, and the spiraling ball of water rose into midair, aimed at the front door. The bowstring drew taut in response. I pressed Yi Qingxue's arm down. Don't shoot yet. Hold on a sec. If you step out now, she won't like it one bit. Lu Yingru stared at my face, watching me stop the arrow, finally scared. Huh? She straightened her back, letting the water whip up more silt and dirt. My gaze settled on her. Name, Lu Yingru. Age, 22. Occupation, finance student. Looks, 88. Body, 85. Aura, 75-83. Purity, 99. Overall rating, 86.75-88.75. I raised an eyebrow. Her total score jumped a full 2 points. The old Lu Yingru relied on tears, lies, and playing weak to manipulate people. After awakening her ability, she tore off that fragile facade. She'd become extreme, and her power gave her the backbone to match. The tea ceremony princess had transitioned into a water element awakened, and somehow the system actually thought better of her for it. At this rate, with the right training, there was a real shot she could cross the 90-point line. A cauldron that satisfied the system's appetite was worth a hell of a lot more than just another water element awakened. Lu Yingru took my silence as reappraisal. Shin Fan, take a good look. She raised her hand, water suspending broken bricks above her head. I'm an awakened. From today on, I don't need to bow to anyone. She took 2 steps forward. Kneel. Apologize. Give me back the villa. Then hand over the crystal cores and the food. I might consider giving you a chance. The chatter at the street corner died. Several vendors stared at the water ball, then glanced back at me standing inside the villa. Awakened enjoyed privileges inside the safe zone. Some of them were already bracing to watch the villa's owner cave. Lu Yingru had the scene already scripted out in her head. I sat on the villa couch, watching the woman who'd barely awakened before storming over to trash my place. Lu Yingru. She'd wanted me kneeling at her feet begging her to come back. She'd already rehearsed her lines. Maybe she'd toss me a few women to keep me company. Maybe she'd allow me to court her again. Too bad she never got a finish. Lin Manwei had already crunched the crystal core, corpse spirit energy, sliding down her arm. Yi Qingxue had raised her bow again. Lu Yingru, blind to what was coming, glared at Yi Wanqing in the wheelchair and spat. A cripple like you, you dare. She swept her hand down, and the water ball stretched into a long whip, cracking toward the front door. Yi Qingxue released the wind coiled at her bow's side. A gust sliced across in front of the wheelchair, and the water whip veered mid-air, slamming into the tiles beside the door. Crack. A few tiles shattered, muddy water splashing up the wall, but the wheelchair stayed rock steady, not even a drop on the blanket. The wind swept the standing water back out of the yard, driving Lu Yingru 3 staggering steps backward until her lower back hit the broken wall. The water spiraling around her shoulders scattered completely. The onlookers backed up several meters. Another awakened. That's Lord Yi. She just turned in a mission at Central Tower yesterday. Lu Yingru just awakened. No way she can hold up against her. The man who'd bowed and called her Lord Lu, a minute ago shrank back into the crowd, not daring to lift his head. Whatever grand entrance she'd made was completely washed away in that one exchange. Lu Yingru braced against the wall, her skirt caked in mud, but she still glared at me, refusing to back down. I gave her a small nod. Turns out the system's more forgiving toward pretty trash than I am. She didn't understand. She tried to pull the water again. The puddles on the ground only gathered halfway before scattering. Again and again. All the power from her freshly awakened ability had gone into wrecking my door. I stepped around Lin Manwei, walked into the yard, and planted my foot on the broken door hinge. You wrecked my door, tore down my wall, dirted my clothes. And you've got the nerve to settle a score with me? Since this trash had value to me again, I waved a hand toward the house. Quit embarrassing yourself out here. Get inside. Lu Yingru looked toward the street corner. The people who'd called her my lord moments ago were now all staring at the mud caking her. Who the hell are you to order me around? She raised her hand, and standing water curled up around her ankles, almost forming a whip, then broke apart into weak streams trickling back to the ground. Completely tapped out. And behind the windows across the street, people were still watching my villa. I didn't spend a drop of my own spiritual energy. I just tilted my head toward Yi Qingxue. Drag her inside. Don't let her keep making a fool of herself at my doorstep. Yi Qingxue raised her palm. Wind hugged the ground and swept out, wrapping around Lu Yingru's waist and legs. She grit her teeth and lifted a hand. A few water droplets barely left the ground before the wind pressure slapped them flat. Yi Qingxue stepped up, grabbed her arm, and her heels dragged across the threshold as she was hauled into the house. The crowd at the street corner all shuffled back at once. The man ducked behind a stall, pretending to fuss with some rotting vegetables. I stepped over the broken hinge and called for Tang Yu. Find a mason. And get someone who knows how to fix iron gates. Have the front gate rebuilt solid. Bill it to Lu Yingru's account. Tang Yu came out with the fire axe and wrapped its handle against the stone steps. Move along, don't step on the tiles. The crowd scattered instantly. Someone muttered, what's a butch gotta strut about? She's just the Chan family's housekeeper. But Tang Yu didn't bother responding and headed straight to the east gate to hire workers. Yi Qingxue dumped Lu Yingru onto the carpet. I closed the door behind me, shutting out every prying eye. Lu Yingru propped herself up, wet hair plastered to her face, chest heaving. I'm a water element awakened. Every major family, the enforcement squads, the mission teams, they'll all be recruiting me. Chen Fan, you cross me today, you'll pay for it sooner or later. I sat on the couch and nudged a wet streak on the floor with the tip of my shoe. Do you even have a crystal core right now? Have you ever been outside the safe zone? Have you ever killed a zombie? Her lips moved. No answer came. Fresh out of the awakening. And you blew all your power on wrecking a door. Enough to knock a regular person down, sure. But punching through a zombie. Hold on, you're nowhere near ready. No crew, no supplies. The little bit you can do would barely be enough to give a zombie a bath. Su Qingqing asked, dead serious, do zombies need baths? Lin Manwei rolled the crystal core halfway around in her mouth, her gray eyes settling on me. I cleared my throat. Lu Yingru lowered her head. Her mother had been hauled off by the enforcement squad. Lu Peng had made off with every last crystal core, ration, and pill, and she didn't even know where she was sleeping tonight. But I'd still let her through the door, and she'd latched onto that detail. She reached up and smoothed her wet hair, her voice softening. I was out of line just now. My mom got taken, Lu Peng ran off with everything. My head was a mess. That's why I came looking for you. She rose up on her knees and shuffled toward the couch. I'm an awakened now. Nobody's stopping us anymore. I'll make it up to you, little by little. Can we start over? Tears clung to her chin. Name, Lu Yingru Beauty. 88 purity, 99 overall rating. 88.75, 88.25. TSK. This sovereign wants a water snake with teeth, not a soggy dish rag that turns on the waterworks the second someone looks at her. She'd barely straightened her spine before crawling back to make a living off tears. I drew the pistol from the small of my back and pressed it straight to her forehead. Her forward-leaning body froze. The words died in her throat. Yi Qingxue, take Wanqing back to her room. Yi Wanqing clutched her thin blanket. What's up with bro-in-law? I wanted to see if this chick was really made of water. Not suitable for kids. I'm 20. Yi Qingxue wheeled her out. Yi Wanqing kicking her barely recovered little legs the whole way in protest. Su Qingqing deliberately sprawled across the table, using her cartoon t-shirt to hold down the edge, trying to look bigger than she was. Lin Manwei walked to the entryway, sat down with her back to the living room, and went right back to gnawing on her crystal core. I looked down at Lu Yingru. Tore down this sovereign's door this morning, and now you've got the nerve to come back and talk about old times. That's some real fire in you. After a long moment, I let out a breath, holstered the gun, and even wiped the corner of her mouth. You're an awakened now. Work on your image. Eating like a toddler, not even wiping your face. I set the gun on the coffee table. Now you choose. Stay and follow this sovereign's rules. Or die. Her eyes flicked to the front door. Outside, the masons were already hauling bricks into the yard, and Tang Yu was tallying up materials at the breach in the wall, already rattling off a hefty price tag. Even with people right outside, she didn't doubt for a second that I'd kill her. I'll stay, she said quickly. Whatever you want to do with me, I'll accept it. She couldn't help dry heaving twice after she said it. I gripped her chin. You chose this yourself. This sovereign has always ruled by virtue, right? I chose it myself. I took her up to the second-floor master bedroom and locked the door. Link. The Harmony Sutra caught hold of the water element energy running wild inside her, combing through her meridians section by section. A long while later, the door opened again. This time, the sheets were still dry. Lu Yingru braced herself against the desk, breathing hard, her wet hair tied back. She raised her hand, and a water sphere hovered steadily beside her palm. No more scattering. My ability. This sovereign smoothed it out for you. I fastened my collar and pressed a palm against her shoulder. The Eastern Gate clerk's signature spirit-tracking art flowed down her meridians. Half her body went numb, as if some terrible thing had locked onto her. What did you do to me? Goose sorcery. I leaned against the doorframe. The side effect of the spirit-tracking art was perfect for planting a seed in her mind. Stay away from this sovereign for too long, and the goo poison invades your meridians. Your powers spiral out of control, your blood vessels rupture, and eventually you bleed out from every orifice. The color drained from her face. Given that I could smooth out her abilities, she didn't dare doubt a word of it. Behave, and you'll be fine. Cut the tears. Ditch the little Miss Innocent act. She instinctively started to cry, then forcibly swallowed the tears back down. I picked up a bottle of water. That Fang Yuan from this morning. She's from Yaoinghui. Yes. How many contacts do you still have there? Can you dig up any intel on Central Tower? She fixed her skirt and thought for a moment. Before the apocalypse, I had a friend named Tao Xin. She works there now as a beautician. Yaoinghui runs that kind of thing too. Escorts are only part of it. There's also a casino, a beauty salon, and an auction house. Anyone in the safe zone with crystal cores on hand ends up there. She paused. Tao Xin told me the young Madame Gu goes in every other day, gets her hair and makeup done, then leaves in a car from Central Tower. The bottle stopped at my lips. The Gu family? Gu Ming. Yes, the Gu family's second young master's sister-in-law. The Gu family lives in Central Tower. Nobody knows. Tao Xin just said that every time young Madame Gu shows up, she carries this pleasant medicinal scent on her. Lu Yingru finished talking, licked her cracked lips, and stared at the water bottle in my hand. I tipped my head back and finished the last swallow. Not a drop for her. From downstairs came the clatter of bowls on the table. Yi Wanqing shouted, "Bro-in-law, dinner. The vegetables the Wangs sent over this morning are going to sprout legs and walk off if we wait any longer." I set the bottle down. When's Madame Gu's next appointment? I don't know, but I can ask Tao Xin. As long as she's still there, I can get close. Tonight I'll confirm the timing, the escort detail, and the vehicle route. I headed for the door and figure out what that medicinal scent is. When I get all this done, what's my reward? I glanced back at her. You get to keep breathing. On the dining table, stir-fried greens, tomato soup, mixed grain porridge, one small bowl each. The greens were only a single layer deep, and you could count the tomato chunks in the soup. Yi Qingxue served Lu Yingru a bowl. Lu Yingru sat down, smoothed her skirt, but her chopsticks wouldn't stop. 2 stalks of greens, 1 piece of tomato, and by the third pass, she was already reaching back into the shared dish. Every pair of eyes at the table dropped to her bowl. Her hand froze. She picked up her bowl and took a small sip of porridge, but her chopsticks never rested. The second the bowl left her lips, 2 more leaves vanished from the shared plate. Yi Wanqing counted the pile of stems building up in front of her. How long has it been since you had any vegetables? Do you usually just use laxatives? Uffed. Su Qingqing choked on a mouthful of porridge and doubled over the table, coughing hard. Tang Yu turned her face toward the window with her bowl in hand, shoulders trembling. Lu Yingru's chopsticks stopped at the edge of the plate. In the old days, her eyes would already be rimmed red by now, and she'd be putting on that pitiful, "Please help me" look for anyone within earshot. But the moment her gaze met mine, the tears stopped short. I'd forbidden her to cry, and she'd taken it to mean she had to toughen up. She pulled her chopsticks back and sat up straight. "Well, you're in a wheelchair. When you eat greens, do you just crap right onto the seat?" The clatter of chopsticks stopped cold. The smile on Yi Wanqing's face was still hanging on, but her palm pressed down hard on the thin blanket sank in where the fabric dipped. She didn't fire back for a long moment. Yi Qingxue kept her eyes down, pressing her chopsticks against the rim of her bowl. The noodle broth rippled, a few drops splashing onto the table. Lu Yingru's straightened spine held for half a breath. Then she caught the look on Yi Qingxue's face, and her head dropped again. Su Qingqing set down her bowl and smoothed the blanket back over Yi Wanqing. Lin Manwei stood at my side, her gray eyes fixed on Lu Yingru's neck. She didn't need to eat, but she ate people. I picked up the last piece of tomato from the plate, dropped it into Yi Wanqing's bowl, and tapped the table in front of Lu Yingru. One more smart remark, and you're eating in the corner with your bowl. She started. That food you're eating? The Wang family sent it as compensation for Wanqing's leg. I pointed at the vegetable stem in her bowl. The house you're sitting in? Mine. Your life? Also mine now. Her lips twitched twice. I leaned back in my chair. You get to sit here because you're still useful. The lady of the house seat has nothing to do with you. Tomorrow, when the Wang family sends food, none of it's for you. Her eyes swept across Yi Qingxue, Lin Manwei, Su Qingqing. Yi Qingxue kept sipping her soup. Su Qingqing swept every napkin off the table without leaving her a single one. She picked up her bowl, finished the porridge, cleared her chopsticks, and headed for the kitchen. Yi Wanqing bit off half a tomato. Brother-in-law, did you factor in the cost of her breaking down the door? Factored in. What about the meal? That too. And that last piece of backtalk. I glanced toward the kitchen. Double. The sound of a bowl clanging against the sink came from the kitchen. Lu Yingru didn't turn around. After dinner, I called everyone into the living room. Tang Yu finished checking the fire axe and headed out with Su Qingqing. We'll start at the machinery plant residential area to the west. Plenty of people out cooling off tonight. Should be able to get a general sense of things. I pulled down Lin Manwei's hood and smoothed her hair, exposing the faint corpse marks along her neck. Stay home tonight and be good. Protect Wanqing. Cries. You'll get your share when I'm back. Lu Yingru's face went white, and she stumbled back 2 steps. She's a zombie. I looked at her. Try any more stunts, and the goo I left in your body can turn you into one too. Go back to your old place. Grab your clothes and anything useful. She rubbed her shoulder. The numbness from the spirit chase technique hadn't worn off yet. I'm staying here tonight. The storage room's still empty. That's where tools go. For now, you count as a tool. Lu Yingru pushed the door open with shaky hands and left. I called after her. Stop by Miaoying Hui first. Find Tao Xin. Her footsteps hitched for half a beat, then carried her off down the street. Yi Qingxue lifted the longbow off the wall. Let's go. The two of us left the villa and headed for the south gate. A bell tolled from the direction of the central tower, and she glanced over instinctively. That was the signal for the east, west, and north gates locking down for the night. 3-day deadline. Half a day already gone. We walked 2 blocks without her saying a word. A gust of wind kept looping around my sleeve, curling up the hem of my jacket, dropping it, curling it up again. I turned to look at her. Didn't eat enough? Even the wind you're kicking up has attitude. She sped up half a step, her ponytail brushing against her sun jacket. Another dozen or so meters passed before she spoke. Why do you keep bringing every piece of trash home? This was the first time she'd asked about the women I'd taken in. She hadn't said anything when Lin Manwei started tagging along. Hadn't stopped Su Qingqing when she moved into the villa. But Lu Yingru sits through one meal, and the wind at her palm is coiling around us for 2 blocks. I caught her by the collar and tugged her wind-blown jacket back into place. Trash has its uses too. Obedient enough, wags its tail, works for a bowl of food. What's the harm in keeping one around to guard the door? Her shoulders eased. The wind wrapped between us settled back to the ground, kicking up dust as it dispersed. I leaned close to her ear. When you're jealous, your wind runs colder than usual. She elbowed me off, the tips of her ears going red. Shut up. Outside the south gate was the black market, which stayed open through the night. It handled the after-hours flow of goods. Entry and exit both cost crystal cores, with the south gate and the market splitting the cut. That money paid for the lights and the zombie clearing. As we neared the south gate, we ducked into a building. She put on a mask and sunglasses. I covered my face too. We each paid 1 E-grade core, passed through the gate, and followed the tin-walled corridor 100-odd meters out. A few sheets of corrugated metal formed the black market entrance, a kerosene lamp hanging from a wooden frame. 2 men with clubs blocked the way. A wooden crate beside them had a sign nailed to it. No questions asked. All sales final. The man ahead of us, carrying a crossbow, handed over 2 E-grade cores and ducked through the tin door. The guards waited until he was out of earshot, then let their eyes travel over the longbow on her back. You too, covering your faces like that. It's 1 D-grade each. The club-wielding man held out his hand. She glanced at the sign. Only those 2 lines. Not a word about admission fees. Outside the tin corridor lay 2 corpses, blood long since dried, clothes stripped down to their underwear. The nearby vendors kept watch over their goods. Nobody was collecting the bodies. I scanned the area. The black market sat outside the safe zone. Out here, the rules lived in your fists. Seeing us hold our ground, the clubman rapped his stick against the wooden crate. What are you dragging your feet for? He patted a wooden token at his waist. I'm a black market guard. The wind stirred at her palm. I pushed her arm down. Even a rotten boat's got 3 nails left. Let's see where his are. I pointed at his waist. That badge of yours? The ink's still wet. Black ink had smeared onto the seam of his pants, trailing a half streak with every move he made. A few vendors paused what they were doing, eyes drifting toward the token. The man snatched the badge and stuffed it into his shirt. We've got a troublemaker. The club swung up to my chest. Slandering a black market guard. By the rules, we're confiscating your gear. 2 men slipped out from behind the wooden frame. 3 more stood up from beside the stalls. 1 took position outside the corridor while the other 4 blocked our retreat, every pair of eyes glued to her longbow. The club man drew himself up. Prices just went up. 2 D-grade cores. And we're checking that pack. That longbow on her. Classified as a hazardous item. We'll need to give her a full-body search. The nearby vendors gathered up their goods and retreated to the edge of the shelter. The entrance emptied out fast. Nobody stepped in to stop it. I stepped half a pace to the side. Don't move on the bow. Then to her. Leave them their underwear. She flipped her palm over. Wind swept low along the ground. Snap, 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 snap. The straps on their weapons all broke at once. Short blades, steel pipes, hand crossbows dropped into the mud. 6 heads bent to grab them. A second gust cut across their waists. Cloth belts snapped. 6 pairs of pants slid down to their knees. 1 man had just started to bend. His pant legs tangled around his calves, and he pitched face first into the mud. Another. The 2 of them clutched their waistbands and hopped in place a few steps. The wooden sign tumbled into the gutter too. She stood where she was, bow still slung across her back, both hands empty. The surrounding vendors backed away. Someone set down a crate and called out with his head lowered. It's an adept. Unlike in the safe zone, no one here dropped to their knees en masse. They just gathered their things and ducked into their own tin shacks. I planted my foot on the steel pipe and stretched out a hand toward the fake guard. Toll for blocking the black market entrance. 1 D-grade core per head. The fake guard yanked his pants tight, the slabs of flesh on his face twitching twice. My lord, we. The wind coiled at her palm, pressed down toward the ground. A sheathed short blade snapped flat against the dirt, its hilt driven into the mud. The man swallowed the rest of his sentence. The 6 of them turned out every pocket and only scraped together 1 D-grade and 7 E-grades. I took the lot, then fished the wooden sign out of the gutter and tossed it back into his arms. Put on a better act next time. At least let the ink dry. The 2 of us walked through the entrance, vendors pulling their legs in to make way. The black market was packed with dozens of tin shacks. 1 vendor waved a medicine bottle in the air while a kneeling man handed over his last core and scooped up his feverish child. Yet at the vendor's feet sat half a bucket of watered-down, cut medicine. Further ahead, 3 male survivors were roped to a wooden frame, price tags hanging from their necks. The priciest went for a mere 3 E-grades. Deeper in, someone was passing off glass shards as core fragments. The moment the buyer voiced doubt, he got dragged behind the shack. She gripped her bow. Her steps faltered 3 times, and each time she caught back up to me. Deep inside, we found a shack with the word Intel hanging out front. A masked man sat behind a table bare except for a kerosene lamp and some paper. What are you buying? What color panties some enforcer's wife wears? How many mistresses some Esper lord is keeping this week? Got it all right here. I pulled out a chair. The ferry in Central Tower. The masked man snapped his notebook shut, blew out the lamp, stood up and glanced past my shoulder. The enforcers sent you to bait me? That intel's not for sale. I sat down. Talk. Or die right now. He kicked out the back window. 2 earth spikes erupted from the floor, stabbing at the spot I'd just vacated, while he lunged for the opening. An Esper of all things. I stepped forward in a single stride, spiritual energy sheathing my body as I shattered the spikes, then snatched him by the collar and hauled him back inside. Crack. A table leg snapped. He tried to scramble up, but his shoulders and back slammed downward, 1,000-pound sink. His legs pushed against the floor, his soles scraping 2 long marks in the dirt, but he couldn't lift his waist. She stood guard at the door and noticed the neighboring stalls didn't so much as flinch. Clearly this intel dealer wasn't a stranger to violence. The shacks outside just dimmed their lamps. No one came near. He tried to call up a second wave of spikes, but the ground barely bulged half an inch before being crushed flat. Only then did he stop struggling. He glanced at me, then at her by the door, and dusted off his shirt. Damn, you've got some skill. Fine, I fold. He held up 1 finger. 1 C-grade core. In this line of work, your head's already tied to your belt. Info's for sale, but not for free. I released the spell. 10 D-grades. 1 C-grade traded for 10 to 12 D-grades on the black market any day of the week. But offering 10 D-grades to buy a C-grade? You could sit on the offer for days and still get nothing. They were that scarce. He tapped the table twice. My buddy paid 10 D-grades just to get this piece of intel. Whatever. Call it a favor between friends. Heh. You planning to sell this intel only once? He smiled but didn't answer. I called her over from the door and pressed the 10D grade cores into her hand. You do it. Tom, you grew up. Can't keep hiding behind this lord forever. She took the cores with a puzzled look, but figured I always had strange requests and did as told. 10 cores lined up on the table. Gift materials. D-grade core X103X return triggered. Obtained. D-grade core X30. Stored in system inventory. Extract. I leaned against the wall. 30 new cores in my system space. I hadn't even heard the intel yet, and I'd already netted 20. The masked man pocketed the cores, pulled a phone from a hidden compartment stuffed with a dozen others, and hooked it up to a power bank. The screen lit up, 1%. The night the cataclysm hit, a high-tier zombie appeared near Central Tower. Could spit out a black corpse mist. One touch, and your flesh rots off. He tapped play on a video. The footage was shaky. Wrecked cars piled up along the street, black fog swallowing the road. Yunwan US stood atop a car, her right sleeve soaked in blood, only half a flying sword hovering at her side. When she left, her right arm hung limp. She formed seals and controlled her sword using only her left hand. She watched the clip 3 times. That's her. Damn right. The masked man took the phone back. You'd better let this rot in your gut. If the big families find out the fairy's wounded and her weapons broken, the safe zone loses its biggest deterrent. Tens of thousands of lives hang on that. Black tungsten. Broken sword. It all fit. She was trying to repair her flying sword. A damaged artifact, an injured body, early Foundation establishment. How much strength did she really have left? I added another 30% confidence to my plan for 3 days from now. Whether what this lord paid for rots or not, I said, is for this lord to decide. We stepped out of the shack. 2 aisles later, without turning her head, she murmured, 4 to the rear left, 5 at the stalls on the right, another group at the exit. We're being tailed. I glanced back through a copper sheet on a nearby stall. The polished surface reflected several elongated shadows. 3 separate groups, none of them approaching each other. We'd just stripped 6 fake guards of their pants, and now 3 hunter packs were on our trail. There was no such thing as a coincidence like that in this world. Someone had slapped a fat sheep label on us fast. I slid an arm around her waist and steered her into a side aisle. Don't look back. Her spine went rigid, the wind at her palms skimming the ground. We wove through the tin shacks to a loading area at the edge of the black market. Old wooden crates were stacked 2 men high. 2 forklifts blocked the narrow path in the middle, and rows of shipping containers walled off the light, leaving only 2 exits, left and right. I pressed her against the side of a container, blocking the outside view with my body. There's a lot of them. We play the part of 2 lovers sneaking a moment. Let the dogs bite each other first. I spoke close to her ear. She used my shoulder as cover to map out a few key positions, and her earlobes slowly flushed red. To anyone looking over, we were just a couple wrapped up in each other. A short whistle sounded from the left. The right side quickly answered. The middle group didn't budge. A dozen figures held their ground behind cover, none willing to be the first to charge. I smiled. They all want the meat, but nobody wants to crack a tooth on the bone. So let's give them a piece worth fighting over. Using my body as a screen, I hooked a finger under her mask and pulled it down, then tugged my own face covering aside. She pressed. Her hand came up against my chest to push me back, but I'd already pried her lips apart. The wind in her grip stumbled half a beat, kicking up 2 scraps of paper from the ground. My right hand snaked around her waist and slid the backpack off her shoulders. From the outside, all anyone could see was us pressed together. No one saw me stuff 3 D-rank crystal cores into the bag. A few breaths later, we broke apart. Follow my lead. Her lips moved slightly. Her quiver knocked against the shipping container. I dropped the backpack to the ground. Zipper left open half an inch. The bag was already stuffed to bursting with compressed rations and water bottles. A green glow leaked through the gap, casting light on the gravel. From outside, it looked packed with cores. I bit down on her ear, nudged the bag out a little farther. She held her breath and swept her palm to the side. The wind caught the strap, dragging the backpack across the ground until it slid under the forklift. A man on the right broke cover first, snatching up the bag. The moment he saw the green glow through the gap, his pupils shrank. Instead of calling his teammates, he clutched the bag tight against his chest. Got it. A crossbow snapped. The bolt threaded through a gap in the wooden crates and buried itself in his shoulder. 4 men from the middle group drew blades and charged the forklift. They're trying to hog it all. The right side crew drew steel too. Steel pipes clashed with cleavers. Crates toppled. The narrow lane packed tight with bodies. Crossbow bolts arced over the tops of the crates, punching into shoulders and backs across all 3 factions. A big man on the left shouldered his own teammate aside, grabbed the metal forks of the scrapped forklift with both hands, and heaved with his lower back. Hundreds of pounds of steel swung up and caved in half a wall of crates. Boards and nails rained down on the crowd. D rank, second tier strength ability user. Both groups froze mid-step. The big man planted a boot on the backpack, swept the fork sideways, and slammed two more men into the shipping container. I pulled my mask up and slipped along the shadows, breath concealment technique smothering my footsteps and breathing. Two crossbowmen on the right had fallen back behind a wooden rack to reload. My short blade flashed. Both went down clutching their throats, collapsing between crates. I kicked the rack support, and the whole thing tipped over, sealing off the narrow lane behind the strength user. She'd put her mask back on. She raised a palm. Wind swept across the tops of the crates, and every crossbow bolt in the air veered off course, burying themselves in the backs of men who were still scrambling for the cores. They've got a sniper on the left. All three formations shattered. The forks swung a second time. Two blade wielders' sternums caved in, and they slid down the container to the ground. The left side team surged through the gap the big man had opened, rolling over the other two crews. The right and middle groups had already lost more than half their men. The D-rank first-tier ability user commanding the middle group barked, "Fall back." His men dragged their wounded and retreated toward the loading zone's exit. The others followed. Only the big man and 4 crossbowmen were left in the yard. The big man scooped up the backpack at his feet and found 3 cores and a pile of compressed rations. He roared, "Fuck. We got played. Kill those 2. The 4 crossbowmen took turns firing. She weaved along the scrapped forklift, changing angles. Bolts scraped past the frame and pounded into the boards behind her. I stepped between her and the big man. Feather step. Stone skin. Clear mind mantra. Full stack of buffs locked in. I grinned at her. All yours. Let's see where your limit is. She flicked me a glance and planted her foot on the forklift's base rail. Wind kicked up dust and drove it toward the crossbowmen's cover, blinding them. She dropped low and drew her bow through a gap in the frame. 1 arrow. The wind slid in behind the fletching and pushed. A crossbowman poked his head up. The arrow punched through his heart and pinned him to the board behind him. The remaining 3 split up. High ground, front, rear flank. 3 bolts covering every retreat route. The big man ripped a thick steel plate off the side of the forklift and braced it in front of himself. She didn't back off. Sustained wind control had her breathing heavy. Her bow arm was starting to dip. The energy in her dantian was slamming against her meridians, blocked, then shoved back by the pressure outside. The bolts arrived. Clear mind mantra. Her head was crystal clear. She raised her palm. Wind pressure batted 2 bolts aside, driving them into the container wall. Paper scraps, gravel, snapped rope. Everything on the ground lifted into the air. And inside her dantian, that coiled wind broke through the blockage. Even the steel plate in the big man's grip jerked half a foot sideways. Shit. She just broke through. The 3rd bolt clipped past her shoulder. The airflow caught the tail and dragged it in a curve behind the crates. Thunk. A crossbowman took an arrow in the leg and tumbled off the top of the crates. The other 2 froze mid-reload, empty crossbows in hand. She drew again. A wind blade sliced through a crate support first. The boards fell outward on both sides, exposing both bowmen. 2 arrows loosed back to back, wind carrying them faster, straight through both throats. The big man tried to run behind his steel plate. She jumped onto the forklift frame. Her 3rd arrow grazed along the plate's edge, wind curling it around to the back, and drove through the crook of his knee. He dropped to one knee, the plate slamming into the dirt. I closed in from the side. He tried to swing the plate around to strike. In my eyes, the motion was slow as a grindstone. The short blade slid in under his ribs, edge punching through his chest cavity. Since you broke through, I'll go ahead and kill this turtle for you. The big man let go of the plate and slumped in front of the forklift. Dust settled. Snapped rope and torn paper still hung in the air around her, refusing to fall. The loading zone was empty except for the sound of her breathing. She looked at me. Now she got it. During that little bit of intimacy, I'd already seen she was right on the edge of breaking through her bottleneck. That's why I made her take the pressure. I picked up the backpack off the ground and dusted it off. Not bad. You pass. Yi Qingxue walked over, her cheeks still flushed. Why'd you use tongue back there? If you're gonna sell it all the way. She punched me in the shoulder, barely any force behind it. Tonight, when we get back. She bent down to inspect an arrow shaft, voice dropping low. I'll feed you grapes. I raised an eyebrow. If we didn't still have a prisoner sitting right there, I would have bent this little minx over on the spot. The wounded crossbowman was still trying to crawl under a crate. I stomped on the arrow buried in his leg. Who sold us out? Those guys at the entrance. He clawed at the dirt. They said this was your first time here. Said you were fat sheep. I'm with the Goof family. You kill me, you don't walk out of here. I frowned. Goof family? Gu Ming's people. Yes. I work for the 2nd young master. He lifted his head fast. Brother, revenge is a dish best served cold. Let me walk, and I'll put in a good word for you. No need to blow this up into something ugly. I raised the blade. Yeah, well, I'm no gentleman. The blade came down. Petty men take their revenge morning, noon, and night. Wonder if those 6 little punks at the door are ready yet. I yanked the short blade back out of the corpse. Blood ran down the edge and dripped into the mud. Yi Qingxue was moving through the overturned crates, pulling every usable arrow back one by one. The crystal cores, crossbow bolts, and text cuts off here. Short blades, 2 backpacks filled up fast. Those 6 guys from the entrance are still at the black market. She slung the longbow over her shoulder. If we head back now, they won't have gotten far. I stepped over the broken forklift tines and headed toward the center of the black market. For this venerable one to personally go back and butcher them, that'd be giving them too much face. At the heart of the black market, 3 shipping containers had been welded together into a gray shack. A wooden plaque hung above the door, Bounty Hall. The walls were plastered with portraits and wanted notices, some faces marked with red X's, some with prices scrawled beside the necks. Out back sat an autopsy slab, iron hooks dangling from the crossbeam, and beside the lime pit lay a few burlap sacks, blood seeping from their mouths. As we passed the notice wall, Yi Qingxue stopped. An old notice had been torn in half, but the remaining portrait was still recognizably her face. 10 E-grade crystal cores, stamped with the seal of the Wang family. She peeled the fragment off the wall. The crease ran straight down the middle of her portrait. Wang Yi posted this a while back. 10. I glanced at her. That old bastard's got no eye for value. I've spent more than that on you in the last few days alone. She handed me the scrap. Once Wanqing's back on her feet, this is a score we'll be settling too. You're starting to sound more like one of mine every day. Behind the iron bars sat a registrar who tapped his tablet awake. Bounty Hall doesn't ask questions, only accepts cores. Regular humans start at 10 E-grade. Espers are priced separately. To claim payment, bring the body. If transport isn't practical, proof of identity works too. I described the 6 from the entrance. He flipped through a few pages. Black market small timers. Regular humans. 10 E-grade ahead. He tapped the paper with his pen. Bounty Hall takes a 2-core cut on completion. Cancel midway, still costs you 2. Several hit squads were lounging inside the hall, some smoking, some leaning against the wall with their eyes closed. When they heard the price on 6 ordinary men, none of them so much as lifted their heads. Yi Qingxue tilted her head slightly, glancing at me out of the corner of her eye. A scene suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Back at the info brokers, when I'd grinned and pressed 10 D-grade cores into her palm, that grin carrying an almost feverish delight. It's about time you grew up. Can't keep hiding behind this venerable one forever. My words still echoed in her ear. Yi Qingxue was cold by nature, but sharp as they came. It hit her that this man who called himself this venerable one seemed to take an inordinate amount of pleasure in watching her spend his money. That night when he'd made her train with the bow, she'd seen the exact same smile. This is what makes him happy. In that case, a faint gleam flickered through her cool eyes. She straightened her neck and held out her right hand to me. Chen Fan, give me the cores. I raised an eyebrow. How many? 12 D-grade. She held my gaze, but the tremor in her lashes betrayed the flutter underneath. She was afraid she'd misread me, afraid I'd take her for some gold digger. Didn't you say you wanted to handle this yourself? I blinked. I gave her outstretched knuckles a light squeeze, warm and firm. All right, our Qingxue's all grown up. I reached into my robe, and 12 D-grade cores glowing faint jade green tumbled into her palm like marbles. Resources gifted. D-grade crystal core X12 triple return triggered. Acquired. D-grade crystal core X36. Stored in system inventory. Withdraw. The old joy sect patriarch in me couldn't hold it back. A low string of laughter escaped my throat. Ha 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 ha. That laugh. She'd called it. Yi Qingxue's heart leapt, though not a flicker of it showed on her face. She stepped up to the iron bars and lined the 12 cores across the counter. Green light rippled over the ledger. The registrar looked up. That's 6 over. Double it. The hall went quiet. The man leaning against the wall stood up. 2 crews near the door pushed forward to the bounty board. Can we split these up? Payment per head. This one drank with us once. He's ours. A job nobody had bothered with a moment ago now had a dozen hands clawing for it. The registrar counted the cores again. You sure? Whether their lives are worth it is up to whoever's paying. I leaned against the bars and pulled out Yi Qingxue's old bounty notice. You can stamp things here, right? Match the seal on this one. Stamp me one just like it. You with the Wang family? Talk much. I tossed down 2 more D-grade cores. If you can do it, they're yours. If not, forget it. He pulled up the Wang family's old commission records. The seal was already logged in the system, easy enough to replicate. He stamped the mark and pinned 6 bounty slips onto the board. The gavel hadn't struck twice before 3 squads were already walking out of Bounty Hall. The rest spread out a map, marking every shack the 6 frequented, every stall, every escape route. The registrar lowered his voice. The man backing them eats out of the south gate. If anyone comes for payback, Bounty Hall doesn't shield its clients. I looked at the Wong family seal stamped on all 6 slips, my smile deepening a shade, and took Yi Qingshue's calloused hand in mine. If the man behind them's got a problem, tell him to come put a price on it himself. We'll see whether the Wong family can afford to pay. Conversation in the hall died for a few beats. We left Bounty Hall and cut through a trading zone. The clatter of iron chains drifted from the roadside. 3 zombies were locked in welded-shut cages, muzzles strapped over their teeth, wrists and ankles wound tight with steel wire. The vendor wrapped the cage door with a wooden stick. 3 E-grade each. Take him home. Work up your nerve. Practice your blade. Break in some rookies. Kill it and you dig out a core. That's really only 2 cores a pop. Folks, no way you're losing on this deal. Below the sign, another line. Bites and infection, not our problem. I stopped in front of a female zombie's cage. Half her face had been split open by a blade. Her hair matted into clumps, a shopping mall employee badge still clipped to her clothes. The system panel unfolded. Name, Wu Xiaolan age, 26 occupation, retail associate looks, 72 body, 70 aura, 30 purity, 80 overall, 63. You got any good-looking ones? The vendor stared at me, then glanced at Yi Qingxue beside me. Brother, friendly heads up, zombies are look only. Tie him up however you want, they can still infect you. One touch and the corpse toxin gets in through every pore. I pointed at the empty cage behind him. Speaking from experience? He grinned. This stall? Used to be 3 of us running it. Now it's just me. Take a wild guess why. I set down 3 E-grade cores. Down payment. Intact bodies, pretty faces, 1 D-grade apiece. The vendor slammed a hand down on the 3 deposits. She was afraid I'd back out. Regular zombies go for 3 E-grade crystals, but I was willing to shell out a D-grade for 1 intact, pretty face. Just be careful when you catch them. He pulled over paper and a pen. Any special preferences, boss? Big chest. Nice ass. Long legs. The other corpse hunters crowded around. Boss, we can take this job too. Has to be alive? Missing a few fingers okay? I rapped on the iron cage. I'll be back in 4 days. Top-tier merchandise gets an extra crystal. At the word 4 days, Yi Qingxue glanced toward Central Tower. Once the 3-day deadline was up, no one could say whether they'd still be in the safe zone. The female zombie in the cage was still throwing herself at the door, the iron muzzle grinding against her gums, blood dripping from her chin. You planning to raise them into another man-way? She asked. I slid my arm around her waist. Take a guess. Footsteps came from the black market entrance. 2 of the fake guards shoved their way through the crowd, hemp rope holding up their pants, faces streaked with blood. Move. The south gate's blocked by those rabid dogs. Hurry. The hunters have a hidden passage. Behind them, 3 assassin squads split up between the stalls and gave chase. One of them looked back, tripped over a wooden crate, and sprawled right at my feet. He raised his head, the same face that had collected the entry fee at the door, and locked eyes with me. His mouth opened a few times as he recognized my clothes. You? I looked past him. The 4 sacks of corpses they'd been carrying had already been dragged off by the assassins. Only these 2 live ones were left. I planted my foot on his shoulder and jerked my chin at the approaching killers. This lord doesn't make a habit of posting his own bounties and then collecting them himself. Run along, boys. The man lay face down in the mud, blood at the corner of his mouth. Don't kill me. I was just following orders. His voice came out high and fast. The other one braced himself against a wall, dragging himself backward, legs caked in mud. We've got backing. He jabbed a finger toward the south gate. The head of the south gate. He's the top man of all 4 gates now, already ranked D-grade, 4th tier. I looked down at the man under my foot. Go on. He swallowed, suddenly finding his voice. The black market entrance is under Lord Southgate's protection. The entry fee, that's his call too. You kill us today, and it's a slap in his face. That's right. The one on the ground jumped in. If you let this go, Lord Southgate would be happy to make friends. They said it all so smoothly. But the stall owners around us were already clutching their goods and shrinking back against the tin sheds. The BioLife Hall assassins stopped a few paces away. They recognized my clothes, knew I was the one who'd posted the bounty. Their ropes hung loose at their sides, waiting for my word. I smiled. Lord Southgate, what's his name? The 2 fake guards exchanged a glance. They couldn't answer that one. The Lord's given name isn't something we can just throw around. When you meet him, you'll know. Don't even dare to say his name. But you think you can use it to scare people? The apothecary at the medicine stall finally couldn't hold back. Clutching his bundle, he leaned out from behind the shed. That man spends every day at the city gate, logging in refugees and clearing out zombies. When would he have time to run the black market in trance? The old man at the canned goods stall next to him spoke up too. The most those two ever did was mooch some secondhand smoke off one of the perimeter thugs, catch a few orders, then turn around and drop Lord Southgate's name everywhere they go. Just the other day, they used the same line to scare off some girls selling water. The color drained from the fake guards' faces. A moment ago, they'd been puffing out their chests. Now their shoulders caved in completely. I pulled my gaze back. The sole of my shoe came down on the man's shin. Somewhere along the way, a small knife had appeared in his hand. F. The crack of bone cut through the noise of the black market. He rolled twice in the mud, clutching his leg. The other one turned and started to crawl. I took half a step, hooked his collar, and dragged him back to my feet. I didn't say you could leave. My lord. Mercy. I was blind. I didn't know who you were. I looked at the two of them. This lord doesn't have time to check on your backers. I brought my foot down. Another crack. Both fake guards clutched their legs and screamed, the sound bouncing between the tin sheds until even the haggling in the distance faded. I lifted my chin toward the BioLife Hall assassins. The rest is yours. One of the killers stepped forward and flicked out his rope, looping it around the two men's necks and arms, then yanked. 2 trails of blood dragged across the ground. Lord Southgate won't let you get away with this. I turned and walked away. If he wants me, tell him to come find me himself. I don't change my name walking or sitting. This lord is Wang Zhe. While I was busy making the Wang name ring through the black market, Tang Yu and Su Qingqing were out hunting down a forge for me to temper my sword. In the machinery plant residential district on the west side, the setting sun pressed down between the old buildings. Under the trees, a few bamboo mats had been laid out, and a group of old folks sat around with enamel mugs, gaunt-faced, still chatting about neighborhood gossip, one of the few entertainments left at the end of the world. Tang Yu pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits. Uncles, aunties, where's the machinery plant? Every pair of eyes locked onto the biscuits. Right outside the west gate. High-pressure furnace, forging furnace, the plant's got 'em all. Whether they still work. Of course they do. Zombies don't eat metal. Su Qingqing pressed on. Anyone who knows how to run them? One of the old men set down his mug. That'd have to be old who. Just retired, used to be the workshop foreman. Knows everything. All the young ones at the plant are dead. Just us old bones left. His son was on shift the day it all went down. Probably didn't make it either. Tang Yu handed over the biscuits. Can you get him for us? I've got another pack. Before long, an old man with gray hair was brought over, dressed in worn work clothes, pant cuffs muddy. You want me to fire up a furnace? Yes, Tang Yu said. We need to forge something. Old who stared at the fire axe in her hand. You girls out of your minds? The plant's outside the safe zone. Place is crawling with zombies. Su Qingqing spent a while explaining before he believed she wasn't joking. Fine, I'll go with you. His hand tightened, knuckles standing out. But first, you kill my daughter-in-law. She's working at the Meowing Club. Drag my family's name through the dirt. An old woman next to him slapped her knee. You've got the nerve to talk? Your rice, your medicine, your water, every last bit of it. The passage cuts off mid-sentence at the end. Let me know if you'd like me to continue once you have more text, or adjust the tone/style anywhere. Wasn't she the one who got it for you? The porridge you've been drinking these past few days, she brought that too. Someone else chimed in. If she really didn't care about you, you'd have been lying dead in the hallway by now. Old whose lips trembled. He turned his face away. That's what she owes this family. Once she married in, taking care of her father-in-law is her job. Su Qingqing looked at him. Where is she now? Meowing Club. What about the rest of your family? Old who went silent. Su Qingqing held up 3 fingers. 1. He can fire up the furnace. 2. His son worked at the steel mill before the cataclysm. 3. His daughter-in-law is at Meowing Club. Remember these 3 things, forget the rest. Tang Yu glanced at her. For the first time, she didn't correct her. You lead the way and prove your worth, and we'll give you food and crystal cores. Su Qingqing broke off a piece of cracker and held it out. If you're not willing, we'll find someone else. As for your daughter-in-law, that's a family matter. We're not getting involved. Old who stared at the cracker. The corner of his mouth twitched twice. You won't find anyone better than me. Su Qingqing tugged Tang Yu's arm. Let's go. The two had barely stepped out of the shade when Old who's voice called after them. There's a maintenance tunnel on the east side of the steel mill that leads straight to furnace number 3. First thing when you get in, shut off the main breaker. The generator in the underground machine room can't run at the same time. Su Qingqing stopped. What else? Old who clenched his fists. My son, he's in furnace number 3 too. Su Qingqing didn't press further. She pulled out an E-grade crystal core and pressed it into his hand. I'll come find you again tomorrow. That night, Yi Qingxue, Su Qingqing, Tang Yu, and I made it back to the villa one after another. Tang Yu spread the intel on the steel mill across the table. 2 kilometers outside the west gate. Furnace bodies intact, backup generator underground. 70% chance we can get it running. The technician's name is Old Who. He can handle firing it up and temperature control. Su Qingqing added. His son might still be inside furnace number 3. I tapped my fingers on the tabletop. This blade finally had a place to land. We'll check it out tomorrow. Yi Qingxue had just unslung her bow when hurried footsteps came from outside, and the iron gate rattled under heavy pounding. Open up. The voice was breathless. Yi Qingxue gripped her bow again. Lin Monwei's gray eyes locked onto the gate. I opened it. Fang Yuan was clutching the iron bars, her skirt hem caked with mud and water, her makeup streaked into dark rivers down her face. She looked up at me, chest heaving. Lu Yingru's in trouble. I stood in the courtyard and didn't let her in. Dead? Not yet. Miaoying Club's got her. Then why are you running? Fang Yuan glanced back at the street, making sure no one had tailed her, then lowered her voice. I'm the one who brought her in. If she dies in there and the manager traces it back, I'll end up on the autopsy table too. Yi Qingxue stepped to the gate with her bow raised. I pushed it back down. Spell it out. Fang Yuan caught her breath twice, then explained. Earlier that evening, Lu Yingru had come looking for her, wanting to get into Miaoying Club to see Tao Xine. She said once it was done, I'd reward her with 2 E-grade crystal cores, and she'd split one with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan bought it, and let her in through the employee entrance. The two had just tracked down Tao Xine and barely gotten a few words out when a woman named Meng Jiao came in for a beauty treatment. She and Lu Yingru have been at each other's throats since college, Fang Yuan said, wiping the sweat off her face. Meng Jiao started in first, said Lu Yingru got kicked out of the villa, said she couldn't even sell herself for a decent price as a bed warmer. Lu Yingru went right off on her. She looked up at me. Before, when stuff like this happened, all she'd do is cry and talk around it, trying to get someone else to fight her battles. Today it was like a whole different person. The corner of my mouth twitched up. The training was working. Miaoying Club didn't step in. The staff just kept them on opposite sides of the hallway. Didn't let them break anything. Fang Yuan pointed to her own face. Meng Jiao's man is tight with the Miaoying Club manager. The manager showed up fast with his people and hauled Lu Yingru off, said she was disrupting the peace. And Tao Xine? Taken in for questioning too. The young Mrs. Gu. Lu Yingru had barely gotten her fingers on the thread before getting yanked away. What a waste of space. I looked at Fang Yuan. Why didn't Lu Yingru use her ability? Ability. Fang Yuan froze. She's awakened? I didn't answer. Fang Yuan opened her mouth twice before speaking. Miaoying Club has rules. Doesn't matter if you're a regular person or an awakened. No one throws hands inside. There was a guy from the enforcement team once who flipped a table at the casino. The flames barely came off his hand before he hit the floor. When they carted him out, both his arms were snapped. She braced her hand against the door frame, leaving a sweaty print behind. There's got to be something in there that suppresses awakened abilities. Ability suppression? A formation, a seal, or some kind of artifact. Originally, if Lu Yingru died, she died, just a below-average tool. But things were different now. My fingers, still resting on the door, went still. I turned. Qingxue, change clothes. Leave the bow. They've got Lu Yingru in there. That's exactly why we leave it. I glanced at her arms. Don't be quick to swing when we get in. No matter what you see, wait until I speak. Yi Qingxue hung the bow back on the wall and pulled down her gray sunblock jacket. Fang Yuan scuffed the dirt with her foot. So, about that crystal core. I shot her a look and tossed an E-grade crystal core her way. She caught it, hiked up her skirt, and took off. Half an hour later, we were at the entrance of Miaoying Club. Rows of light tubes lit up the entryway, the glass doors polished to a mirror finish. 2 receptionists stood behind them, white shirts tucked into slacks, short batons hanging at their belts. Survivors on the street gave the entrance a wide berth. One night's worth of electricity here could keep a shanty town lit for a month. Yi Qingxue and I had barely made it up the steps when 2 batons crossed in front of our chests. Membership card. Don't have one. The one on the left sized up my t-shirt, then glanced at Yi Qingxue's empty hands. Miaoying Club is members only. I pushed the baton aside. How do I become a member? None of your business. He pulled open the glass door and pointed to the street. Don't block the guests. A few men behind us slowed. One of them fished out a metal card and flipped it in his palm. Any old riffraff thinks they can walk into Miaoying Club these days. Look at him. Doesn't even own a decent shirt. Probably here to leech some water. They stock Evian in there, you know. The baton on the left inched forward another half foot. Move. Don't make me get physical. I pinched out a D-grade crystal core. Its blue glow washed over both batons. His arm locked up. Enough. The receptionist on the right immediately drew back his weapon. More than enough, sir. More than enough. A membership card is only 1 E-grade. The rest is your tip. I pointed at the one on the left, still frozen in shock. Because he talks too much. The one on the right hustled over to the front desk and came back with 2 cards, bowing at the waist. Honored guest. Please sign in with your name. Wang Zhe. The attendant's hand paused mid-stroke. but he wrote it down anyway. Mr. Wong and Miss, please come in. The guy who'd been flashing his card earlier shoved his hand back in his pocket and muttered, Nouveau riche. The glass door slid open. The clatter of chips, the clink of glasses on tables, women's laughter, all of it spilled out at once. Yi Qingxue stepped over the threshold, her pace slowing half a beat. To the left, a dozen long gaming tables filled the casino floor. To the right, a corridor led to the beauty parlor. Above the staircase hung a sign for the red light district, and at the far end stood a metal door marked auction house. Servers ferrying drinks, staff collecting chips, appraisers checking goods, patrols making their rounds. The place was packed. The light pillars along the walls hummed with steady power, and a full carpet covered the floor without a single tear. Yi Qingxue watched a man let out a whoop and stuff a grade E crystal core down a hostess's cleavage, shouting, Bust baby, place a bet for big brother. You're my lucky charm. Her fingers clenched. That single crystal core would have fed her and her sister for days back, when they were living on compressed rations. What? Jealous hers are bigger than yours. Her face flushed red and she kicked me, but that flicker of resentment melted right off her. I told you, no moving without my order. That was my foot, not my hand. A hostess came up smiling. Would you two like to play a few rounds first, or? She glanced at Yi Qingxue and immediately shut her mouth. I headed down the corridor, my soles avoiding a dark line etched into the floor. 3 steps later, another one. The patterns were hidden inside the carpet's design, all connected to each other. At the base of each light pillar sat a grade E crystal core, feeding energy through metal strips into the walls. By the 3rd pillar, I stopped. Yi Qingxue leaned in. What is it? Try channeling your ability. A gust of wind curled around her wrist, ruffling the hem of her jacket. Anything wrong? No. I stirred the 4 vortices in my dantian. Spiritual energy flowed through my meridians, smooth, unobstructed. With my 800 years of experience, my read was this. It was a spirit suppression array laid down by someone at the late Qi refining stage. It blanketed the entire meowing club, but its strength could only trap someone at first-tier grade D. Yi Qingxue had already broken through, so it barely touched her. The key detail? The style of this formation had nothing in common with the spiritual residue on that black tungsten ingot. The corner of my mouth ticked up. Odds were, these people weren't from the same sect as Yun Wanhua. Whether the array's caster was still breathing, that, I couldn't say yet. Just then, a woman's laugh rang out from the far end of the corridor. Lu Yingru, you little fake innocent bitch. All you're good for now is licking my shoes. Weren't you always playing the pure and untouched act? When my man gets here, I'll have him check for himself. That precious, first time you've been saving for marriage. Let's see if it's even still there. Meng Jiao's laughter carried through the VIP corridor. 7 or 8 patrons were crowded around a private booth off the casino floor. 2 attendants pinned Lu Yingru's shoulders, pressing her against the edge of a gaming table. Her pale dress was covered in footprints. Her long hair hung across her face. The corner of her mouth was split open. Meng Jiao, in purple stilettos, hooked a toe under Lu Yingru's chin. Say it, in front of everyone. Say you've been faking innocent all these years, that you've been passed around till you're worn out. A few patrons swirled the drinks in their hands, eyes flicking back and forth between the 2 women. Tao Xian stood at the border between the beauty parlor and the casino, head down. At the other end of the corridor, the floor manager leaned against the wall in silence. Lu Yingru braced both hands on the edge of the table and raised her head. Blood ran from the corner of her lip down onto her collar. She wasn't crying. Meng Jiao, if there's one thing you're good at, it's pinning your own filth on other people. The tip of Meng Jiao's shoe froze. Lu Yingru tugged her lips into a smirk. First guy bought you a purse. Second one paid your rent. Third one got you drunk and dropped you in your boss's bed. Next morning you walked in with your full-time contract, and you still had the nerve to tell us your brother pulled strings. The laughter in the booth cut off. A few patrons turned to size up Meng Jiao. Lu Yingru licked the blood off her lip. Raising some other woman's kid. Stealing jewelry off your best friend. Sleeping your way into that apartment of yours. Why don't you bring any of that up? Smack. Meng Jiao's palm cracked across her face. Lu Yingru's head snapped sideways, hair sweeping across half her face. She raised a hand and wiped her mouth. What's the rush? How many abortions have you had? Does that boyfriend of yours know? Meng Jiao's chest heaved. She spun around and jabbed a finger at Tao Xian. Tell them. She's making it up. Tao Xian's shoulders locked up. She barely opened her mouth before an attendant's hand clamped down on her arm. The floor manager glanced over, and the attendant's grip loosened a fraction. After all, Tao Xian still carried the title of Madame Gu's personal esthetician. A little intimidation would do. Meng Jiao grabbed Lu Yingru by the hair and dragged her toward the floor. You bitch. Spreading filthy lies about me. Get on your knees and apologize. Lu Yingru's neck was yanked back, but her legs braced against the table. The old her would have dropped a name by now, used somebody else's back to shield her own. Today, she didn't name anyone. She didn't mention me either, the one man who was actually, and only, hers. From the shadows of the corridor, I watched the whole thing play out. Sloppy work, sure, but she'd learned how to keep her mouth shut. I stepped into the booth, Yi Qingxue at my side, her gray sun jacket falling past her waist. Our footsteps cut through the sound of chips clacking together. The patrons at the table peeled back to either side. I walked up to Lu Yingru, my eyes settling on the corner of her mouth. Did you get the intel? Lu Yingru raised her face. Her jaw clenched for a moment, and blood seeped through her teeth. I got it. Her voice was hoarse. She didn't cry for help. She didn't throw herself into my arms. I nodded and turned to Meng Jiao. I'm taking her with me. Meng Jiao let go of Lu Yingru and looked me up and down. T-shirt, jeans. Where'd this stray dog crawl in from? She flicked a hand to the side. 2 attendants pinned Lu Yingru down again, while 3 more stepped up to block me. This is Meowing Club. Go take a piss and look at your reflection. Figure out what the hell you are before you walk in here. The people around the table kept backing away. A chip got knocked loose by somebody's sleeve, rolled across the carpet, and came to a stop at my shoe. Lu Yingru gripped the edge of the table. She didn't say a word. Leather shoes came clicking down the corridor. 4 bodyguards entered the booth first, short blades hanging at their belts. In the middle walked a man in his 40s, suit jacket slung over one shoulder, a jade thumb ring on his hand. Boss Chow's back. That's Meng Jiao's man. Word is, 30% of everything moving through Miao in club rides in his convoys. The whispers rippled out from the table. Chao Kuan stepped up beside Meng Jiao. He didn't rush to speak. First he scanned me. Then his eyes lingered on Yi Qingxue for a couple of extra beats. Where's he from? The floor manager pulled out a tablet and flipped to the last entry. Signed in as Wang Zhe. Chao Kuan's foot froze mid-step. The jade ring spun half a turn between his fingers. Meng Jiao tugged at his sleeve. Honey, he's the one trying to push me around. Me. Chao Kuan ignored her. The Wang family's got their hands full running the enforcement squad these days, and now they want a piece of the Miaoying Club too? Clearly, he'd heard of Wang Zhe before.